Last episode, Weovix was created, and after many entanglements, we finally achieved bear form. In today's episode, we'll be battling against the most despicable beings of Dark Shore, and my fate will be decided within this wheel. Yo, TBH, after I got my bear form, this is a lot more salvageable than before. Before I had to stab people with my stick. Man, that was not fun. It would take forever to kill. Now that we have bear form, we're a little bit more tanky and we just... Looking for heals for Dead Mine today, Savage? Dude, I think I'm gonna solo Dead Mines. My 20,000 warrior can't solo Dead Mine. That's cause you don't have heals. I tried to duo mage Dead Mines and we couldn't finish it either. We died. We were too squishy. Like one swing and that was half our health. But as a druid, I think I'm a little tanky. And I have heals. And I have a stun. Which is huge. Because when we were killing the first boss in Dead Mine as the double mage, me and Boney, the fire mage stun, that stun was carrying. If he proc that stun back to back, oh, that was huge. And I can't CBT them because in dungeons you can't CBT, unfortunately. Dude, it wasn't letting me root because I was in front of a boat. This is cold red. Dude, I need to CBT 2 people at once. I'm not skilled enough to CBT 2 people at one time, but I'm gonna do it for my customers, of course. Yeah, I need to melee this guy. Oh, dude, he's running. Oh, we're out of bandage. You buffoon. Okay, we're bandaged. He's coming back, but we will get this bandage off. And his CBT it just ended. Blast him with the staff. We tied this man up. And now we give him the wrath of the Mother Moon. The Sacred Grove always wins, gentlemen. Nice toe tease. Hello. Goose's wiener. What the fuck? Yo, Goose's wiener, you have a mind of your own? Yo, I'm getting attacked. Yeah, I'm getting attacked by the guy that fucking ran away. There's something splashing me, chat. You little bastard. You see that thing? Like someone else pulled and they're all hitting me and I didn't see it. I noticed I was getting like holy shocked. I'm running, bro. This is cold red. I pray upon the sacred grove of the Mother Moon. We're fine, chat. She's gonna give me power. There's no way we lose this. Damn, that was cold red, dude. That was close. Oh. Hello there, young dwarf. Oh, he wishes to join party.
A few moments later.
This is cold red. Yo, you cannot line of sight. Oh, he's just chance standing, bro. He's just... Okay, he's line of sighting now. Little bro, you gotta finish it off, man. He healed to full. Finish your job, dwarf. Okay, kill this guy first. Don't heal. Nice. Holy moly, this place is marked up. Shall we just run it? Oh shit, Mr. Dwarf! I'm going to tank everything for you. Yo, taunt! Run, my little mans! Okay, Mr. Dwarf is fine, right? They should be following me. I'm looking out. For Mr. Dwarf is fine, everybody's fine. This is cold red. We're all fine, we all made it out, chat. I have brought your balls, sir.
The finest wares in the land.
I have brought your balls, my lady. Yo, this is not it, chat. Yo, what am I supposed to do with this ball? I have brought the ball, sir.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, my Bagnon is bugged. Oh my god. Bro, my Bagnon is effing me. Chat, I'm gonna tell you a secret night of lore, okay? This guy, do you know why he looks like this, chat? These guys, chat. These guys are freaks. And look at that. He's like hybrid wood. Do you know why his hand is wood? Because he stuck his hand. Whoa, 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 wait. Chat, I never saw this actually. Dude, this magnifying glass? Chat, did you guys know? I never knew there was this. Yo, this guy's doing stuff, man. Yo, I thought it was just a tree, but it has like... God damn, he's having a blast in his life, boys. Is this code red or... Yeah, if we pull another one, this is code red. But just one guy, we should be fine. Because we got the CBT. Oh shit, dude. Shit, dude, I'm... No way, man. It's a 14 little puppy. There's no way... Dude, I need to kill that little bitch, though. Okay, I killed him. I'm gonna CBT this guy. Boom, and then we do a little bit of a... Some mana back. I think I can kill him with CBT usage. He's a low level. Now we just do this. It's Jover, chat. That guy's never gonna come out of that route. Slowly melting him away. Until he resists. He can't resist this. Alright, we're going in, boys. Bam. Easy peasy, gentlemen. I'm really sad that you didn't answer my whisper. Yes, I'm sorry, man. Which one are you? Yo, I need to be mining. Need to get some mad copper. Wait, young man. May I have one tap? I have traveled far from the west. Thank you.
More rage, not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need
Oh
more
wait,
rage.
it failed. One more. Oh, it failed. He's gonna think I'm robbing this. Failed attempt. Wait. You can have the rest.
It's too far away.
I don't even want...
Not ready yet.
Will he let me have the rest?
Can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
I think the rest is mine, chat.
Not
What
enough
a nice guy.
rage. Need more rage.
Fast RP, thank you. What can I say, man? You should sell this, man. This is like a twink item, no? Melee Moonkin. Thank you. This is huge, chat. Slash back. I'm going to give you my treasures. Darnassus Earth Roots. Those are fake ones. Mine's the first edition. Oh my goodness. Mother Moon, I finally come. This is my Night of Love trees, chat. Why do I have to combine all these like in front of this guy, man?
That ability isn't ready yet.
Oh, he doesn't like it. Alright, that's your girl, man. You have her, man. And ladies and gentlemen, with all the traveling we did today, we have acquired the aquatic form. Boom. Earth. Wow. Here's some Earth in the chat. Alright, since we just got our aquatic form, and then you travel north, we're gonna go into boom. Earth. Boom. Earth. Let's go, boys. 50% faster. Oh my, it was kind of nice being under the water. You get to see the sun's reflection. Little thrashers.
I can't do that.
They don't like me, of course. They're racist. Stop, man. I'm new to this town. What is wrong with that guy? Isn't basic swim 50% so aquatic form makes you regular 100% and you're running on ground? Wait, there's no way this is the same speed as running on ground, right? Any scientists in the chat? I think this is faster. This is faster than walking. I'm gonna tell myself that. I'm convincing myself. Shall we do a scientific research chat? You ready? Here, this is our scientific research for all the aquatic form enjoyers. This is perfect right here.
That ability isn't ready.
From this box, I am going to run to that. Okay, slash timer. Ready? Set, go. Deek. Look at me go. This is way faster. This is way faster. And it is 13 seconds, okay? And now I'm gonna walk from the same distance to that box. Ready, set, go. Shit, dude, it's about to say. That's the same thing! No way! Dude, no, I don't want to buy. Yo, one more time. Why does this feel so faster? Come on, don't make me down, Earth. There's no way, chat. I've been told a lie. Oh shit, this is level 20. Oh shit. This is cold red. Okay, he's going away. Nice. Gotta get my mana back. This is my mana back. Dance. Every has a tick of mana, chat. Oh shit, he's coming. Boom. We went to shot. That's the mana dance, of course. Okay, I'm waiting for a bear. And we should own this. Yo, he's kinda. Yo, taunt! Oh! He resisted my root, man. Okay, I gotta careful. There's some high levels here. Forget DM, bro. You're gonna die here. We're not gonna die here, chat. I'm gonna ask the wheel. I pray to the wheel ancestors. Will I die today? Oh shit, I'm lagging or something. That was not it, chat. That was not it. Slash Nia, that wasn't the right spot. Will we die today? In game. What can I say, chat? The wheel has spoken. You will respect the wheel, chat. Wait, is it gonna? Am I gonna die? Or, no. Check it, dude. I'm about to die. Dude, I need to get this bash off. Oh shit, dude, I'm actually gonna die. Please, wheel gods. No. This is cold red. No. Dude, please range. Oh shit, dude, this is the better. Dude, this is another cold red area. They need Diagro right now. Please tell me they're Diagro. Dude, this area should be called cold red. Oh, there's a chest. We're gonna get a big potion, chat. Ready? Oh, dude! The wheel god has granted us 3 healing potions. And this is cold red! I call upon the natures to nature's grasp this bad person. Fast! Right now! Holy shit. I did my mana dance, chat. Okay, we got enough mana. If you slash dance, you get faster mana, chat, if you didn't know. So, what the fuck? Dude, this is cold red! I call upon thee, all the Night Elves, monkas, of course! I love you, Mother Moon. I love you, Mother Moon, please. Oh. This is why we get Navy SEAL form, ladies and gentlemen. Bro, why am I dying all the time with this character? Druid is cursed. I'm literally code red every time I fight. Hello there.
Yes, shit. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. That's just what I needed.
Dude, that timing. That timing. I was like, can I have this in mind? Yeah, shit, thank you. Alright, here we go. I know the perfect plan, chat. Since if I hit the mom, the little son comes. I'm going to... Good night, girl. Oh shit, his dad's here now and his kid's here. Dude, they're all here, man. This is cold red. I call upon the Mother Moon to tie that man up and we need to run, of course. Dude, I don't want a Navy SEAL again.
Well, I would. That's what I ended up getting fired for, is for yeah, steal. But it's just out of like one of the coolers.
Yeah, dude. It's hard not to steal from grocery stores now. Just a little fucking snack one. And by the way, you should be allowed to steal whatever you want while you're shopping if you're gonna shop later. That's my process.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you know, like the Whole Foods stealing section.
Yeah, dude, absolutely.
It's part of the store.
Yeah.
My favorite thing
is the the free olive area.
The nuts.
I
Are
love
you
those
kidding me?
olives.
Yeah.
The fucking first of all, I'm always getting some of those little fucking Parmesan. What are they, like Parmesan garlic cashews?
Yeah.
Or garlic salt? I don't know. They're fucking.
I'm
rocking.
going for a dried mango slice.
Oh yeah.
Maybe every time.
Easy money. Or the hot bar. Go through, get yourself a little piece of fried fish.
Have a wing.
How the fuck do you?
Have one wing.
How do you
have a wonton?
How do you get into a fucking car? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. There's no way to do it. I'm looking at a picture now. It doesn't even make any sense. Look, here's the interior of the car door. I wish you could just.
Is that tire shop around the corner still open?
That's a tire shop. It's not a locksmith.
Yeah, but they know cars. It's car related.
Do me a favor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
I knew, as that came out of my mouth, I knew you wouldn't like
Do
that.
not offer me even the slightest bit of advice.
How about just
anything related
sympathy?
to this issue?
I'll give you sympathy.
That's the most fucking annoying thing. You lose something, and people are
100%.
like, "Have you tried looking for it?"
Have you tried thinking about where it might be?
Yeah, it's
You retraced your steps.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna
will
fucking
murder
kill you.
It's like, did you find it? Yeah, I found it. That's why I fucking threw my fucking TV down the stairs.
Yeah.
Because I found my keys, you
That's
dumb
why
bitch.
there's 35 holes in the drywall. Like,
That's why my wife is bleeding.
Maybe you went somewhere and you could ask them if they saw it.
There is never anything good anyone can say, but if they look, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Don't say shit to me.
Don't
you
say
do
a
the work
fucking thing.
I am too pissed to do.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You got no. All you should ever say is that fucking sucks.
It does really.
That's
suck.
fucking yeah.
And
That's
then
the
just
worst.
make a cavalier attempt at looking. Just look around the room for 1 second.
Yeah.
I appreciate that so much more than any verbal piece of fucking advice.
Yeah. And then you go ahead and you retrace your steps and you're like, all right, this is going to do it. And then you get to the end of the step retracing and you're like, motherfucker, I did the thing.
Yes, dude.
I did. Now you made me do bullshit for nothing.
I had to walk the same thing twice
Yeah.
for no fucking profit. At the
I didn't even want to go on a fucking walk.
No.
I didn't want to lock my car. This is what I get for fucking trying to be responsible.
For doing shit you don't want to do, man.
I know. Never again. I've learned my lesson.
Don't you ever do anything you want to.
Don't leave that apartment.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous.
You might lose your keys.
Yeah. So you're never coming back to New York, huh?
Why did
Yeah.
There's
Come
really
on.
not a reason to. You know? I mean, it's
I
like
mean,
this works.
I
This is
have
fine.
to. I have a dog. It's wrong of me to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I have responsibilities.
The dog.
A dog. I have an apartment that I pay rent on. I have.
You could stop paying rent easy.
Yeah. Easy peasy lemon
You
squeeze.
can stop right now.
I have I have yeah, you know.
Well, I'll go into your house. I'll take.
I don't
any valuables
necessarily.
I want,
I'm not here because I want.
and then I'll. Yeah, you fled.
I
You
didn't
fled
flee.
because you were scared of coronavirus. Because you thought your life was more valuable than anyone you might get sick on the way out.
I left before the shutdown order, days before.
I don't believe that to be the case. People keep leaving though. People are leaving later and later in the fucking process.
It's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah. Although
But
I'm
I didn't even
jealous.
know. Like, I felt like I started freaking out, like, because I got here and like 2 days later, New York shut down, and I was
Yeah,
like,
you're
I'm just
staying-
never gonna. Yeah.
I heard you signed a lease on an apartment in Vegas. Right
I
on
signed
the
a lease in
strip.
an apartment in the West Village.
In the
I got a great deal in the corners of Gay and Gay Alley and whatever.
Pussy.
There are streets there,
Gets no Pussy
Christopher,
Street.
Christopher and Gay Street. I believe that's where I'm living at now.
No, you're
No, I'm not. No, I'll be back. You know
You're
what-
living at the Tropicana Hotel in Las Vegas.
That's not what's going on right now.
You're hitting the fucking. Are casinos open?
Casinos are closed for 4 weeks. The strip is dark.
Wow.
It's crazy. I actually want to go down there one night and check it out.
Yeah.
It sounds pretty nuts.
Hell yeah.
Nick, are you studying how to break a lock?
I'm seeing if there's any option available. You can go ahead and continue your conversation.
It's not.
Dude, I fucking saw. Speaking of Vegas, I just watched Con Air, dude.
I look at something for 2 seconds and you have
Legendary.
One of the best movies of all fucking time, dude.
Dude, I think they imploded a casino, the Dunes, and they incorporated that into the movie as like the casino getting destroyed. That was actually they were imploding the casino to build a new casino.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Interesting little
That is a
Las
fun little
Vegas
Vegas
trivia.
tidbit.
Yeah.
I
I got tons of them.
I like the Vegas aspect because it felt like the movie was over. And then he lands safely, his family's there, and then he's like, I'm gonna fucking chase Cyrus the Virus on a motorcycle.
Yeah, so badass.
Very good. Poe, what's his name? Great character.
Who the
Nicolas
the
Cage.
pedo? Oh yeah. Oh, the main guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
what's his last name? Poe what? I don't know. Cameron Poe.
Yeah.
Cameron Poe.
He fucking rocks, dude. What an honorable man. If
I
only-
really love that Steve Buscemi character. Great character.
It's interesting how he doesn't kill that child.
Because he's
So scary. The first time you see that, it's so
What I
scary.
love is there's two geniuses. There's two
Yeah.
genius characters. You're too smart. It's the genius criminals.
Yes,
Cyrus the Virus.
Cyrus the fucking virus.
I love when John Malkovich is on top of the plane giving that like gay speech to hardened criminals. He's like, boys, in the annals of American crime, doth we find such rapscallion fellows, you know, and they're like, yeah, that's me. That's me, dog, a rapscallion.
Yeah, it's just like Nazis and fucking
Yeah.
military Black Panthers and shit like that.
And then
Don't forget the
then
one prison
the bad
bitch.
boy from Drama King is the head of the is the head of the crew.
Who's done it all?
Yeah.
Murder, extortion, whatever, dude. Yeah, why is he so smart? I don't get it. But Malkovich rocks. Though.
Yeah, I guess.
He's crushing it. Is that dumbass character?
Yeah. Well, he is
And
an
then-
actor.
Yeah, I know. It's awesome when guys get.
It's
to...
not like you can be an actor and you show up to make the movie and you're like, God, this is gay.
That happens all the time.
You just like looked at the camera and be like, by the way, I know this movie's a piece of
Shit
shit.
sucks.
Yeah.
What's his face? Who's the other guy? There's a bunch of guys in it, but who's the cop from High Fidelity?
John
John-
Cusack?
John Cusack.
John Cusack, John Lithgow, Steve Buscemi.
Lithgow's not in it.
John Lithgow is in the movie.
No.
Yes, he is. He plays
I just watched it.
the FBI agent.
John Lithgow's not in this movie. There's some guy with a little scrunched up face who's like, you're gay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna listen to some gay guy.
Yeah. That's the guy from?
He's got a cool car.
He's from fucking That 70s Show. The dad from That 70s.
No. You're conflating
That's
two
not
movies.
That's not John Lithgow, but he has John Lithgow vibes.
He's not in this movie either, bro.
Red.
Red
from
is
that
not in
70s
this
show?
movie.
He's not in it. I haven't seen it. Literally saw it in the theaters with my grandmother and my father. I think I was like
Really?
8 years old. Yeah.
Dude, that's a Bruckheimer joint, dude. That's the first Bruckheimer without what's his face, without your boy Donnie Simpson.
Yeah, Cole Meany is in it, but that's not who
Cole
I'm thinking
Meany,
of.
that's the guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's like, you're gay, John Cusack.
Yeah, but there's somebody that's in the place of either Lithgow or the dad from that 70s show who is in RoboCop. That's what I'm thinking of.
RoboCop, Red is in RoboCop, yes.
And then, but then who is? There's somebody else that's like not just Cusack, but then somebody else that's a government guy.
Yeah, I don't know his name though. Who cares? Cusack's wearing sandals. That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I also love that the guy just has diabetes. There's so many awesome parts. How Nicolas Cage slaps the gay guy.
I told you guys. I told you right when I was in the theaters. The gay guy starts putting on a wig and a dress, and my dad just turns like full voice and says, "That's a very sick man."
Yeah, dude. He's pretty tight.
It was
That's honestly.
I remember. I think my mom went to go see The Birdcage, and we were all like, "Boo!"
Yeah.
It turns out that's a great movie too.
Your dad was crying. He was like, "Oh, I want to see this movie.
I loved
I'm
it.
I'm glad I'm not watching The Birdcage."
Did you? What age were you allowed to watch rated R?
I don't think I ever. I'm still not allowed, dude. I'm breaking the rules every time I watch rated R movies.
You're breaking your mother's heart.
My mom doesn't want me. My mom let me watch The Godfather with her, but my mom wasn't aware of most things. But the shit she was aware of, I couldn't watch any of.
I feel like I was allowed to watch rated R pretty early on, but my eyes got covered up for sex, but never for violence.
Yeah, says
So
a
it's
lot
just-
about society, doesn't it, Adam?
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why I think I kind of don't. I don't desire violence because I was desensitized. But I
You desire
sex.
pussy.
Yeah.
Because
it
anytime,
was taboo.
anytime you saw a sex scene, your dad's hands were over your eyes.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to peek through the fingers.
Yeah. Do you make a girl cover your eyes when you? Fuck?
Do I? Yes. Well, my eyes are usually incredibly tightly
You're
closed.
just fucking.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And then I say, "Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!
Don't look at me. I'm ugly.
Don't look at me! I'm."
I'm ugly. I'm so ugly. Don't fuck me. Dude, I never like to have any thoughts in my head during sex. I like to just be busting nuts without even considering what's
That's
going
the
on.
point, dude. Oh, nice.
The pipe.
The pipe.
I gotta calm down.
Yeah, you have to chill, brother.
It's a little fucking pipe tobacco. Nick's just gotta chill
What
out.
flavor?
He lost
What
his
flavor
keys.
you got going on, Nick?
It's not shisha, dude. It's not fucking.
No, you get like cherry flavored pipe tobacco,
No.
like a hickory maybe.
Maybe hickory. Nice, man. How you feeling? You feeling
You look
good?
like a fucking sea captain, brother.
Yeah, you really do right now.
Well, it takes like, you smoke the whole pipe. It takes like 15 minutes.
I'm
And then,
jealous.
and then you kind of get like a body high.
I'm about to go buy some Black and Malls. I'm trying to go buy some Black and Malls to calm down.
Yeah, it's
I
not
haven't
like
smoked weed.
it's not like cigarette. But yeah, I don't know what the flavor. I just go to I've bought 3 bags of tobacco in my life, and it takes like 4 years to smoke each one.
Yeah, I'm thinking when I get back to New York, we get into hookah, all of us. Just blast
What do you mean?
hookahs.
Like for a visit?
No, not for a visit. When I go home.
I guess you can come visit
You are
us.
home though. You're home.
You're
man.
home.
Not. This isn't where I live. I have
You
my
can
own.
listen.
use where
You
you
can have
live.
my couch if you want, bro. Whenever you want, man. And yeah, there's plenty of hookah places in Astoria. We'll go out for hookah on your visit if that's one of the
Just
things
go-
you want to do.
Well, say yeah. You know that guy Adam who like does our podcast who lives in Vegas. He's coming to visit, I guess.
No.
He wants to see. What
Yeah,
you
we'll have
do,
a
'cause
big
I-
party. People will be excited to see you. They'll be like, "Wow, we never thought you were." I mean, we knew you were a coward, but to flee the city,
I
we
like
never
the party
had that
aspect.
about you.
Yeah.
I like
And then
being
we'll all have
celebrated,
drinks. It'll be fun, dude.
but- all right. We'll have that party, but it'll be a lie because I'll be home again.
No, it won't be. Dude, I was thinking about it. I was like, like, okay, stand-up's canceled. Then I'm like, who cares, dude? Fuck this.
Yeah.
When the world opens up again, dude, I'm just a podcast like this. I'll go to the gym.
Yeah.
I'll fall asleep early. Who needs to be out late at night doing?
I've been getting up at like 7:30.
I'm gonna turn my whole life around by quitting comedy, dude.
I know. Honestly, I don't think spots really matter. You do. I'm telling you, you may think that I got the wrong system, but one string of shows a year. You know, be like, yeah, I can still stand on stage for an hour.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. I'm
did
not
it.
good at this.
I don't know who gives a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who fucking cares?
It'll be fuck it. Let's turn into guys that just make essentially. It'll be like when wrestlers do stand up. We'll be like Mick Foley, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Just
we'll
tell
be
stories.
personalities.
Yeah, I remember the first time the first time Nick did gay Indian guy. Or whatever.
One.
Oh yeah, we'll tell stories.
Yeah.
Tell wild and wacky stories.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Actually,
Chinese Jewish guy. Oof.
The Australian retard was my idea.
We knew
rock
we
with
had
that,
some
but-
gold there.
we knew we were changing history.
And then just do 25 minutes of requests.
Did you say Australian retard was your idea?
No, I would lie in my storytelling set. It was not my idea.
Wow, well, that was a sneaky way to just kind of.
Everyone knows it was Stav's idea.
Yeah, I don't even remember us doing that, honestly.
Yeah, me either. I have no idea.
That was like the
I think it was
second one,
episode 3, yeah, or 2.
Damn.
Yeah, I thought
We should-
Australian retard was from Race Wars.
Who knows?
I thought it was on Kurt Metzger. I don't know.
You know, we should be in
I'm
Australia
losing my
right
keys. I can't remember who's in Con Air.
We would be in Australia right now. I was
Yeah.
thinking
Dude.
that the other day.
now. We'd be in Australia for Greek Easter.
We'd be in
Having
Melbourne.
lamb. We'd be in Sydney actually. Having
really?
lamb before the show. Getting some head from some koalas.
Damn, I really want to go back to that Greek restaurant in Brisbane.
Wait,
But
you
that'll
mean,
never. That'll never
You mean
happen.
Melbourne?
Yeah, wherever.
In Melbourne, yeah, where the cheese was on fire.
Stalactite. We can get fucking saganaki anywhere, dude. That's a fire cheese of saganaki.
What is it called?
Saganaki.
It's called fire cheese.
No, that's what you set it on fire.
Oh, you said
It's
cheese on
called
fire?
saganaki.
Damn, I love that. The food where they're like, yeah, we fucked up. You can have it while it's still being fucked up.
I was like, ooh, every time I see it, I'm scared. Every single time. I'm like, this could go bad.
I love the idea of being like an alcoholic, but you have to drink those cocktails instead of get set on fire. So you're at home, like, just setting drinks on fire. all
Just
day long.
wasted.
It's just constantly fine.
Drinking the flaming
Just
mode,
drinking, drinking flames.
dude. Yeah, dude.
That's a classic episode. I haven't seen Flaming Moan forever.
Great app. Is that shit on Disney Plus? Is that true?
What, the Flaming Mo episode of The Simpsons?
The Simpsons?
Specifically, that episode is on Disney
Just the
Plus.
flaming
They
mode.
just have one, yeah.
Disney Plus, they don't show tits, they don't show ass or anything, huh? In
What the fuck-
Splash.
What the fuck does the plus stand for?
Yeah, exactly.
Disney minus, more like.
I'm trying to watch Mickey get his dick sucked by Minnie, dude.
Yeah.
Put my cock in your asshole.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Pluto's just got huge cans.
Oh,
Goofy's-
yes. There's the plus should be a DeviantArt section. for
Disney Plus should
characters.
just be DeviantArt.
Yeah.
Goofy's definitely packing.
Yeah, and his balls hang low like his ears.
Yeah, droopy ass balls.
Droopy speaking of Droopy, who's I think a Looney Tune. I believe he got pussy.
Oh yeah.
I think I remember that as a child. That there was the one
It's
joke
true.
he just had a hot ass wife.
Droopy dogs gets pussy.
Dude, for real, look that up. I think Droopy had a hot wife or something. I specifically remember that cartoon and being like, hell yeah, Droopy, nice, dude. Like being 6 or 7 years old.
Yeah, just like the Roger Rabbit experience as well.
Exactly.
I just didn't understand why I wanted to be him so bad.
You want
like
to
I
be
didn't
Roger
understand.
Rabbit?
Yeah, because his wife was the hottest woman of all
You
time.
didn't want to fuck Jessica Rabbit. Come on.
Of course I did.
Yeah. You wanted to fuck. What character from the movie did he want to fuck?
The bad guy, but instead of his eyes bulging out, it would be his dick.
Okay. It's one.
I don't remember the movie honestly that well.
Yeah,
Who
me.
the other two
I
were.
probably watched it 3 times in the last 6 months, and I don't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
They go to Toontown.
Adam wanted to be the mom of the baby who's getting her ass slapped by the baby. All
Yeah.
the time.
Yes.
No.
You did. You did.
No,
wanna
I
be that.
didn't.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not true.
We figured,
You're right. You just wanted that baby to slap you on the ass.
Yeah, we figured it out.
I wanted that New York baby to abuse me.
Yeah, that's the character you wanted to be.
You wanted to be a sub for a baby.
Yeah, we got to the bottom of that one.
I can't wait till that's my real life when I have my firstborn child. Just get abused by an infant.
Just being abused by an infant. Who are you gonna have a child with?
Probably the next person I have sex with.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if this quarantine's taught me anything.
You probably will have kids pretty soon, huh, Adam?
When you
Yeah, then I can't be. Then I'll never be alone.
because you can't smash there,
Not ready yet.
I cannot smash here.
and you're never coming back here.
I've been going. Stop it with that. Okay? I've
We're
been
just
going.
trying to brace you for reality.
I've been trying to go no fap though.
You know you're not coming back.
Stop, Nick. You know what's going on. I have to be here for a period.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just. I mean, come
Yeah.
on. Be
There's
realistic.
reasons, but you're still never coming back.
You're never coming back.
No one's saying there's not reasons.
You're gonna
bro.
get comfortable, dude. You're gonna get a job at fucking in the video section. You're gonna get a job
Yes.
at Suncoast Video,
Yes.
and you're gonna get really into, fucking
Making
DVD
recommendations.
DVD
Have
box
you seen?
sets.
They would
you
have
seen-
to listen to me.
Have you seen the Tombstone by Jean-Marc Boulard Decaux? Some bullshit.
Imagine working at Suncoast Video in like 1996.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, life could not possibly be worse. It's 1996. I'm at Suncoast Video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Little do those motherfuckers know.
that place was
I
always
used to
so
love
weird.
it. I used to love it though,
It-
because
it-
I would go in
it did-
and I would feel like, damn, this is like this is where cinephiles go.
Yeah, but weren't most of them like that weird like black subway tile and red neon,
Yes.
which is a very like BDSM club kind of like there was
It's
something.
a, yeah,
just
80s,
haunting.
early 90s.
Yeah.
The neon to me denoted class.
Yeah,
Something about it, I was like, wow.
no, it just
These mother-
it felt like sick and degenerate.
Nah. And I would just
Only
look
because
at the fucking.
only because of the black subway tile with the neon.
I don't remember the black subway tile. I remember the neon, and the neon definitely drew. Like to me, it felt compared to like an FYE.
Yeah,
It was it was much classier.
yeah. FYE I thought was cool because it was like damn,
No.
I'll never know anything about music or have interest. Yeah, no. If you look at a Suncoast Video, it's all black. I don't know. Maybe the ceilings are like there's some kind of like grid thing going on, but it might not be subway tile.
I just remember being like, damn, dude, I've never heard of these fucking movies. This is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
And it would be like box sets of shit and like Jim Carrey movies and shit. And I was like,
bought the Jim Carrey box set.
well, there would be stuff I hadn't heard of, but that was obvious.
It's like it's a little toy rhinoceros. You have to pull the movies out of its ass.
That would be
It
awesome.
takes 40 minutes to get the DVD. Just breaking all the DVDs, pulling them out of a rhinoceros ass. You're like, yeah, it's the collector's edition.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a $300 copy of Ace Ventura 2.
Mm-hmm.
And
It doesn't work, but you get to pull it out of a rhino's ass.
yeah, it comes in a special box.
And then you have to put the rhino in your ass.
Yeah, they were really waiting for Blu-ray to come out. When,
Remember
when DVDs got to that point where they're like, now they come in Homer's head.
Yes.
You're like,
You know what though? That worked for me,
Oh,
dude. I
great.
was like, fuck yeah.
This is great. So it doesn't fit on the shelf.
Oh no, it sucks.
It's a display
You
item.
have to keep it.
It's
on
not
the
meant to be
table.
played.
Yeah.
Yep. Damn. Going to fucking Suncoast Video and seeing like season 3 of Friends, the box set, just one season, and being like, hell yeah.
It would have been nice to get a job at FYE, and then like day one, just they put you behind the register and the phone rings. And you're like, I'll get it. And you're like, fuck you, entertainment. This is Eric speaking, and they're like, what are you doing? And you're like, I thought that's what it stood for.
It's fuck you entertainment.
You could probably get away with it once.
Yeah.
And then just like thinking you're an idiot.
Yeah, I don't think anyone smart ever worked there, right?
Yeah. Fuck you, entertainment. This is
Fuck
Eric
your entertainment. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I just thought I should use the formal full name, but
I
I'll
thought
just say
that was
FYE.
the name of the place. To be honest with you, that's why I got a job here, is because I thought it was more of a fuck you style of entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, you got Metallica here, you got fucking Creed,
Oh, yeah.
Puddle of Mud. It's more of a fuck you style of
It's a
music.
fuck you style.
Oh yeah. You know, I go to the mall, but the stores I go to are more the fuck you style of retail. You know, Suncoast Video, Hot Topic, Pac Sun, FYE. You know, I'm not going to like Abercrombie and Fitch. I'm going to all the like just badass stores.
Just
The
cool
middle
stores.
finger
Just
style.
some of
places.
the fuck you pay me sort of thing. Like the
I want there to be posters of girls with big tits playing
girls
beer
with
pong.
big tits. The place that sells swords and clocks. I'm trying.
Oh, you would consider that a fuck you style?
Yeah, I would.
Retail.
But some of the dark arts fuck you style. It's like I need to see a guy sell pens next to a $20,000 chess set. Go in there.
Now, what about a GameStop? Is that a fuck you style?
No.
No. But do you still go? Or
GameStop is the nexus. It's where everybody in the mall goes to GameStop.
Yeah.
We're all going.
It's
to
neutral
Babbage's.
territory.
One way or the other. Do you remember that where malls used to have like a GameStop, but then they also had a Babbage's, or they had like competing video game stores?
What's Babbage's?
I don't remember that at all.
Well, there was Babbage's, there was EB Games, there was Funko Land, there was GameStop. Eventually, GameStop just bought all of them.
Yeah, there was like 3 GameStops.
I remember
in the mall.
EB Games. Yeah.
And there was no difference between
The sun never sets on fucking GameStop's empire.
on the
dude.
British Empire. GameStop's gonna fucking go out of business because of this thing, which is great.
You think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess. It's a real shame, dude.
Yeah. Well, there.
We're guys with ponytails. We're fat guys with ponytails gonna work now.
What a dog shit comment. I mean, you should be buying games at Best Buy anyways,
How come?
because it's a bigger store. You always go to the cooler.
You always go bigger.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking GameStop is for children, dude. I go to Best Buy where there's a chance I could be buying an oven.
I see.
You know,
Yes,
you get a
yes.
fridge.
You don't know if I'm in here for baby shit, or maybe I'm
Maybe
buying
you're
my
grown up.
bitch wife something to make me dinner on while she sucks my dick.
Now, of course, yes, I will be buying a Nintendo Switch controller. But
Yes. Excuse me. Do you have the collectible Kirby Switch carrying case? Also, I need an oven for my bitch wife.
to my bitch wife to fucking
She
make me
can
look.
suck me off while I'm
Sucks my
storing and unstoring my Nintendo Switch. The Kirby collectible pouch. So she knows
Yeah.
who's bought. The sales rep has walked away 10 minutes ago. And she's sucking me off. And I'm...
Yeah, she's sucking my cock.
Yeah.
Saying she's
They're like,
my
sir,
wife.
please leave the Magnolia section. What the fuck is that? Welcome to the Magnolia
they have a couch,
section.
dude.
Yeah, they're like, this is what your life would be like if you were a millionaire.
Yeah.
They have like a special corner of Best Buy for people who think they're rich.
I like to shop and chillax in luxury.
Yeah, they should
What's
let
that?
you.
Is it just the speakers?
They should let you smoke cigars over there. I guess it was supposed to be like Magnolia was a company that Best Buy bought, where they like did, you know, before it was
There's a
called,
home
like,
theater coming.
yeah, before they did like it was called man caves. You would like have all your shit set up by like a guy that's like, you know, you need the TV but also the speakers.
Of course. I
that's-
remember. Dude, someone getting speakers attached to their TV, that literally did mean they were rich to me.
Yeah.
That was like, oh my god, you fucking have your fucking TV plugs into some speakers?
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
Now,
bro.
when I got an apartment for myself when I was like 20, 21, the first thing I did was put some fucking bookshelf speakers next to the TV.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was like,
on the floor, those speakers are
yeah,
awesome.
I had a couch that I found like in the garbage. And I put some speakers next to that TV.
Big respect for that
Yeah,
move, dude.
Time for some serious gaming. And the dream was always to have like, you know, a couple behind.
Surround.
Yeah, surround. Instead of just front surround or whatever.
Well, you're
Stereo.
living the dream right now.
Oh yeah, dude. I guess you could say I'm living the dream.
You got what, 7.1?
Yeah. It's so funny how like
Wow, my dick point Adam's dick.
how little the the goalposts shifted in the last decade
On sound equipment?
on everything in my life. When I was 20, I'm like, man, I just want to like fuck off and joke around with my friends, but then also play video games. And I remember being like
I know.
22. I'm like, maybe I should read or do something ever. And then I
Yep.
guess I did for a couple years, and then no, it's right back to like no.
I never had that. I guess I should. I guess you didn't go to college. That's the thing.
I was like, I had it right the first time.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just
Did you
play-
try
just
to? Did you have like a I want to be an intellectual phase?
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
Stav said you didn't go to college. Did you do that in college?
I
Stav?
want to be an intellectual.
He said
Like,
he should read.
I need to read.
He should,
Yeah.
He said he should. Let me parse what Nick was saying. He should stop getting drunk at 10 a.m. and playing video games.
Yeah,
all
Yeah,
goddamn
yeah,
day.
I know what Nick was
for
saying. I
2
was just
years.
asking if you did the opposite at a certain point.
No, I was saying I was confused as to why he had that impulse, and I realized it's because he dropped out of school like 16.
Yeah.
So probably after doing that for 8 years in a row, he was like,
yeah.
maybe I should
Like
read or something.
the
Then-
reading I did was I read like all of Raymond Chandler.
That's cool.
It wasn't like becoming an intellectual.
That's pulpy.
huh? I don't know.
That's
yeah,
cool.
Raymond,
It's
Raymond
detective
Chandler
stuff.
rocks. That was
Yeah.
I have fond memories of reading
Raymond
some-
Chandler?
Yeah.
What did he write stuff about?
It's like go ahead.
it's Everybody Loves Raymond and Chandler wrote a book together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, why don't we make a book? I'm already writing a book. Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that sounds exactly like both of them. Not only perfect, but seamless. Yeah. Why don't we write a book? I'm already writing a book. That was just your voice.
You're just doing Meatwad?
You just, oh, you barely changed.
Could I be writing a book anymore? Fuck.
Yeah.
Goddamn. I was cold, so I closed my window, but now I'm too hot.
Damn. I just
What's the
remembered-
weather like in New
I just
York?
remembered those fucking keys.
No, it's okay,
Don't
man.
think
It's
about
all right.
it, man.
Let's go back to thinking about Best Buy. I've been playing Doom Eternal.
Is it good?
I love it.
How are the metal riffs?
It's fine. But
It's fine.
apparently the last Doom was much better. I guess I looked
Really?
at reviews for Doom Eternal, and it's all people who played the last Doom, and they were like, I can't believe they fucking fucked it up like this. It's not as good as the last one. Yeah.
All I've heard is rave reviews.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because everyone's at home and they have nothing better to do.
I
than
really
play
don't
video games.
understand how the gaming community continues to be so pissed while they spend their entire lives focusing on something that like completely removes any ability. Like you don't have any. You do a thing that is completely inconsequential.
Yeah, yes, of course. That's why. What do you
It's
mean?
like the most relaxing thing in the world is just sit and waste years of your life playing video games.
No, because on some level they recognize that they're doing that it is a waste.
Yeah.
On some level they're getting no pussy. They're probably not
They're
working
mad
as
at
hard at their
themselves.
job. Yeah. So all they have is Doom being awesome.
Yeah.
If it doesn't feel awesome to fucking slice an axe through some fucking demon's head,
Uh-huh.
what's he gonna do? Talk to his suck a titty? No.
Yeah.
Feel rewarded for doing well at his job? No.
Never.
He's skating by.
I just remembered I gotta check this. I forgot this was like a regular one.
No, this is isn't today Sunday? What's today?
Today's
Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's wing night, Stav.
It's wing night. You're right.
It's
dude.
your wing
I
night.
forgot. The only day that matters. Holy shit.
Come on, brother.
I literally thought today was fucking Sunday. God damn.
Come on, buddy. It's wing night.
I guess it is wing night, but I had a rich dinner last night. There was a pork shoulder on sale, so I had to make one for the boys. And Pete made macaroni and cheese. I don't think I can have wings tonight.
What are you gonna have? Salad?
Maybe some rice and beans, something light.
Mm.
You know. I just had a smoothie. Salud.
A salud.
Got a green smoothie in here. So I guess the answer is yes, it is a regular episode, Nick.
Yeah, well, there's no reads. We're good.
Oh, okay.
I checked.
My dick is small. I am gay. I love having no fucking reads.
Yeah.
Fuck you, companies. Guess what? Suck our dicks.
I can't believe. You know what, man? This sucks. I was in like a good mood this morning too, like ready to go.
That's when it always
I
happens.
was ready to riff, and then fucking. And it's what I
Lost your
get
keys.
for trying to be responsible and lock the fucking car.
Well, even if you hadn't locked your car, wouldn't you?
No, because I
Still
never
need
take.
your
I
keys.
leave the keys inside all the time. I
You
never.
leave the keys in the car.
No, I leave the keys inside my apartment. My car keys are separate from my house keys.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Damn.
I went out there to lock the car. And then I went for a walk. And then I got home.
Brutal.
They're gone.
Car still there? No one fucking
Yeah. there's
cased
no,
you?
No. Nobody's fucking. The wheels are off the car. It's sitting up on fucking jack stands.
Oh, that's why you don't lock it. All right, that makes sense. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. Instead of locking it, I take the wheels off the car and bring those inside.
That's smarter,
It's
dude.
smart.
It's smart. You're not going to lose the tires.
You're not gonna exactly. Show
Yup.
me somebody that's ever misplaced the tires to their car.
They're too big to fucking lose.
Too big to fail.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's
A common saying about my penis.
They call that the genius mentality.
Too big to fail.
Chapter 2 of my book. Leave the keys, take the wheels.
Yep.
Now you may be
Godfather
thinking,
2.
what is this, an idiom? No, it's a literal. This is
It's
advice.
literally what I suggest you do with your car every time.
I suggest you park your car, you take the wheels off.
Get one of those
They-
wrenches
They
or
can't.
whatever.
Yeah, they can't boot you. I should take the windshield wipers off, and no
Yep.
tickets.
No tickets.
No tickets.
Smart, bro.
Where are you gonna
Impossible
put
to
that
get a ticket.
ticket?
Yeah, I'll tell you where, officer. Right up your fucking asshole, you piece of shit.
Yeah, why don't you mail it back to your family in Bangladesh? Let them pay.
Yeah, get some stamps out of your big ass cargo pockets and fucking mail it back to your
Yeah,
family.
they're
They
giant.
do have a lot of Bangladeshi meter maids.
Meter maids aren't cops, right?
They are.
In what, dude? None of the
It
meter
says
maids in
NYPD
Astoria,
on their clothes.
none of the meter maids could do any other kind of cop work.
Mhm.
They're all puny bitch. Like
Put them
I
in
could fuck
Vice.
every meter maid up that I've ever seen in Astoria.
Yeah. Well, what's the other cop work? Shooting people?
Shooting
It's
people.
pretty rude to make the
Being
name meter
racist.
maid when you could be a guy that does it. You know, it's
Yeah.
pretty emasculating
Do you want to be?
to make the name of the job a meter maid.
Do you want to be the meter maid on the show, Adam?
Well, no, I don't want to be a maid. It's a girl thing.
Hmm.
Oh, I thought you
Well,
were
that's-
saying you wanted. It's not fair that you don't get to.
No,
be
I was
called a
saying that
maid.
it's emasculating.
You're jealous that you're
jealous
not a
that
maid.
you're not a maid, and that you can't be referred to as a maid.
Yeah, I want to be a maid with big old milky titties.
You can be the podcast maid.
Darth Mater, right? And he's got
Oh,
big
yeah.
tits.
Oh man.
Big tits,
Just-
wearing a little apron.
He's like,
drippy
"Luke,
milky titties.
I am your mother.
God is
He's like,
watching.
no,
Yep.
you have a dick, and he's like,
You have a dick,
Darth
but
Gender.
also tits.
Darth Gender.
Mm-hmm. I
How would that
am
go?
a lady.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Darth Gender.
Luke.
Darth Gender. That's coming. That's the next one.
You think so? The
Just
next
in-
Star Wars?
Is that LA Times article that's like they were the future of Hollywood, but now Corona has put their careers on hold. And it's like this human interest piece on like the people that were supposed to be millionaires, you know, but now
No, I have
now
not
they
seen that.
yeah, now they can't make the Indian sketch comedy show that they were supposed to make.
Also, who gives a fuck about any entertainment industry person?
Right
that's
now,
fucked
dude.
because
And
of
that's the
this?
thing. It's like it just like highlights how because like,
Nurses are dying.
Right.
Everyone
Those are
else has lost
essential.
their
Those are
job.
essential workers.
well, there's other shit that was like as pressing. You know, I mean, there was like the opioid crisis or unemployment. I mean, there's like plenty of things that
Yeah.
that and it's like this kind of highlights that mentality and the absurdity of it, even in regular.
Yeah, I cannot
times.
believe somebody wrote that fucking piece.
Yeah,
And imagine agreeing to be like interviewed for that.
right, exactly.
Being like, yeah, oh yeah, no, you're right.
to
This
be
this is
that
a
much of
tragedy.
like a tone deaf narcissist to think that like people are really upset that we're not having like, you know.
Yeah.
Our like a show that nobody's gonna watch. You've already been.
Nope.
Here's the other thing too. It's like they were supposed to. This was supposed to be, and then they described the show, and it's like you could just do that. You could just get on Instagram and do that. It's
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry that the
no
infrastructure there
production
isn't there anymore to hand you a fucking career. You can just build your own audience, like everyone else. The people that aren't do. Ironically, the people who the industry has labeled pieces of shit and doesn't want to work with had to already do this on their own during the era of cancellations. So
Yes.
maybe you
Totally.
could figure it out now.
You get a fucking podcast, bitch. Fucking
Now's the
asshole.
time for it too. I mean,
I
it's
know.
like people will listen. I'm sure you can find an audience.
I don't know though, bro. I hear that podcast listens are down because people only want to listen.
People
to
do it
podcasts
at work
doing
when they don't want to
fucking
do
chores.
something. Yeah.
I don't fucking want. The only time I've listened to a podcast is when I'm.
That's true.
Although I'm
Driving.
That's true. The second I stopped like having a day job, I'd never listen to.
Yeah.
I have not listened to a single podcast in the
No.
quarantine.
Yeah, I mean,
I listen to fucking when I'm cooking. I'll listen to a sports podcast.
the only reason this ever happened is because I got into listening to the Smoking Tire when I was like working those truck jobs, and I would just listen.
Yes.
I would like all day long. I would just
Right.
listen to podcasts. I'm like, this seems fun. Maybe I should have a podcast.
Yeah.
And then it became my income, and it's like, of course I wouldn't listen to a podcast. That's insane.
That's crazy.
It's insanity.
Yeah, there's so much doper shit out there. Like Con Air.
Con Air,
Con
bro.
Air. Then what the fuck was Lithgow in? You know what? I gotta look at what Lithgow was in and see what I'm confusing it for.
I think he definitely played a villain in something cool like this.
No, he's not a villain in the movie that I'm thinking of.
You sure?
Yeah, he's just some fucking government dweeb. All right, let's see.
What else has he done? Harry and the Hendersons, Third Rock from the Sun.
He was the bad guy in Blowout.
Shrek.
Shrek.
Yeah.
What's Blowout?
It's a movie with John Travolta.
Not familiar.
Brian.
By the way,
De Palma.
I love having hair again, dude.
Yeah, I think it suits you.
Hmm?
I'm not saying that
Little hair.
ironically.
I can't wait. I'm just gonna grow my shit out, dude. Feels nice to just have that shit.
Actually,
coming
and it
in.
looks kind of nice with the mustache. Kind of vintage.
Yeah, dude, I'm a vintage motherfucker.
Yeah, vintage Stavros.
Vintage ass
He's
style.
old fashioned, dude. He's turning into old Hollywood back when they were all conservatives.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Republican, and I don't care that I look like absolute dog shit.
Yeah, glazed
That's
and
my thing.
glazed and bread pilled. Stop.
I am bread pilled.
Stav's mentality.
I'm gonna start baking breads and shit.
Yeah, I got a
Are you
stand
gonna get a
mixer that I
sourdough
used
starter?
one time.
You should make some. I want to make a cake.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been fucking wanting cake, bro.
that seems
I've been
like
eating
it's
on a cake for like 5 days.
fairly
Huh?
fairly easy to make.
I don't have any of the ingredients though.
Yeah,
It's
you-
hard to get flour right now. There's a flour. outage.
Maybe it's cliffhanger is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
The Stallone. That's the Stallone movie, right, where he climbs shit.
Yes, it's the Stallone movie. It's like, I gotta climb up this hill.
My favorite Stallone movie is the one where
Climb up a hill over here. You get to the top of the hill, you go right back down the hill.
that's awesome. Yeah, he wins that. My favorite is the movie where he's a fucking over the top.
Yeah,
He's
the
a
arm
truck
wrestling
driver.
Yeah, you
From
gotta go over the top. There's a top,
Executive son.
and you go over it. And, when you go over the top, you come right back down.
What about Cobra? Have you ever seen Cobra? That's
Yeah,
really
it's a
dope, dude.
cobra. What? You know, he's like a cop. You get, the cop has to go over where bad guys are, and then you just you take them down. You take the bad guys down.
You take them up or you take them right back down?
You take the bad guys up, and then you take them down.
Shouts out to Cobretti.
Yeah.
What a good name.
Yeah.
I wish, if I was Italian, I would change my name to Cobretti for sure.
Detective Snake Cabretti. Yeah. You know what his nickname is? Is it Cobra? No. Jeez, I didn't even think of that.
No,
That's
we call him Big Johnny.
Yeah, we called him Big John. Cobra's good, though. That's smart. You're going to do well here on the new Hell Police Department. Welcome to Hell, America. We named the city Helltown. Maybe we wouldn't have so much crime if we changed the name of the city from Helltown to
Yeah.
from Neo Hell
Yeah.
to something like, I don't know, Pleasant Place,
Pleasantville.
Pleasant City.
No rapes.
Mhm.
America.
No Rape America.
Yeah.
That would be a cool name.
Time to die, pig. That movie sucks.
It's
Which
very
wait, which
bad.
one?
Cobra.
No, Cobra rules, dude. He's awesome. He's just, it's the most fucking.
Did he
it's
write
the
it?
most-
He wrote it, right?
Cobra is the most Blue Lives Matter ass fantasy I've ever seen in my life, dude.
Yeah.
Cobra's just murdering people and shit. No one gives a fuck.
What's a lot better than that is Stone Cold. I used to pair the two. I would watch Cobra and Stone Cold.
Nice little double feature.
Yeah, and Stone Cold's way more fun.
Wait, Stone Cold, is that Stallone as well?
No, it's Brian Bosworth.
Oh, hell yeah, the boss.
boss.
That guy rocks,
Yeah,
dude.
and like Lance Henriksen is the
Being
bad
a
guy.
shitty NFL player.
Lance Henriksen's a bad guy, and they have this like weird sexual tension the whole time. I think at one point he's like, I want to watch you fuck my wife.
Wait, is that Daniels from The Wire?
Who's Daniel?
Who's Lance Hendrickson?
No, you're thinking of
No,
Lance
no.
Reddick.
Oh, that's
Thinking
Lance
of
Reddick.
That would be hot. Bosworth and Lance Reddick fucking would be nice, dude. Little fucking
Lance
Ebony and Ivory.
Lance Henriksen is, you know him. He's in a bunch of shit. He's Bishop in Alien.
Yes.
Uh,
Probably his most iconic role.
Yeah. That's the only one that comes to mind, but he's in a bunch of shit. You know who he is. Wasn't he on that show Sentinel? You remember Sentinel? No, not Sentinel.
never saw it.
Millennium.
Didn't see that one either, brother.
Where he was like a cop that was psychic, and he could like see the way people do murders. Remember that was a thing for a while. Like there's always this dumb shit.
Clairvoyant.
People forget
yeah.
that fact checking didn't exist until like 2003. So there'd just be TV shows where like the FBI's top psychics, and you were like, yeah, of course, the FBI they got psychics that work there, and you know that's,
Jamie Lee, what's her face? No, not Curtis.
People are saying that they can't
Or
get the
maybe
link
it
on
was-
Patreon right now.
Jamie P. Turtis.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis. She had big fat. Instead of tits, she had just fat turds
Yeah.
coming out of her chest.
Jamie P. Turtis.
Yeah, there aren't that many people in the thing, but
Yeah, I'm just getting messages that people can't get in.
Well,
or
I-
that it's not on Patreon or something.
what?
But there are people
Yeah.
in here, so
Oh, you
whatever.
know what?
It'll go up
Yeah,
later.
I'm looking at the thing now, and it's just not saving, and I don't know why.
The video.
Yeah, well, Patreon got stuck, like, fuck. Yeah, it just got stuck, like saving
Oh,
the
That's
link.
weird.
Yeah.
well,
Here we go.
that's gay.
Here we go.
That's pretty gay.
No, this should work. No, just delete it and remake it. There we go. Okay, now it works.
Nice.
Well, good thing we didn't really say anything funny up until this point.
Yeah. We had, there's a lot of really good riffs. There's the one about Chandler.
Welcome back,
Raymond
everybody.
that I
10.2
did
brings
with
a
Gordon
lot
Banks
of big
also.
class
I thought that
reworks
was a
and
dunk.
changes, even changes to
Yeah.
a whole section of the game, one part of the Holy Trinity. So there's a lot to talk
We
about.
should
And
probably do some
Rogues,
extra
it
content.
is
I
your
did Legion
turn.
of Skanks, yeah.
Keeping
It's
with
crazy
Dragonflight's
that
rather
it's just a
unhinged tradition,
2-hour
another
show.
major patch, is bringing
Just
with
keep
it
going.
a crack
I had
set
fun
of
doing
Clash
Bad Insane, too.
reworks. Though it's not all good news today,
Yeah,
because one group of players are
guys
going
are
to
good.
find playing 10-2
Yeah,
to
2-hour
be a
show. I guess it's
fairly
just like,
different
fuck it, we're just gonna
experience.
go
But let's
and
start
just fill
with
up
the
the
best
time.
news, the
I respect that.
long-awaited Rogue rework.
kinda
For
what
a
we
bit of
did, but
context
for an
here,
hour.
it appears they were due a
Yeah.
big update in 10.1.7, but that got delayed, and it seems that's
kind of our
actually led
ethos,
to
but
a
half as
far
much
larger
time.
set of
You wanna
changes
see if we can
than
hit 2
anyone
hours?
was expecting. All three specs have got
not
serious quality of life
particularly.
No?
changes.
You don't
Their
want- you got
talent
stuff you
trees are
gotta
being
I have
rebuilt to
to
match the
piss.
better ones that are in
Yeah,
the
I have
game,
to- you can
and
go piss.
they've even got some bad
piss.
talents
If I get a
changed
snack, I can
and
do
some
it.
pretty damn cool new
Oh, you
ones.
could do it.
Like
You carry the show
Featherfoot,
for
it's a
an
talent
hour.
that adds 4 seconds.
Yeah, why not? Do some Jewish style comedy.
Go ahead. What do you got?
Damn, how do I fucking get into? Well, I guess.
Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Gluestick channel. I make videos about Dungeons & Dragons lore full time and have a huge collection of videos on monster ecology, fantasy world history, cosmology, character classes and magic items on my channel. If you like what I do, please consider becoming a member of the channel by clicking the join button down below or backing me on Patreon where you can get access to all the scripts I write for these vids if you prefer to read what I'm saying. I also have a Discord server with an active community and of course subscribe to me here for 2 uploads per week and with a live stream every weekend. By popular and consistent demand from my viewers, today we are delving into the lore of a terrifying creature of darkness, the Night Walker, sometimes known as the Night Stalker, also known as oh no, we're in some pretty shit now, game over man, game over. If you thought a lich was bad, they are finger puppets compared to what I'm going to show you. So sit back, grab a tasty beverage, and turn the lights off, because we're going to get deeply scary. There are those who believe that in order for there to be heroes, there must also be things that should be, must be feared, even by the most brave soul, that there can be no true reward without true risk. The negative energy plane lies beyond the plane of shadows. It has doorways connecting it to the most dark and evil places in the Shadowfell. It drains away the multiverse through countless tiny wounds from the entropic hunger of the undead, from the little slices that wizards, necromancers, and profane priests tear in the planes of light and life, and their short-sighted greed for power. The negative energy plane is a yawning and eternal gulf of complete darkness that could easily swallow up the entire multiverse without even touching its sides. It would hunger forever for more, and there's no fighting it. It is the end of all things. It was always going to win. Every effort to keep it at bay is just the struggles of a flickering candle as it burns its own wax. The brighter it shines, the faster it will eventually gutter and die. To the beings that exist within the negative energy plane, the multiverse is an aberration. It is disorder and noise that disturbs their stillness and peace. It is a mistake, a shrieking hot needle in their eyes. Everything about it is wrong and simply must be stopped. It causes them sensations they should not have, cravings that they can never satisfy, madness they can't endure, emotions they can't control. To them, the prime material plane is the far realm. It's a realm of madness that corrupts and destroys everything it touches, and it must be stopped. There are so many things that mortal beings don't want to understand about the negative energy plane, because it is too painful for mortal creatures to live without hope. A confrontation with a Nightwalker is very difficult for a mortal to understand, so they interpret it in terms that are convenient, safe lies. The most common way for a Nightwalker to enter the prime material plane is when a being from the prime thinks that they have found a way to tap into the negative energy plane's infinite power without risk to themselves. They've avoided the unholy process of anchoring their soul as a conduit to the negative energy plane and transforming themselves into one of the undead. They've created some form of a gateway, and they've reached into it to bring forth raw negative force for whatever purpose they had in mind. But what inevitably happens next is that they find themselves suddenly within the negative energy plane, as though they had fallen through a mirror and were looking out on something which now stands where they once were. Something huge and utterly dark, which was simply waiting for this moment to arrive. On other occasions, foolish mortals will attempt to cross over into the negative energy plane willingly, thinking themselves protected by their feeble magical barriers and careful preparations. But what they've not counted on is the actual nature of the barrier between the prime material universe and the negative plane itself. Once they arrive and attempt to leave, they find they can't. Stepping through the barrier, it's as though the whole multiverse just accelerated at near infinite speed, with the mortal ever so slowly falling through the barrier. Like a bug being swallowed by tree sap, moving a tiny bit from eon to eon. The mortal perfectly preserved as they move through to the other side, the multiverse running out of energy, time, life and light behind them, until they pop back through and suddenly find themselves at the other end of the multiverse, on the other side of time itself. That's why it's so much easier to get there than it is to leave. To travel forward in time, one simply needs to freeze, but to go backwards in time requires tremendous power. Wizards will tell you it's a magical issue, an arcane problem with arcane solutions. Clerics will tell you it's a barrier put in place by the gods to preserve the world of light from the darkness, a barrier not meant to be crossed by good-hearted souls. For the Nightwalker, rising its towering 20-foot tall body to float a few inches off the ground, it has no illusions about where it is or what it's there for. It has that huge source of power at the very disturbance caused by that mortal simply arriving and existing in that distant time, like it was drawing all the potential of it from history and burning it like fuel. Every moment the Night Stalker is on the prime material plane, it feels that mortal keenly. There is a bond and connection between the two. It hates this, of course, and takes out its displeasure as acts of profound cruelty on other living creatures it encounters. Nightwalkers are not the only form their kind takes. There are a number of barely known types of these entities which are collectively called the Nightshades, and it is a very, very bad situation when more than one is on the same location at the same time working together. We shall talk about that more later in this video. Nightshades are a mixture of death and darkness, possessing an alien intelligence and incredible power of necrotic energy and shadows. They're surrounded by an intense aura of desecration that drains vitality from all living things. They detest and are weakened by sunlight, of course, preferring to operate in darkness. Nightwalkers may be physically huge, but they are also stealthy and silent. They have the ability to fly at will, and so can drift along above the ground, leaving no trace and making no noise. With an outstretched finger, they can target a mortal being within 300 feet with a Finger of Doom attack. The target must succeed on a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw or take 4d12 necrotic damage and become frightened until the end of the Nightwalker's next turn. While frightened in this way, the creature is also paralyzed, so it can't make a sound, not so much as a whimper, even though the necrotic damage is excruciatingly painful, as the Nightwalker drifts over to them to apply its deadly touch. If a target's saving throw is successful, the target's immune to the Nightwalker's Finger of Doom for the next 24 hours, but the players don't have to know that automatically. You can let them figure it out on their own. In previous editions of the game, the Nightwalker has access to a broader and more complex range of abilities, which I'll mention here. So, in 3.5 edition, they could turn invisible as the spell 3 times per day, they could summon undead, typically shadows and wraiths. They were highly intelligent, could cast Cone of Cold once per day, even plane shift once a day. They could use their huge size and supernatural strength to crush physical items between their hands. Even magical items could be crumpled up and destroyed that way, except artifacts of course. And they essentially gained advantage on any stealth check while in darkness. Their first action in combat was usually to cast Confusion as per the spell and then hold Monster to render its targets pretty much useless. In 4th edition, they were changed considerably, reducing to large size, with a cold and necrotic aura at very close range, with a void gaze attack that blasted from its eye sockets, knocking opponents back, reducing their defenses until they recovered, as well as inflicting necrotic damage. Otherwise, they were brutes who laid into victims with slam attacks. Their Finger of Death was also a gaze attack at melee range and reduced already badly wounded foes to 0 hit points, bypassing any resistance to necrotic attacks. So it was very clearly intended to go toe-to-toe with an adventuring party, and had a pile of hit points in high armor class to ensure it could take a lot of hits in return. 5th edition has returned to a version closer to the original, but has left it with its brutish mentality for some reason. I have a solution for that though, more on that in a minute. For old school players, forget about the sensitivity and vulnerability to radiant damage or sunlight. The Nightwalker can operate just as effectively in full sunlight. Aside from that 120-foot dark vision, there's nothing in its stat block that indicates it has any particular advantage or disadvantage from being in either darkness or light. It's still exceptionally durable, with total immunity to poison or necrotic damage, no need to breathe, eat, drink or sleep, immunity to exhaustion, fright, being grappled, paralyzed, petrified, restrained or knocked prone, and taking half damage and effect from acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, and any physical attacks that are not magical in nature. They've also now ignore its former vulnerability to silver. It no longer slams victims and objects, it merely touches them with a 15-foot melee reach attack, plus 12 to hit one target, which inflicts 5d8 plus 6 necrotic damage. The target must also succeed on a DC 21 Constitution saving throw, or its hit point maximum is reduced by an amount equal to the necrotic damage taken. This reduction lasts until the target finishes a long rest. It's a special property of the Nightwalker that any creature reduced to 0 hit points from damage dealt by the Nightwalker dies and can't be revived by any means short of a wish spell. This basically means that its soul is being consumed. This is so much worse when you consider that the Nightwalker has that annihilating aura extending out to 30 feet all around it. Any living creature that starts its turn in that area must succeed on a DC 21 Constitution saving throw or take 4d6 necrotic damage and grant the Nightwalker advantage on attack rolls against them until the start of the creature's next turn. So essentially the Nightwalker is a floating assassin of enormous size. Undead are immune to this aura, of course, and although it's not mentioned specifically in 5th edition, this should grant any undead in this aura additional negative energy vitality, regenerating their wounds, increasing their defenses, strengthening their resistance, to being turned by divine power, perhaps even shielding them from radiant spell attacks. The strength and dexterity of the Nightwalker are both very high, and with a speed of 40 feet per round on the ground or in the air, it's very hard to get away from them once they're intent on destroying something or someone. The Finger of Doom can take some time to recharge, needing a roll of 6 on a 6-sided die in order to be ready to fire again at the start of the round. But you can get lucky to deal with those rolls. Now, the connection to the being who crossed over into the negative energy plane and released the Nightwalker to inflict its devastation on the material world does have a strange effect on these giant horrors, and I quote, "One can discern the nature of creatures trapped in the negative plane from the sites that Nightwalkers frequent. Generally, a Nightwalker on the material plane is attracted to elements of the world associated with the creature responsible for its creation. Such interest doesn't indicate a willingness to engage with the world. Nightwalkers exist to make life extinct and never to serve the living things." That last part is fair warning to would-be necromancer player characters who seek to control them. A dungeon master is completely in their rights to have any control type spells cast by a mortal being simply fizzle and fail against the Nightwalkers. The lowered intelligence score of 6, wisdom of 9 and charisma of 8 may merely indicate that the Nightwalker is just tremendously alien in its mentality, not that it's weak against any mental domination magic. One of the best ways to complicate the encounter with a Nightwalker is by having the reason for their arrival being intimately tied directly to an important non-played character in the campaign who is now trapped in the negative plane. In order for a trapped creature to escape, the released Nightwalker must be lured back to the negative energy plane by offerings of life for it to devour. If the Nightwalker is destroyed, the trapped creature has no hope of escape. In other lore, the connection with the Nightwalker may persist even if it's banished back to the Shadowfell or negative energy plane, and only casting Remove Curse on the linked individual will free them completely. Otherwise, they may rebound back to the negative energy plane again once the banishment wears off, which can be fun. Otherwise, to add one hell of an edge to a Nightwalker encounter, you can include one or more of the other shades, as well as some shadows and wraiths who travel with the Nightwalker as a pack of loyal entities, feeding on the potent negative energy pouring out of the towering creature. Let's take a look at the other Nightshades, starting with the weakest of them, the Night Haunt. None of the other Nightshades have been updated officially to 5th edition yet, by the way, so this is all subject to change if they ever are at some point after this video is made, but I'll do my best to convey what they're about thematically. The Night Haunt is a sentient undead monster, most often encountered like the Nightwalker on the plane of Shadow, or the Shadowfell. The two places are not always one and the same, thanks to the alterations to the multiverse throughout narrative time, as opposed to the many different timelines that have been built over the course of the different editions. Which is to say, if you dive into adventures from earlier editions, the plane of Shadow may just be a demi-plane formed out of proto-matter that shifts in and out of the ethereal plane, more easily manipulated by dark and sinister powers. Anyway, resembling pitch-black gargoyles, Night Haunts have keen, extremely evil and strategic minds and are known to lead armies of undead. It makes perfect sense to me, given the reduced intelligence of the Nightwalkers, that Night Haunts would team up and use them as a master blaster type of partnership. The Nightwalker being the brute that carries the Night Haunt inside itself, bound together in a twisted mockery of a sentient parasite relationship. An observer might not notice at first that the Nightwalker has another set of dull black eyes peering out from its chest cavity. The Night Haunt's head is dominated by a long twisted pair of horns and those large, lifeless black eyes, and a skull without a nose or mouth, just a flat, triangular shape. Like the Nightwalker, they are surrounded by that annihilating aura, otherwise known as the aura of desecration. They do have a vulnerability to sunlight and radiant energy, so using the Nightwalker like an undead tank is certainly logical. They are much more intelligent, capable spellcasters who use confusion, infestation, disease and affliction to reduce their enemies to a state of chaos, and they are capable of summoning a host of lesser undead types. I should also mention that both the Nightwalker and Nighthaunt can use the power of the Shadowfell, concentrated in a profane ritual to turn a mortal victim into a bodak. They can only do this on the Shadowfell, so there is a good chance that they will cross over into the material plane with a few, or have many serving them in the Shadowfell. Night Haunts also possess telepathy out to 100 feet, but their signature ability of all of the Nightshades is this power to get up close and personal to drain the soul out of someone they've already weakened considerably from a safe distance. They can fly at 60 feet per round, so they're very quick when they swoop in to grapple a victim, whipping that thin and slightly barbed tail around the victim to hold them tight, much like the facehuggers from Alien. They then press their flat head into the victim's face and stare into them with those horrible dead eyes. The victims get to make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw, or they immediately lose 46 plus 4 hit points and have their maximum hit points reduced by that same amount. Also, if the Night Haunt manages to do that 2 rounds in a row, I'd say the victim also suffers a level of exhaustion, so it quickly becomes a very, very serious situation. If they escape and manage to survive the fight, those hit points and levels of exhaustion will restore themselves over the course of a long rest. Personally, I favour the more narrative extended rest, where the adventurers drag themselves back to a safe haven for at least a whole week of recovery, both physical and mental. Having one's soul sucked into the eternal abyss of utter void is about as unpleasant an experience as can be. The character is probably going to have some fear of the dark and wake up screaming on more than a few occasions for the rest of their life. According to the Lost Empires of Faerun sourcebook, Night Haunts were more common in ancient days of Amaska, but have been virtually unknown in Faerun since the 14th century DR. However, in Richard Lee Byers' novel Unclean, published in 2007, set in 1375 DR, a Night Haunt named Yisval led an army of undead with the goal of conquering Fae. Nightwings are enormous bat-like forms of nightshades. They have a special ability to drain magic out of items and shatter enchantments, wards, and areas of extended magical effect. They do need to make physical contact to do this, but it can really mess up a party of high-level adventurers when they realise that their magic armour, weapons, and wondrous items, their precious goodies, are being reduced to nothing more than frost-covered mundane equipment and funny-looking craft items. Like the other Nightshades, the Nightwing is no mere riding mount for some greater undead, and the other Nightshades have the ability to fly on their own, well, except for the last variety. Nightwings prefer to stay in the air, darkness against darkness, very hard to see unless one notices the stars winking out as the creature passes overhead in the night sky. They gain an excellent vantage point to relay tactical orders to the forces of undeath below them. Again, I see no reason why an army of undeath could not feature these Nightwalkers and perhaps a Dracolich and a few Liches, along with the Night Haunts, all of them acting as generals and field medics for a horde of doom. If Orcus ever decided to step foot on Toril directly, you could be sure such an army would accompany him. His moving throne of skeletal undead would be like the calm and silent eye of a cyclone of screaming torments and death. Last, and I think arguably the worst of them all, not seen on the world of Toril for centuries, is the Nightshade called the Nightcrawler, the largest of them all at gargantuan size. A Nightcrawler is a massive behemoth, similar to the purple worm, though utterly black in colour. One of them measures no less than 7 feet in diameter and 100 feet long, with its toothy maw to the tip of its stinging tail, weighing a massive 55,000 pounds. Along with all the usual stats for a purple worm, including the tremor sense and burrowing speed, the Nightcrawler also has dark vision out to 60 feet, and the usual Nightshade's annihilating aura, telepathy, a formidable intellect, and tremendous physical power. The Nightcrawler attacks by burrowing through the ground and emerging to strike. It has the delightful habit of swallowing targets whole, while necromantic energy reduces their body to a rotted husk. They also consume the soul. Essentially, this is the same as the innovating focus attack of the Nightwalker, except it's applied without need of an additional strike roll. Once the Nightcrawler has made that initial bite attack, plus 14 to hit one target within the 10-foot reach of its maw, if the target is a larger or smaller creature, it must succeed on a DC 19 dexterity saving throw, or be swallowed whole. Now blinded and restrained with total cover from effects outside the Nightcrawler, it takes 66 necrotic damage at the start of each of the Nightcrawler's turns, and that amount is reduced from their maximum hit points. If the Nightcrawler takes 30 damage or more on a single turn from a creature inside it, the Nightcrawler must succeed on a DC 21 Constitution saving throw at the end of its turn or regurgitate all swallowed creatures, which fall prone in a space within 10 feet of the monster. The Tail Stinger gets a stab at a victim every round as well. That doesn't inject venom, it just necrotizes the victim's innards, rotting them from the inside out. It's just the same mechanically as the Purple Worm's attack, except the damage is necrotic and there's no ongoing poison damage. It's just that the target's hit point maximum again is reduced by the amount of damage that they take from this brutal, agonizing attack. Personally, I think it's fun to represent the Nightcrawler's power to summon undead by having it vomit out a massive flood of vile, rotten shadow stuff, and from the freezing cold muck that strikes like that of a cone of cold spell and leaves a great smear of difficult frozen terrain, a number of regurgitated corpses of its former victims rise shaking and twitching as undead, such as wights and greater zombies, burrowing up from just beneath the surface and releasing a gout of horrid freezing filth and undead minions like an erupting geyser is a pretty effective combat tactic for these cunning, chaotic and evil creatures, as is the ability to burrow through the ground leaving a tunnel 10 feet wide that undead can use to get underneath castle defences and so on. The usual places one encounters such amazingly dangerous monsters is the ruins of a cursed and ruined temple where the good and innocents once gathered in great numbers, left devastated by the arrival of these undead horrors. They gravitate to those locations, but as it is so often, evil necromancers and bumbling high-level wizards who exchange places unexpectedly with these things. You never know where and when exactly an encounter with something like a Nightshade is going to happen, considering of course that they often pop into a parallel close dimension of the Shadowfell, right next to the Prime Material Plane. But it is the mystery and lack of knowledge about these things, which is the one source of the fear that surrounds them. Of course, ironically, knowing the full truth about them is even worse. One place in the Forgotten Realms you are sure to run into a Nightwalker is the ancient ruins of the Jawhat Mountains in Mascari Citadel. Almost destroyed but for its superior technological construction, the former commander of the forces there unleashed a spell so potent against their enemies that it wiped out everyone, including her own troops, and transformed her into a Nightwalker, doomed to stalk the dungeons below the ruin for the rest of time. Whether she still answers to the name Mardava the Artificer is doubtful, but you never know. Please hit the like button if you made it this far, subscribe if you like what I do, check out my Patreon for all the full scripts for these videos, buy some sweet merchandise from my Teespring shop, wear your geek with pride, and as always, thanks for listening, and I'll be back with more for you very soon.
Who can stand against the might of Zargon the Returner? Surely no man is strong enough of courage and skill to face my master in combat. No god would dare confront him, for he has brought low others before. Nay, when Zargon awakens, all shall tremble as the world is born anew in his foul image.
Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Glue Stick channel. I make videos about Dungeons & Dragons lore full time and have a huge collection of videos for you to binge watch, and I upload 2 new videos per week usually, with a live stream each weekend as well. If you like what I do, please consider becoming a member of the channel by clicking the join button below, or backing me on Subscribestar or Patreon, where you can get access to all the scripts I write for these vids, if you prefer to read what I'm saying. I also have a Discord server with an active community, and of course, if you think I've earned it, subscribe to the channel. Somewhere there is a dusty and desolate desert region, an unnatural place that could be nestled in a great mountain range, or be in a remote part of a long-lost empire, now swallowed by the sands of time. This region is not uninhabited. In fact, it's highly likely that explorers will run into one of the 2 nomadic factions who constantly feud and battle each other over the very sparse resources they desperately need to survive here. And to make matters worse, none of even these fierce people will go anywhere near the center of the desert. They will tell you that it is the home of a terrible dragon who will kill any who dare venture near its lair, and what's more, it guards some terrible cursed ruin from which none have ever returned, alive or dead. One thing is for sure though, thanks to the plots and backstabbing habits of the desert nomads and the nearly lethal nature of the desert environment itself, the explorers are almost certain to have to venture into the heart of the desert and the terrors that it holds. This is the lost city of Synodecia, one of the 30 greatest Dungeons & Dragons adventures of all time. Although this was originally designed for the Mystara setting for D&D Basic back in 1982 by Tom Moldvay, it is one of the more adaptable adventure modules, and you can set it on Greyhawk or Faerun or your own homebrew world as you please. It is very much self-contained thanks to the thematic elements that make it such a classic style of adventure. You can also find the lurking Elder Evil who resides within the city in the pages of Elder Evils for 3.5 edition D&D, a fairly faithful recreation of the original adventure and the formidable threat which is Zargon the Returner. My aim here is not to just talk about Zargon the Elder Evil, it's also to describe the elements that make this adventure work so well. The secret is outlandish hats. But more on that in a moment, and forgive me if I wander around the lore a bit in this video and refer to a lot of things that those of you who are new to my channel may not have heard about yet. All I can say is there is a lot of videos to catch up on. I cover all of this in other videos. All will become clearer. For the rest of you, grab yourself a beverage of choice, settle back. We're about to get deeply nerdy. Zargon is a supernatural entity that may be one of the original native inhabitants of Baator, which rose up to completely dominate it and its associated demiplanes or layers. That later became known as the Nine Hells, once Asmodeus and his fallen angels arrived to take it over and become known as the Devils. The early history of the Hells is shrouded in misinformation and legends, as you'd expect, but Zargon was certainly a part of that place once. There are also valid rumours that Zargon was originally a demon of the Abyss, who was somehow banished from there and took up residence in Baator before being evicted again and ending up trapped on the prime material plane. So, what is true? Well, perhaps there was an original timeline for the D&D multiverse where the Abyss existed before the Nine Hells, and Baator was a planet in the prime material plane that somehow got swallowed up by it and became a layer of the Abyss. And a powerful Oberth basically tore it and 8 other layers of the Abyss completely free and transported all of it to one of the other lower planes where it became the Nine Hells, which certainly explains why this is one of the more accessible places from one to the other, linked by the River Styx among other things. Before Asmodeus fell from Celestia along with the other angels, Baator was an infernal realm where evil mortal souls collected as disgusting soul larvae, which eventually transformed into bloated Nuparibo Baatorians. It was not until the fallen angels arrived that Nuparibos were transformed down into lemures and from there became the new devils. Before that, the Nuparibos matured into monstrous humanoids with tentacles sprouting from their belly and with a remarkable self-regeneration powers. It took them an extraordinary long time to evolve to this state though. Thing is, this was not a natural occurrence that spontaneously happened, nor was it the work of the dictates of the gods. It was actually an engineered horror made by a much, much older species, the vile and pure evil Baneloths, who saw to it that the most evil and wretched souls were gathered in the lower planes and were transformed into larvae instead of the usual form of petitioners that you would find on other planes. I should also note that Celestia also transforms petitioners into a specific form, that of the Lantern Archons. To this day, Yugoloths are known to accept Nuparibos as soul currency and use them also as food. On Baator, there were many other forms of these proto-Baatorians, though perhaps an ecosystem? Perhaps just multiple experiments by the Baneloths? So there were once these spiny things on the 8th land named Cania, who remain locked in ice, along with frozen angels they seem to have been battling near abandoned cities of alien design, also frozen in the ice. Is the Amnesus, who patrolled and controlled the River Styx, the Dark Dogai, who were all captured and transformed by Asmodeus into the assassin devils that they are today, the stalking life stealers that absorbed light and vitality and who knows what else. There are some who believe that these original Baatorians may in fact be original essences of powers, former gods, minor gods of lost creatures and cultures. Their version of the multiverse, now long lost as time itself has got altered and again, just more evil riffraff and loose ends from realities that are no more within the prime material plane but have echoes, left behind shadows and fragments in the outer planes. As well as all that, there is also Zargon and some native Baatorian super oozers called Corruptors, of which he was most certainly their master. Zargon is unbelievably old, and as far as anyone knows, despite the best efforts of demons, gods, mortals, and time itself, he is probably truly immortal. In physical form as he exists today, Zargon the Returner, Zargon the Devourer of the Depths, is of a variable size, somewhere between 15 and 35 feet tall. He has the head of a giant reptile with one black horn and always one large eye, though he has been depicted as having other smaller eyes. If this is any indication of a link to the greater god Tharizdun, beholders, astral dreadnoughts and so on, there has been no sign of it other than the single eye and the ability to negate powers around him. His torso sprouts 6 powerful tentacles on each side that function as arms, and another 6 tentacles that function as legs. He has a slight resemblance to Demogorgon, the Prince of Demons, I suppose, but again, Zargon most likely predates the Prince of Demons by an enormous stretch of twisted time. As an elder evil, Zargon has unusual traits that blur the line between demon, devil and god. He does act as a warlock patron and grants his cultists spelled power, and yet he has staggeringly powerful abilities to nullify divine power and influence all around him for quite a distance. In fact, he is responsible for the destruction of quite a few divine avatars over the eons. He has qualities of a very powerful aberration, and again, similarities to Guanadaur and perhaps the ancient and utterly alien Oberiths, in that he has mastery and control over slimes and oozes. He is always surrounded by a thick pool of brown and grey goop, and he can vomit jets of concentrated acid which drools out of his maw constantly. Although the region he is in is perpetually torn into chaos by bizarre weather and fierce storms, this is not actually Zargon's doing. It's the side effect of the gods' disturbance at his presence. They say they are very wary of Zargon, and I would say that that's an understatement. Being near Zargon is not a place most mortal creatures want to be. The thick brown slime that clings to his massive form makes smoking clots that hiss and seethe as he moves. His 7-foot-long black horn is speckled with silver flecks, and it thrusts out from the centre of his forehead from a wound. A pale, noxious yellow fluid seeps out of it around the base of the horn. It crusts around the red rim of his huge eye. His torso is alien but muscular. It's crisscrossed with scars from countless injuries, including seeping wounds and tumours riddled with squirming fat parasites that pop out of his flesh like pussy geysers as he flexes and moves. His long tentacles move around constantly. Each of them are arm-like limbs, tipped with some sort of wicked serrated barb, a jagged curve of organic but steel-hard horn that tears into flesh and bone with ease and is extremely difficult to get free of once Zargon has a victim hooked. When he moves, one or two of these leg tentacles move, darting forward and then drag the rest of his bulk along, always leaving a stinking trail of blood-smeared slime, as well as a litter of severed fingers, bits of flesh, organs, and whatever other bits of undigested gore that slopped over him during his grotesque feeding. I'll get back to the details of combat with Zargon later in the video, but let me just advise you, be sure that your adventurers have a plan beforehand, otherwise they are fairly doomed if they invite the ire of Zargon. So how did Zargon come to be dwelling deep in the bowels of a lost city? It's a fairly long story, but it is largely the same no matter which world he happens to have ended up on. For Faerun, the story goes like this. Eons earlier, as we know, Zargon had ruled Baator as the self-styled father of the ancient Baatorians. When Asmodeus and his allies seized the Nine Hells, they purged the plane of the Baatorians, enslaving them and destroying their lords. Asmodeus butchered most himself, but Zargon was resilient to the worst attacks. Asmodeus discovered that he could kill the flesh of the beast, but not the horn, so he tore it from Zargon's head and flung it out of the Hells into the material plane, where it plummeted down and pierced deep into the land of Faerun on the world of Toril. Driven from the Nine Hells, Zargon's flesh slowly reformed around his horn and followed the path the horn dug as it plunged deep into the land. He crawled slowly higher and higher. It took many centuries for his form to finally reach the surface. When he got there, he discovered Synodecia. Long ago, in the land that would become ancient Imaska, in the earliest years of its rise to civilization, a small but mighty kingdom named Synodecia rose to power. The leaders and people constructed a magnificent fortress city-state in the form of a huge pyramid built over deep enclaves of hidden caverns below and rising into the sky above. The people prospered, mastering the early forms of magic, transforming the arid desert around them into rich and fertile farmlands, advancing their magic science and technology. Surrounding this nation, the barbarians who clung to their old nomadic ways watched with envious eyes as the Synodecians became fat, lazy, and complacent. And then they set about raiding the city-state, plundering the city's excesses. Nobody knows how it came about, but somehow a cult to an evil power grew within the city. Perhaps in response to the bloodshed, perhaps contributing to the situation. The details are lost to time and memory. But the cult of Zargon grew within the city, and for long decades, the whole city slipped further and further into decline. The people suffered from barbarian raids and brutal oppression from their own depraved cultist authorities, and then finally, a great horde of enraged barbarians invaded in earnest and slaughtered thousands of people, scattering them across the land. The barbarians were largely motivated by revenge, as the cult of Zargon had been hunting them down and enslaving them, secretly sacrificing them to Zargon for many, many years within the city pyramid's forbidden religious heart. The supply of non-believers and criminals within the city's own culture was never enough to satisfy the demands of Zargon's appetite. The barbarians were actually ignorant of the truth about the city's dark art as they invaded. They discovered to their utter shock that Zargon was not some mythical, otherworldly supernatural power. And keep in mind, it was unlike any of the people of ancient Imaska to worship any gods anyway. No, Zargon was a very real and physical, terrifying monster that had at some point in the city's past burrowed up from below and now lorded over them all, demanding appalling sacrifices to appease it. The nightmare was so advanced that the very streets of the heart of Synodecia were slick with blood and slime that ran in the gutters as thick as mud. The leader of the barbarians, named Zankar, called on the gods, any god who would hear him, and fought Zargon for 7 days and nights. But even he, the greatest warrior of the time, could not beat Zargon's power to heal from any wound. Even the god's blessings on Zankar failed, and the barbarian cried out to them in despair as Zargon finally butchered the champion. The gods themselves were spurred into direct and unprecedented action as they saw that no mortal of the time would be able to stand in the raging Zargon's path and survive. They summoned forth their own avatars and sent them into battle against Zargon, but the elder evil actually mocked them even as it beat the shit out of them. He murdered a few and sent the rest packing. The Synodecian survivors, witnessing this titanic battle, truly believed that Zargon had beaten the gods themselves and the world would soon come to an end, so they fled into the caverns beneath the city pyramid, never to venture out again. Zargon seemed unstoppable, but he had one foe remaining, Asmodeus. When Zargon finally revealed his freedom, he once more had Asmodeus' full attention. Such a dire and original threat to his rule of the Nine Hells would have to be dealt with quickly. Although the death of the gods' avatars didn't really bother Asmodeus in the least, the freedom of this elder evil did. So shortly after the mortals fled into the Undercity, Asmodeus himself stepped into the world of Toril to stop Zargon for the last time. Since the Lord of Nessus was not a god at the time, he was not vulnerable to the worst of Zargon's powers. Still, he knew he could not slay the beast. Instead, he imprisoned the elder evil in solid stone, so only the horn was visible. He then turned to Zargon's Synodecian worshippers, burying them alive in the tunnels. There was still a way inside the Great Pyramid. This was covered in desert sands, and the whole place shook and slipped down, collapsing many of the caverns below, but certainly not all. And there the ill-fated people remained in hopeless isolation, believing the outside world to be nothing more than sand and blasted wastelands of chaos inhabited by archdevils and draconic monsters. The buried pyramid city of Synodecia lies in the Valley of Death within the giant spelt mountains on the edge of Rorin, the dust desert. A brown dragon makes its home in the cliff overlooking the sand-choked valley. bound here by Asmodeus and the commands of Tiamat to ensure that nothing disturbs the lost city. When the player characters show up at this location due to nomad tribes and prowling dragons and ferocious desert storms, they are left with little option but to seek shelter within the ancient city. They then kick off a whole series of events that could spell potential doom to a great many thousands of people on Faerun as Zargon City rises from the sand and the ancient evil once more gains its freedom. Inside the city there are details about what can be found there, but this is a perfect example of a self-contained civilization that has been cooped up with its own madness for a very long time. With no contact between them and the outside world, things have gotten very weird and creepy. There are plenty of examples of this in movies over the years, such as the computer-controlled city of Logan's Run, which inspired the role-playing game called Paranoia, to the dystopian nightmare mega-city of Judge Dredd. Generation after generation of Synodesians have lived out their lives underground. Though still human, their skin has become very pale and their hair bone white. Plus they have the ability to see in the dark like goblins. Every Synodesian wears a stylized mask, usually of an animal or human face. Some are made of wood, some of paper mache, a few are even made of metal. They are decorated with beads, bones, precious feathers and jewels. Most Synodesians wear fancy clothes, flashy jewellery and carry short swords. Some paint their bodies with bright colours. The Synodesians are a dying race, their population decreasing with each new generation. Most of them have forgotten about the outside world, that it really exists, living most of their lives in weird dreams. They barely stay lucid long enough to gather food, water and supplies to maintain themselves at an adequate level, so sickness and mental illness is very common. Most of them prefer to live in narcotic-induced dreams than to have to deal with their stark reality. A few Synodesians are nearly normal. These Synodesians are trying to restore the worship of their old gods, Gorm, Usamagaras and Madarua. They hope to stop the slow death of their society and regain the past glory of Synodesia. The Brotherhood of the war god named Gorm are all male fighters, such as they are. All of them wear golden masks of the face of Gorm, a long-haired bearded man with a stern gaze. Each brother also wears iron chainmail over a blue tunic. Each has the tattoo of a blue lightning bolt on their right shoulder. Adventurers who can cast spells that create bolts of lightning will be hugely respected as chosen ones of the god. The Magi of the god of healing, messages and thieves called Usamagaras are all fairly low-powered magic users who wear silver masks that resemble smiling children. They also carry silver daggers and wear rainbow-coloured robes. They have a 5-pointed star tattooed on their right palm. They go through rituals involving the secret movements of planets and stars, but don't know what they are anymore, or really what it all means. Their rituals are largely random patterns which the leaders ascribe whatever meanings are the most politically convenient for them. The warrior maidens worship the goddess of birth, death, and something that used to be called seasons, named Madarua. This all-female faction wears bronze masks, crafted to look like beautiful women. They also wear bronze chainmail armour over green tunics. Each maiden has a small sickle-shaped scar on the inside of her left wrist. The three factions do not get along well. Each faction is sure that only its members know the proper way to restore the lost greatness of Synodesia. Often when members of different factions meet, they argue and fight. This means the cultists of Zargon never have to deal with all three factions at the same time in an alliance against them. Within the bizarre buried pyramid city there are chambers of fungus gardens, weirdly mutated and adapted livestock, like domesticated vermin and elemental water sources. You can encounter giant centipedes, cave locusts, giant ferrets, deep gnomes and goblins who have found their way to sneak into the city through the deep caverns long ago that connected the Underdark, and other creatures like bats, cave baboons, white cobras, the occasional ancient undead entombed in remnants of the culture of prehistory. Most of the people who are not members of one faction or the other have their own little petty domains they have ensconced themselves in, spending most of their time taking drugs and doing anything they can to stave off their horrible boredom. This is where you can get really, really creative as a dungeon master, as practically anything goes in an apathetic and totally isolated culture like this. Player characters should never ever trust anything a local gives them to eat or drink, and certainly expect the worst sort of manipulation for the most frivolous of reasons from them. Think about post-apocalyptic crazies, the most decadent and bored French nobles Consider the status of members of society being determined by how large and ridiculously decorative their hats are, while they walk around filthy but perfumed, powdered and half naked, their clothing long ago impractical in an environment where there is no such thing as weather. Under their masks, the people's faces are inbred, gap-toothed and ugly, such that they consider the mask to be their true face, and exposed faces to be somewhat vulgar and immoral. The priests of Zargon, the fourth faction, are obviously extremely bad news and dwell in the forbidden areas behind devious traps and rotating dungeon sections that cut off passages while opening others. They are found mainly in areas outside the living and productive areas of the Pyramid City, concentrated in the lower levels and the ancient caverns below the superstructure. They have a secret underground city in a huge chamber which includes a lake with an island and a glowing mini volcano on a distant cliff face across the waters. I like to add a flow of lava over the cliff like a glowing waterfall of molten rock that creates a sulphurous fog over the water and a steamy atmosphere that makes the whole city slick and kind of slimy. Now, more details on Zargon himself. You can find an excellent 5th edition homebrew version of Zargon on the D&D Beyond website. Link in the description for this video down below. This was created by Spelljammer Creator and is a CR30. Huge, evil, lawful fiend. Though Elder Evils don't exactly fit the restricted definitions for creature types you can select from the website, it's close enough. Natural armor class of 21 up to 624 hit points maximum, total immunity to acids and poisons, resistance, taking half damage from cold, fire, non-silvered, non-magical physical attacks, immunity to being charmed, exhausted or frightened with a blind sight out to 500 feet, 60 foot dark vision, 120 foot true sight and passive perception of 19. A ton of skill bonuses, telepathy to a staggering range of 1000 feet and the ability to understand and communicate in all forms of language. A formidable intelligence of 21, which also is the base stat for his spellcasting. He casts using innate abilities. At will, he can cast Freedom of Movement and Magic Circle. 3 times per day, he can cast Lightning Bolt. One of Zargon's most remarkable abilities is called Divine Innovation, which shuts down divine power over a huge range. All divine spellcasters lose the ability to regain their spells so long as they remain within 100 miles of Zargon. This interdiction does not interfere with their spellcasting, but they can't regain their spells once they've spent them. He's also immune to all divinely sourced divination spells and can't be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying senses. He is all but invisible to mythical forces, even at very close range. His lowest stat is his dexterity, but that's still 15 and he has amazing regeneration. As long as Zargon's horn is still attached to his body, he heals 50 hit points at the start of each of his turns. If any of his limbs are severed, he can reattach them in one turn by simply holding the limb to the location it was severed from. Zargon's horn grants him regeneration and his resistances to cold and fire damage. Removing the horn requires a successful melee weapon attack followed by a DC 30 strength check. Removing the horn causes Zargon to lose those regeneration and resistance benefits. The detached horn is able to completely reform Zargon over 1d4 days if the rest of his body is destroyed. There is lore that the horn can be destroyed if it is dropped into the volcanic caldera called the Eye of Zargon across the lake beyond the secret city below the pyramid, but only if the horn is thrown in there within 1 day of Zargon's destruction. Zargon is a Lord of Slime. Any creatures damaged by Zargon's bite attack must succeed on a DC 25 Constitution save or become polluted with the slime. Each day, the victim must succeed on another save or take 3d6 points of acid damage. Victims reduced to 0 hit points whilst infected, like this, lapse into a puddle of foul slime, dead. Zargon can then choose to reanimate these slime pools into creatures he calls the Whelps of Zargon. They retain none of their previous abilities. Only a heal spell or stronger magic will cure this condition, returning them back to life. In direct melee combat, he is a whirlwind of death. Zargon makes 12 melee attacks with his tentacles, 1 gore and 1 bite attack during the round, and he may spew slime and summon ooze minions. I suggest you treat Zargon as a legendary creature. Give him 6 tentacle attacks, a gore and a bite attack on his turn, plus the following legendary action options. He has 3 legendary actions which take place at the end of another creature's turn during the rest of the round. He can spend 1 action to make 2 melee tentacle attacks against any target within 30 feet. He may spend 2 actions to summon an ooze minion, but he can only do this up to 3 times per day, or he can spend all 3 actions to vomit up and spew slime. His tentacle attacks have a reach of 30 feet, are plus 19 to hit 1 target, and inflict 2d6 plus 10 bludgeoning damage. The attack will do critical damage if the attack die rolls a natural 19 or 20. If Zargon makes a successful tentacle attack against a large or smaller creature, he can attempt to grapple the creature as a bonus action with a successful opposed strength check. On success, the creature is grappled and takes an additional 2d6 plus 10 bludgeoning damage at the start of each of its turns. The creature can escape the grapple with a successful DC 25 strength check. His bite and gore attacks both have a 15-foot reach, strike 1 target, and are plus 19 to hit. The bite inflicts 2d6 plus 10 piercing damage, plus an additional 3d6 acid damage, and don't forget that infection with the slime as well, and the gore inflicts 3d6 plus 10 piercing damage. When he spews slime, he releases a cone of brown slime that is 60 feet long. All living creatures within the area must succeed on a DC 21 dexterity save or take 10d6 points of acid damage. The damage is halved on a successful save. Creatures damaged by the slime must succeed on a DC 25 constitution save or become polluted with Zargon slime as though they got bitten. And I would rule they also suffer from the poison condition until they can make another saving throw. While they're fighting this infection, they haven't yet died. When Zargon summons an ooze, these are no ordinary types. Zargon summons these creatures called corruptures. Corruptures are 15-foot wide, tan, green and mustard yellow slimes that can weigh several tons. They are equally at home on land and in water. However, they are acid-spitting oozes that spontaneously grow in areas where nature has been severely disrupted. I suggest using the stats for the huge grey ooze from Waterdeep Legends of the Mad Mage adventure. It has the same sort of acid-spewing attack that Zargon has, though far less potent. In Zargon's slime pit, if you defeat him or distract him and manage to search around for treasure, you can uncover 58,000 silver pieces, 9,000 platinum pieces, a suit of +2 chainmail, a +2 shield, a +2 spear, a cursed scroll that turns the reader into a 3-foot tall version of Zargon with none of his powers, a wand of illusion with 7 charges, and the cloak and boots of Elvenkind, the remnants of previous adventuring parties, no doubt. Please hit the like button if you made it this far. Subscribe if you like what I do. Check out my Subscribestar or Patreon. Links for all the full scripts for these videos. Buy some Teespring merchandise. Wear your geek with pride. And as always, thanks for listening, and I'll be back with more for you very soon.
Considers restrictions the only sin. His cultists wear alabaster masks with ecstatic expressions. He wields Angdrelv, the wave of sorrow. Near his lair, flat surfaces become highly reflective. Wild beasts break into frequent conflicts and wild cupping. You can be inflicted with the madness that pervades the area around him. You will start thinking that nothing in the world is more important than you. You will not rest until you have made someone you desire yours. Anything that can bring you happiness should be enjoyed immediately.
How's it going, everybody? This is AJ for the Mighty Glue Stick channel, and I'm bringing you, at long last, the Lord of Destruction, Grast. First mentioned in 1982's The Lost Caverns of Sojanth, a creation of Gary Gygax. In his first appearance, Grast the Dark Prince, also known as the Lord of Shadows and the Lord of the Triple Realm, was described as the most handsome of the Demon Lords, a lean and muscular 9-foot-tall male humanoid with jet black skin, green glowing eyes and 6-fingered fingers on each hand. He has yellow but modest fangs and small horns, 6 of them, that are normally concealed in his lustrous obsidian hair. He is the ruler of Lamias and the overlord of an entire zone of the Abyss known collectively as Azagrat. Gygax expanded the story and lore of Grast in his Gord the Rogue novels published between 1985 and 1988. However, his story has evolved a lot over the years and his origins are mysterious, with conflicting accounts thanks largely to the 4th edition playing merry havoc with the lore, but I managed to track down some information which is pretty damn juicy. He is most interestingly among the demon lords in that he has a mother and a father, many siblings and a lot of children. He is also prone to doing some quite strange activities based on his whims and desires, which has had some chaotic and long-lasting influence on many worlds. He has also, well, these activities have backfired on him several times, which I'll talk about later. Due to his origins in the Lost Caverns of Sojanth, Grast features heavily in Greyhawk lore for the world of Oath, centered around his capture by Igwilv, the Witch Queen of Perrinland. Igwilv turned the tables on the traditional notion of a demon seducer, instead seducing Grast in order to give birth to Ayuz, one of the most notorious archvillains of the Greyhawk setting. Grast also appeared throughout the 2nd edition AD&D Planescape product line from 1994 until 1998, and his abyssal realm of Azagrat was fully described in Planes of Chaos, published in 1994. Azagrat is actually the 45th, 46th and 47th layers of the Abyss. I have much more on those later. Grast is the central villain of the AD&D adventure For Duty and Deity, published in 1998 for the Forgotten Realms setting. In it he had kidnapped Warkeen, the Faerunian goddess of trade. In this adventure the characters had the opportunity to invade the Abyss, explore Azagrat and put an end to Grast's plans. For those of you who have mentioned it so often in the previous videos, there is a timestamp index for this video in the doobly-doo below. Thank you for the critiques, everyone. They do help the channel improve. Okay, so where did Grast and his siblings come from? Wow. Let me make it clear that despite what I'm about to tell you, Grast is very much a demon lord, and thus at his core he is a force of destruction and ruin for the multiverse. In the case of Grast, his unchecked greed and dark destructive lusts are insidiously corrupting. He is, believe it or not, the son of the archdevil Asmodeus, and his mother is the ancient Oberth known as Pale Night. I know that some of you can test this, but going over the rest of the lore as I have, all indicators point to him having a more intimate connection to the Nine Hells than would otherwise have as a demon lord. And also his brother Vuceric is almost a lord of the Chain Devils. So yes, I'm going to state that Asmodeus is indeed the father of Grast. How this came to be? Well, let me remind you that in the war to prevent the destruction of all creation, the Celestials that would become the devils resorted to any means to fight the demon plague, including acts of evil and depravity so vile they twisted them into the monstrous forms they remain to this day. Asmodeus, who became the ruler of the Nine Hells, did some of the very worst of those things, making some of the most vile deeds, deals and pacts. As a result of one of these, Pale Night birthed the Dark Prince Grast and his siblings. So, who are his siblings? Grast's brother Lupercio is a demon lord, the Baron of Sloth. He rules Slugbed, the 128th layer of the Abyss. He has little lairs scattered around the Abyss, ranging from graceful castles to dung-filled riverbeds. He's ebony-coloured, like his brother, amorphous and undulant, surrounding himself in a dense darkness, except for glittering fangs that sparkle in his inky shadow. He has a weird, deep-voiced cackle and takes his strength from the essence of darkness itself. He goes through long periods of sloth and then short bursts of manic activity. Vuceric, the consort of Chains, also known as Vuceric in Chains, leader of the 651st layer of the Abyss known as Nethuria, but he is known to roam the plains as he pleases, and he is said to be tainted with the blood of devils, and has a strong association with the Chitons, or Chain Devils of Minoros, the endless bog of vile pollution, decaying bodies and rotting marsh that makes up the caverns of the third of the Nine Hells, where the city of Chains, ruled by the Chitons, hangs above it all, raining down filthy, oil-slicked water. The sounds of metallic rattling always precede the coming of Vuceric, and the battalion he travels with, usually a battalion of demons, Sometimes he chooses not to kill those he encounters, but instead enslaves them and transforms them and sends them forth as heralds of his coming. So he fancies himself quite the Lord of Destruction. Rizali is a demon lord. She claims rulership over the shadow demons and looks similar to Grast, being a tall, dark-skinned woman who prefers to use 2 daggers. Not much is known about Rizali except that she rules the abyssal layer known as Shadownon, a realm of dark forest and eternal twilight. This is where the shadow demons supposedly originate. Rizali basically has given her subjects free rein to do as they please, but with only one edict: to spy and gather as much information throughout the plains as possible. Rizali uses this intelligence gathered by her subjects for personal gain and to barter for wealth, favours and souls. Otherwise, the demoness is uninterested in the power struggles common in the Abyss between other demon lords and has a neutral relationship to her brother Grast, though frequently visits him to trade information. So in this respect, she's like her mother Pale Knight, not really interested in the goings-on of lesser beings. Rizali looks like a tall, dark woman, but in truth, she can become incorporeal at will, and she actually has no true fixed physical form. She's an immaterial being. His other sister, Zivorgin, the Lady of Ripe Carrion, is a swollen 3-headed creature, somewhat similar between a vulture and an angel in appearance. Nothing much is known about her, but I'm guessing with a name like that she comes from somewhere very unpleasant, such as an abyssal layer formed from the fetid, rotting remains of a titanic dead primordial. The air is a sulphur-rich and highly toxic blend of putrefying gases. Gigantic, writhing maggots chew through sloppy terrain like translucent and gorged purple worms. Every kind of deadly ooze is present. There are towns built of bone encased in enormous pus-filled blisters, the wretched inhabitants breathing through gills. Yeah, I don't want to go there. I don't think anyone else wants to visit there, really. Would you? Pale Knight spawned many other offspring, of course. She still does to this day, and who knows what horrors are yet to come. But Grast is arguably one of the most successful children she has ever had. Though why she did this in the first place is anyone's guess. Her thinking is so very alien, it's impossible to know if she did it on a whim or if it's part of some grand scheme measured in eons. Although he has yet to achieve divine status, Grast is worshipped by many monstrous races, most notably the Lamias, who are obsessed with self-comfort and greed, and many of his high priests, known as the Chosen, are female, and the rituals they perform are violent and involve themes of darkness and betrayal. The Dark Prince is a deeply sexual, erotic being. Undeniably, he is known on many worlds only in legend and as a dark figure who visits witches and sorcerers, granting them sexual favours as well as magical powers. As a result, his female consorts have populated the multiverse with a depraved host of half-fiend children. Some learn of their father's identity and delve into the abyss, hoping to usurp his power. His dark elf son, Athix, leads Grast's demonic army, while his daughter, Thraxia, serves as a private assassin. Like Orcus, he has a legacy of offspring from the early history of Narfell on the world of Abiatoral. His twin sons slew a Lich King and had a dynasty from minus 633 day reckoning to minus 399 day reckoning. And 234 years is a long time for a demon lord to have such direct influence over a world in the material plane. He has many such legacies. For a while, Grast was trapped on the world of Earth by the witch queen Igwilv, also known as Tasha of Tasha's Hideous Laughter, who used his insight to elevate her own power. Eventually, however, she succumbed to the Dark Prince's charms, and they had a more mutual relationship. Before returning to the Abyss, Grast and Igwilv had a son, Iuz. Iuz certainly deserves his own video. Iuz was originally a strikingly handsome Cambion, so half-demon. But in the epic battle where Grast struck out against Igwilv in a bid for freedom, Iuz's handsome form was split between two halves. He can either appear in the form of a gnarled old human male, or as a bloated red-skinned demonic figure. In his demonic form, he's 7 feet tall with reddish skin, pointed ears and long, steely fingers. In his human form, he is barely 5 feet in height and can attack with a disgusting spittle that withers all that it touches. Over time, he grew to be a chaotic evil demigod of deceit, evil, oppression, pain, and wickedness. Iuz is variously called the Old One and Old Wicked, among other titles. Unlike most Greyhawk deities, Iuz makes his home on Oath, where he rules a broad swath of the Flaness known as the Empire of Iuz. His symbol is a grinning human skull, or a human skull with blood-red highlights. He has an ally and sometimes lover of Zuggtmoy, demon queen of fungi, who keeps his soul amulet safe in her layer of the abyss, where she rules from, and while he rules from dark, blood-black Darokar, City of Skulls. Reading from the Wikipedia entry on the goals of Grasts, it states, "It has been said, in keeping with his triple realm, that Grast maintains thrice the number of plots and goals as any one other demon lord. While this may not exactly be the case, Malcolm Thet certainly has an impressive number of entangled concurrent plans. Grast is certainly among the most scheming and plotting of his kin. He is a genius. Those who seek to particularly insult the Dark Prince have used his love of plots and politics to compare him to an archdevil, or have referred to his triple realm of Azagat as the Little Hells. Most of those who insult the Dark Prince publicly in such manner don't survive very long, since they are spirited away in equally public venues by shadow demons, shrieking lamias, or worse, and suffer horrible fates. Although Grast participates in the Blood War, or did before it ended when Asmodeus attained true deity status, his true interests are closer to home. He is much more comfortable and skilled at manipulating and lying with and betraying his fellow demon lords than anything else. And he has perfected those skills to a point where now the only demon lord in the abyss, not only to completely command more than one layer of the abyss, is Grast. Yes, Grast controls 3 whole layers. That's pretty amazing. But to retain command of this triple realm for centuries, despite the fact that he recently spent several years imprisoned on the material plane, that's an amazing feat. Grast's alliances with other demon lords generally only last as long as the demon prince needs them to. But in a few cases, his alliances are long indeed. The strongest and longest of this ties is with Varen, an incredibly intelligent humanoid demon lord with pale skin, angular features, and no body hair of any kind. His flesh oozes a sort of spiritual slime that unnerves mortals, but otherwise a casual observer might not even recognize him for what he is. Certainly, Varen is the most well-mannered and mild-mannered and easygoing of demon lords, and in his role as Grast's chief diplomat, his silver tongue is the root of most of Grast's most unlikely alliances. During Grast's recent imprisonment on the material plane, Varen took his place as the ruler of Azagrat and successfully defended the triple realm from numerous assaults by other demons, which were quite serious. That Varen graciously stepped down from the throne immediately upon Grast's return speaks volumes of his decidedly undemonic nature. Yet, Varen is said to have another aspect to his existence, a mirror of his white-skinned incarnation known as Stefano, an equally brilliant diplomat whose specialty lies not in forming alliances, but in promoting schisms and fueling wars. Because he's a master of intrigue and turning it visible, so he can infiltrate anywhere and works his subtle plots. Knowing these other demon lords so well, he can manipulate them with consummate ease. Other notable alliances include the long-standing ones between Grast and his mysterious sister, Riexali, Queen of Shadows, and a curious alliance with the demon queen of fungi, Zuggtmoy. The Queen's Causeway in Fogtown, the uppermost layer of the third of the capital city of Zalatar, is named in Zuggtmoy's honour, though none understand the true reason for this, especially given Zuggtmoy's strong ties to one of Grast's greatest enemies, Demogorgon. And of course, he maintains a cordial alliance with Pale Knight, although he visits her realm infrequently. Grast has even been known to maintain alliances with those who have failed him, the most, which is unheard of for a demon lord, the most notable of these being the demon lord Ebulon, who once served Grast as a general. When Ebulon was defeated by Demogorgon and then imprisoned in the Well of Darkness, Grast sent his armies into the Wells of Darkness in a daring rescue attempt, but failed. Now and then, the Dark Prince sends champions into the Wells to attempt rescues, but the humiliation of his initial failure has kept him from making additional massive forays into the prison plane. Yet, despite his numerous alliances, it is for his wars that Grast has been best known in the Abyss. He has warred with his brothers, Lupercio and Volsic, at times, as well as against countless other demon lords. Once served by the strange patron of the Zvat race, Raxivort, Grass now hunts the simpering demigod with increasing frustration. Grass' long-running feud with Malcontet, Queen of Succubi, is well documented, although the cause for this war is not well known. Many believe Grass attempted to woo the beautiful demons only to be spurned, but those who postulate this theory within Grass earshot don't live very long thereafter to ponder the repercussions. It's also, he's long warred with Orcus, one of the few demon lords in the Abyss who can match his power, yet the most notorious of Grass' wars have been against Demogorgon. Often these conflicts put him in uneasy alliances with Orcus, alliances that invariably erupt in their own confrontation and leave Demogorgon racked with mirth and delight at the plight of his two greatest enemies. Fraz Erblu certainly doesn't help in that regard. One only need look back over the past few decades for numerous examples of Grass' plots. He lured Warkeen, goddess of wealth, from Faerun into a city and imprisoned her for years in hopes of replacing her place in the world's pantheon with his own daughter Thraxia. He disposed fellow demon lord Adimachus from the Abyss and then engineered his imprisonment in the asylum of Skullrot in Karseri, where he has a lieutenant that works there. Most recently, he nearly weakened Lolth herself in an attempt to trick her into uniting the Demon Lords under his leadership, one of his long-term goals. Rumours even hold that Grass is preparing to absorb a material plane world into the Abyss, wrapping it in the parched realm of Neribdian Vast, a desert-like 48th layer of the Abyss, bordered on the far side by his sister Riaxi's realm of Shadownon, and with whom he has had much aid in preparing the Vast for this eventual capture, and turning it into a fourth kingdom. Such a feat would be, well, quite an event. And these are but examples of his more blatant schemes. Few living today know, for example, that he fathered his son Athix with none other than Eclavdra, then up-and-coming priestess of Loth, who was growing increasingly dissatisfied with her role in that priesthood. It was Grast who exposed Eclavdra to the cult of the Elder Elemental Eye, and thus engineered a terrific schism in the drow city of Erehi Sinlu, which resulted in chaos all the way up through the demon web itself. When Eclavdra fled the Church of Loth, Grast was there to accept her again, and even now that the infamous drow priestess has once again returned to Loth's fold, who can say if Grast plans to have her come to full fruition? Who knows? Yet Grass does have one central goal in mind, and this primary goal drives all the other goals and all other plans, including his eternal war against Demogorgon for the role of Prince of Demons, and his plot to absorb a material plane world into the Abyss. This goal is nothing less than uniting all the fiends of the lower planes, not just the Abyss, and leading them in an unthinkable army into the upper planes to raise them to the very foundations of the multiverse. Every one of Grass' plans, in some way or another, takes him one infinitesimal step closer to this unthinkable goal of destroying the upper planes. As mentioned in the video on Zvats, the god Raxivort was once a servant of the Dark Prince. He stole powerful artifacts from Grass and escaped into the howling chasms of Pandemonium, where he became the divine patron of rodents and bats. Raxivort is able to replicate his form over and over again, each one appearing just like his true self to any form of magical detection, so he scatters these Varts far and wide across the plains where they gather together in small simpering tribes. I quite like Svarts, and frequently terrible things happen to them. As we know, Grast, Demogorgon, Orcus, Frabzerblu, Baphomet and Yenogu are all deadly rivals of each other and constantly vie for more power and control of the Abyss. Thanks to the efforts of his son Athix, Grast recently overthrew the demon prince Adimachus, who ruled Occupus, the 507th layer of the Abyss, though he has yet to actually conquer that particular layer, so it's just sort of in limbo, so to speak. Not actual limbo, I mean figurative limbo. At home in Azagrat, Grast's most powerful servant is a mysterious, hyper-intelligent demon named Viren, which I mentioned. Like Grast, Viren appears almost human. He served the Dark Prince as a major domo and chief ambassador to the other demon lords, so you'll often see him out and about. Grast is always attended by 6 powerful Lamias and his Marilith consorts, Onhath and Raluhantus, and they're never far from sight. When at his palace, the Dark Prince keeps many attractive demons at hand and feeds his voracious sexual appetite. Bodax and similar horrors are the only other occupants of the Argent Palace. Bodax. No thank you. Technically, every demon within Grass' world-spanning empire is considered one of his loyal servants. Those who prove otherwise are fed to the carnivorous plants in his perfect hanging gardens, experimented on, or just sent away. Noteworthy minions include a hulking Goristro named Allonce, who acts as Grast's personal butler, and border control agent for Azagrat. Arziel, ruler of the barony of Voldupane, and Rule of Three, a Cambion who meets secretly with other fiends of the lower planes to plot an attack against the Celestials. Rule of Three is another one of his offspring, and the story of that plot against the Celestials is actually huge and far-ranging. It's actually really important. I'll probably get to that at some other point in another video. In combat, Grast is a devastating adversary, wielding an acid-drenched greatsword in one hand. Greatsword? Sorry, it's a bastard sword in one hand and a profane tower shield in the other, occasionally. The Dark Prince is a veritable killing machine when loosed upon the hordes of the Abyss. What's more, he has a vast repertoire of spell-like abilities at his disposal, making him a deadly opponent as well. Grast's greatest weapons, however, are his mastery of seduction and guile. He entertains the notion that he is the most cunning and intelligent creature of the Abyss. Indeed, there are few who could possibly contest this claim. Grast is a skilled politician, and when possible, he prefers to solve confrontations with diplomacy and deals. Grast enjoys the game of using words and false promises to trick his foes into serving his needs, especially when he can convince them that they've gotten the upper hand. In combat, Grast does not hesitate to use his spell-like abilities, favouring charm and domineering effects to turn enemies into allies. He will single out those of good alignment and target them with effects that torment and repel them. And at the start of combat, he will wipe the area clean with dispelling magic on as many foes as he can. His latest monster listing is from the Out of the Abyss, where he's a challenge rating 24 adversary, though this doesn't take into account that he's likely to have a large retinue of creatures with him. You might encounter Yatara and her squad of Succubi. He's constantly surrounded by 13 Babao guards. He may have Bodax, Marilith, Hezrao, and there's a very good chance that he will be in the company of one of two Balors and their own retinue of elite demons. So, yeah, you're not going to face Grast all by himself, unless he wants you to, in which case you're in big trouble. He has a plethora of special abilities. He can shape change into any medium humanoid form. His stats remain the same as his equipment. He can choose to succeed on up to 3 saving throws per day, just if he wants to. He saves with advantage on all saves against any spell or magical effect, and all attacks he makes with any weapon are considered magical. He's resistant to lightning, cold and fire, totally immune to poison, damage from non-magical weapons, forget about it, charm effects and anything that would cause exhaustion or fright, nope. He has true sight out to 120 feet, speaks all languages, and has 120 foot telepathy range. His charisma attribute is 26, and he has a spell save difficulty class of 23. Pretty much all of his abilities are based on his charisma. This is a lot lower than his appearance in Dragon number 360, where he was a challenge rating 32, could fly, had 758 hit points and fast healing. Actually, I'll give you a list of his special powers written there just for comparison. Keep in mind this was printed in 2007, so it's out of date now. Grast can use Fear as a free action. He can inspire Fear as the spell of the same name by Sneer and by Word, per round on any target creature within 120 feet. Creatures normally immune to fear, save for mindless creatures, but including intelligence, constructs and undead, can even be affected by this potent attack. So he can scare a vampire. Although if they fail a saving throw, they are only shaken for 1d6 rounds. This is a mind-affecting fear ability. The save DC is charisma-based. He can summon Lamias once per day. Grast can automatically summon 2d6 Lamias or 1d4 Lamia nobles, although you can summon demons once per day. Grast can automatically summon 2d4 Succubi, 1d2 plus 1 Glabrizu, a couple of Lilitus, or 1 Balor. I don't think we've covered Lilitus yet. I'd like to get to them at some point. Once every minute, Grast can speak with overwhelming authority, commanding those who would normally not follow his tyrannical orders and punishing those who resist his word. Grass need to only speak to the user's ability. It's a free action for him, but he cannot utilize any spell-like abilities in the same round that he uses this Tyranny power. He can target any creature within 120 feet line of sight with Tyranny, and the target can attempt to resist the tyrannical order by making a wisdom saving throw. But if he fails, he is struck with Grass Mental Rage and must attempt a Constitution saving throw, with failure indicating the creature is stunned for 1 round. A creature that fails the initial saving throw must follow Grass' command to the best of its ability, accomplishing the order within 1 minute. Obviously, suicidal orders are ignored, in which case the target must save against the stunning as detailed above, but orders to murder allies or otherwise take actions against the target's normal ethics must be carried out. If the target fails to accomplish the orders by the end of the minute duration, they must make another Constitution saving throw, that would be, yes, Constitution saving throw, or take 3d6 points of damage and gain 1 level of exhaustion as the consequence of failure tear apart their mind. Alternatively, Grass can use his Tyranny to duplicate the effects of a Gesh spell or a Quest spell. It's still a Wisdom save to resist the use of this Tyranny. By the way, yes, I'm aware that I used the word Gesh. A lot of people say Geas. Where was I? But this version otherwise functions as a spell of the same name. If Grass uses the version of his Tyranny, he cannot use the ability in either of its uses again for 24 hours. Tyranny is a mind-affecting ability, and the DC is Charisma based. Dark Grace is Grass' otherworldly presence and force of will. It grants him a deflection bonus equal to his Charisma modifier to his armor class as long as he doesn't wear armor, which quite frequently he doesn't. He can use all shields save for tower shields, which conflicts directly with that other listing, and retains his deflection bonus. In addition, whenever he strikes a lawful or good target with a melee weapon, he gains the same bonuses to any damage rolls he makes. A lawful and good target does not take double damage from this blow. And yes, and that version can attack 4 times per round with his sword. As you can see, he's been toned down a lot for Out of the Abyss, but we will stick with his 5th edition stats for now. He has an armor class of 20, and he has 374 hit points. Speed is 40 feet per round, not including his frequent teleports. His innate spellcasting ability includes the following. At will, he can cast Charm Person, Crown of Madness, Detect Magic, Dispel Magic, and Dissonant Whispers. 3 times per day, he can cast Counterspell, Darkness, Dominate Person, Sanctuary, Telekinesis, and Teleport, and once per day he can cast Dominate Monster and Greater Invisibility. Of course, these are just spell-like abilities he uses so often they are second nature to him. He can also, he's also spent thousands of years mastering spell and ritual magic, and may have other spells prepared, as well as scrolls, potions, and magic items. Though his bastard sword, called Wave of Sorrow, is well known, he can actually transform any weapon he wields into an acid-dripping terror. He likes to use the following magic items: a Sword of Sharpness, a Wand of Frost, a Chime of Opening, a Robe of Eyes, and a Cloak of Displacement. His clothing is always of exceptional quality. The materials will be extremely rare and perfectly tailored. To reflect his intelligence of 23 and wisdom of 21, it's fine to place appropriate magic items in his possession at the start of combat, to reflect just how cunning and experienced Grass is. So you as Dungeon Master examine your player's party of characters and come up with some magical items that will really mess them up. Grass has basically figured out how to do this, but he's smarter than you are. I would also advise you to let the players know that this is in no way going to be a fair fight by using spells and powers from outside the player's handbook of the current edition. Grass of previous editions could simply dissolve a mundane object nearby on a roll of a natural 20. Every time he rolls a 20, pick a piece of equipment that is not magical, and it sizzles into fumes and foaming puddles within moments as it's consumed by acid. Jinmissa, Katriski, or Ulander might suddenly appear behind a character from under a cloak of invisibility and ram a poison dagger into the side of that character's neck. His succubi bodyguards are always near him and enjoy the look on a person's face when they die unexpectedly. That's the only time that the pleasure they display is real. Grass will have minions equipped with powerful magic items. For instance, how much fun does it sound to contend with a few Balor and Grass hanging back throwing dispels and charms, while a couple of imps fly overhead and fire wands of disintegration at the player characters. Finally, let's talk about the personality of Grass and his home realm and his cults. Despite his love of being worshipped and his relatively non-demonic appearance, Grass does not maintain a huge cult on the material plane. Most of those who venerate him do so alone and seek his advice in matters more arcane than divine. So he's respected by magic users, arcanists, ritualists, cultists, that sort of thing, but he's not seen as a deific figure. Via methods such as contact with the other plane, or even by daring to summon him to their presence, for countless ages Grass enjoyed these trips to the material plane, for invariably those who sought his aid underestimated him and became little more than tools for the Dark Prince to use in furthering his own goals. This changed when Igwilf, the Witch Queen, had, of course, been drawn to Grass's attention long before she summoned him. She had caught his eye, and not just with her shapely form and bewitching eyes, but for her ruthless treachery. Here was a mortal woman whose capacity for betrayal and deception allowed her to manipulate powerful wizards and rule nations. She would eventually become the most knowledgeable former mortal on the biology, nature, and politics of demons that has ever lived. In fact, she knows more about demons than some demon lords do. Grass never conceived of the possibility that her deceived victims could extend to those as powerful as himself, and when he answered her call to the lost caverns of Sojanth, he found himself imprisoned on the material plane by her magic. Quite a turn-up. Yet so potent were Igwil's charms and promises that Grass himself fell for her words, bit of a Stockholm syndrome with magical accents, and the two became lovers. From this union, nations and gods were born. Grass realised he'd come upon his match in the area of treachery and domination, and he began to lust after her and for his freedom in equal measure. He played at the subservient minion until Igwil faltered in her control. Then Grass struck. Yet even her moment of weakness, Igwil was a potent foe. She managed to slay Grass by expending every spell, artifact and ally she had at her disposal. She lost her empire, but Grass was banished back to the Abyss for a century while he recovered from his humiliating death and defeat. Igwil went into hiding, of course, and it was only when Grass captured and imprisoned her in his Argent Palace that he regained his stolen power, and then some. Igwil's time of servitude to Grass was much shorter than his was under her, and she escaped not longer after being captured. Today, the two have, to a certain extent, come to terms, and they retain a love-hate relationship where each constantly seeks to use the other to gain power in their own domains. Since his time with Igwil, Grass has grown more cautious in his dealings with mortals, and he's encouraged the growth of small cults in the material plane, and in this way, those who seek his advice instead seek out his priests, invariably Lamias or succubi or other alluring temptresses, who themselves are no stranger to treachery and deception. Those who are accepted into this cult are known as the Chosen. Grass clergy is spread throughout the dozens of worlds, yet the religion's foundation can be found in the walls of his capital city of Zelatar in the Abyss. Mortals who make the pilgrimage to Zelatar visit the Grand Shrine, a building run by Lamia priests. Yet the true command of this cult is the Chosen's Tabernacle, a profane cathedral found in the middle of realm of Grass City, Galengast. Here, the faith's high priestess, a Lilitu demon named Lavendeth, tends to the needs of the cult and the needs of her lord, for she is currently Grass' favoured consort. Mortals are allowed within the vaulted walls of the Chosen's Tabernacle only as sacrifices. Apart from Lavendeth, many of Grass' Chosen have gone on to become notable figures in the world themselves, operating from small, unassuming rural towns of Sobenwich, and beautiful Anastasia is a classic example of Grass' cultist who has seized control of a settlement from behind the scenes. In the depths of a desert temple called the Home of Darkness, Isha Denarthon commands more than a dozen Lamias. Audrey Lilybrook leads a double life as Saltmarsh's mistress of the local orphanage and a coven leader for a growing cult dedicated to the Dark Prince. And in the vile pirate city of Scuttle Cove, Tyrolandi, a half-fiend nymph ranger, of all things, boy that sounds like a player character, controls the notorious brothel Porphyry House and has become one of the most powerful figures in the city. The Chosen prefer to sacrifice lawful good souls to the Dark Prince, paladins and clerics of lawful good deities among favoured victims. Lesser branches of Grass Church simply seek out and capture these sacrifices alive and sacrifice them on altars, most often by cutting the victim's throat with a sword. The truly faithful among Grass Church know that the Dark Prince prefers living sacrifices. Leaders among his church are expected once a year to seek out and befriend a lawful good paladin or priest. They must gain this sacrifice trust, often by accompanying them on missions for their church. Eventually, this friendship develops into something more, with the cultist of Grass seducing this victim. The cultist manipulates the victim, tricking them into accomplishing deeds that please Grass while working to expose the victim's faith as hollow and meaningless, destroying their actual faith. When such attempts fail, many victims turn on the cultist or commit suicide. Either outcome is considered a failure, and if the cultist survives, they must cleanse themselves in a ritual known as the Hollow Feast before the year is out. Only when the sacrifice accepts what has become of them and converts to Grass worship is the sacrifice considered a success. One of the most horrific rituals practiced by the cult of Grass is the Hollow Feast. This hideous rite is used under two conditions: when a worshipper of Grass wants to become one of the Dark Prince's thralls, or when a priest fails to convert an intended sacrifice. In both cases, the worshipper to be cleansed is affixed nude to an iron frame by a number of hooks and chains. They are then left to fast for several days, during which time they must recite various sacred prayers to the Dark Prince, in which they ask for the benediction. This entire process is extremely painful and can probably kill them. Once a day, other cultists visit the worshipper and give them a few sips of water, but during this time the worshipper is allowed no food. Each morning the fast progresses, the hooks and chains that bind them are tightened, and each evening the worshipper makes a charisma check to determine if they have attracted Grass's attention. The bonus to this roll is equal to the number of days that they've been hanging and fasting. Once successful, Grass notices and sends one of his minions to bless the worshipper. This minion is typically a half-fiend of some sort, and this final segment of the Hollow Feast involves the minion imbibing vials of acid and then kissing the supplicant, during which she passes the acid into the supplicant's mouth. This inflicts horrific damage and pain to the victim with each kiss, but they must endure a number of kisses equal to the number of days they've spent fasting before they're deemed cleansed. In some cases, when Grass deems that the supplicant needs a particularly harrowing Hollow Feast, he instead sends a succubus to perform the duty, coupling the acid damage with numerous supernaturally draining attacks. Rumours hold of some particularly masochistic cults partaking of the Hollow Feast for the purposes of pleasure alone. You can generally recognise the cult of Grass due to their sick and perverted, way over the top hedonistic rites and the rituals that they perform, and Grass' symbol, a black six-fingered hand, and of course the alabaster masks with their ecstatic faces. In Azatar, all sorts of demons and beasts serve Grass, but he generally favours the beautiful and the glib over the bestial and crass. His realm is rife with lamias, succubi, harpies, lilitus, along with numerous tieflings, cambions, half-fiends, and other creatures that result from the dalliance between rapacious demons and mortal visitors to his realm. Yet not all of Grass' minions are beautiful. Deformed Rutterkins serve as the lowest caste of citizen in his city and as the lowest rank of soldiers in his army. Hezraus, Vrox, Kazmays, Bulazaus are also found in his armies. Grass is the only demon lord to have the honour of calling 3 abyssal layers his own. While other demon lords may have a controlling interest in neighbouring layers, such as Demogorgon's hold over the Blood Shallows or Pazuzu's influence over the skies of Pazunia, only Grass is the lord of 3. This triple realm is known collectively as Azagrat, and it consists of the 45th, 46th and 47th layers of the Abyss. Grass' capital city of Zelatar straddles all 3 layers, its city walls encompassing Fogtown on the 45th layer, Galengast on the 46th layer, and Dark Flame on the 47th. Similarly, Grass' Argent Palace exists simultaneously within all 3 sections of Zelatar, yet whereas the 3 sections of the city are all different wards of the same capital, the Argent Palace remains unchanged despite the locations of its entrances. So it's timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. The palace is the core of Grass' kingdom, the linchpin of what his entire triple realm is balanced. Were he to lose control of this impressive palace, all three of his realms would suffer a catastrophic shattering and scatter. Fortunately for Grass, the Argent Palace is one of the most well-defended fortresses in the multiverse. Legions of rocks patrol the skies above, and countless horrors infest the dungeons below. The palace itself is built of white stone that Grass swindled from Mount Celestia of all places. It's actually mined from the Holy Mountain. Rumour holds that he not only tricked a city of divas into mining the stone for him, but he actually convinced them to unknowingly deliver the stone to him there in the abyss. What became of those divas is best left unsaid. No fewer than 60 towers of ivory, each of his own personal theme and purpose, graced the palace. 6 of the more well-known towers, and their contents are detailed. There's the 100-fold Tower of Silver. The rooms of this tower are lined with mirrors and guarded by a legion of simpering mirror mephits. Grass enjoys visiting this tower during his fits of vanity and pride. The Lady's Study, said to be the only tower in which Grass does not keep a key, and the well-appointed laboratories, libraries and guest rooms within are kept for Igwilv, who visits Azagrat now and then. The Spiral of Storms, the twisting rooms of this tower are given over to violent windstorms, blasts of lightning, torrential downpours and other tempests Grass has collected and preserved there for his own entertainment. Quite a hobby, collecting storms. He's said to use this tower as a gauntlet to test new recruits to his inner guard. If they can navigate its chambers and survive, they're granted special favours. The fact that the Spiral of Storms is the lair of rocks, demonically infused air elementals and insanely carnivorous genies makes survival there a rather difficult proposition at best. The Tower of Doors. This tower is said to contain numerous portals, including one to Arziel's Manor and Pazunia, one of the powerful howling dragon's lairs deep in the cavern of Pandemonium. I might actually do a video on the howling dragon. And one of the iron fortresses ruled by one of Grass's few non-demonic allies, an Ultraloth slaver named, this is a difficult one, bear with me, Zyraznian. Yeah. The Velvet Realm, notorious throughout the plains, this tower is swathed in black and scarlet, inhabited by the Dark Prince's personal pleasure slaves, chosen from the most beautiful and decadent of succubi, incubi, lamias, humanoids and other creatures, male and female alike, from throughout the multiverse. One of Malcontent's Lilitu spies recently infiltrated this harem and seduced Grast. When he discovered this treachery, however, because he always does, he murdered all of his consorts and sealed the tower. Rumours hold that the undead spirits of the slaughtered consorts now hold court within the Velvet Realm, hoping one day to lure their Dark Prince back for unholy pleasures. The Wheel of the Blooded. This entire tower is dedicated to blood and its letting. Attended by a cabal of 6 vampires loyal to Grast, some of the few undead the Dark Prince retains in his service. It's unclear if the Dark Prince values this tower's contents for its unknown practical purposes, or if its dripping halls are merely aesthetic. I mean, he's known to have rooms in his towers which are just simply one colour. That he wants to look at blue, he just walks into that room. Certainly the immense torture chambers, built to resemble a blood-soaked Eladrin temple, sees plenty of use after a successful war. So, yeah, he has hedonistic pleasures the likes of which a mortal being can barely even understand. The thing that strikes me most about Grast is that his evils, his form, and his ambitions are so similar to the worst traits of civilized beings. His motivations and behaviours are a disturbing lesson in the destructive evils of lust, greed, selfishness, and cruelty. The fact that such an evil being is also so graceful and attractive makes the threat so much more dire, as his power to beguile and deceive is so effective against those who would stand against the force of destruction he represents. Have fun using Grast in your games. Hit that like button, tell me what you think down in the comments, visit the community tab on my channel page to keep up to date with what I'm doing. You might get a chance to vote on what the next video is going to be about. Certainly subscribe and click on the notification button to get an alert when I upload. I do so at least once a week. If you are a Mighty Glue Stick fan, consider supporting the channel through Patreon. $1 a month will give you access to all of the scripts I write for these videos, and you can directly request additional content or research from me. Also, you might want to get a Mighty Glue Stick sticker, coffee mug, t-shirt or sweatshirt. I'll have more designs coming for you to purchase later this year. At the moment it's just my channel logo, but I've got some juicy artwork on the way because I am an artist as well as doing this. And as always, thanks for watching. This is one epic video and took me a couple of days to research, let alone string it all together, but I'm happy to do so. Thanks to all of you who let me know how much help these videos are for you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you all. Catch you again soon. Patreon request time. Hey everybody, AJ back again with the Mighty Glue Stick channel. When they were handing out Ds, I said, make mine a double. Okay, I'm never saying that again. Right, Demon Lords. One specific Demon Lord. He is known as the Prince of Deception, the Lord of Hollow's Heart, the Master of Shapes, the Turned One. In the original Greyhawk campaign in the 1970s that Gary Gygax ran, Ailerach, played by Mark Ratner, and Eric's cousin, played by Ernie Gygax, had both obtained Vorpal swords that were ruining the campaign. They stumbled into Fraz Ub Lu's prison under Castle Greyhawk and freed him. Big mistake. The adventurers panicked and used a scroll to call in the god Zeus to save them, but he ignored their pleas, and Fraz Ub Lu took them to his abyssal realm, destroyed their swords, and sent them packing. Fraz Urblu is known throughout the Abyss as Scum, his name reviled by any demon powerful enough to oppose him openly. Even his servants loathe him, but they're too afraid because of his wrath and don't speak of it, or are not in control of their own actions. So today's video is a patron request video. This means that it's not available to the general public. It's an exclusive, and I'm going to show you basically all of the material that I read through in order to make one of my condensed down and in my own words 5-page scripts. So this is the totality of the material that I've researched on Fraz Urblu. It's about 18 pages worth, and I'm going to read it out to you verbatim, so that you can see the difference when I eventually do make a public video about this guy. The difference between what I read through and the total information on something, and how much and how different it is when I present it to the public. So here we go, without further ado. And thanks for the request, by the way, patron. Doesn't matter whether you've been with me for a long time or a short time. If you request specific content, I will get cracking on it. So here we go. Fraz Urblu's origins lie in another plane altogether, the Nine Hells. He was once a devil of tremendous power and of equal to Beelzebul and Mephistopheles, whose ability only matched by his vanity. He constructed an iron tower in the second Hey everyone, AJ here for the Mighty Gluestick channel, bringing you fantastical fictional lore from the worlds of role-playing games. Today I'm bringing you lots of info on Caius, pronounced Caius, although some people say Kias, it's actually Caius. Caius is actually a Lord of Destruction, so certainly deserves to be included in this series. Also, Caius has been requested topic from viewers and is now surfacing on my extensive request list. Plus, I've always been curious about him, and this is an excuse for me to learn. So, who is Caius? Why is he important? How does he fit into your game, should you choose to include him? He is a demigod, concerned with the creation and mastery of the undead, known as the Bone Master, the Worm God, the worm that walks, and the herald of the Age of Worms. His symbol is a skull erupting with writhing green worms. The Age of Worms is the second adventure path published for the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game, and it can be found in over 12 installments from July 2005 through June 2006 in Dungeon Magazine, a campaign designed to take player characters from 1st to 20th level. I happen to have every single one of those issues. Good reading, I can tell you. The Sons of Caius, later referred to as the Spawn of Caius, were an iconic monster in the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game before the story of Caius was fleshed out, interestingly enough. Caius is described as an evil high priest who created the first of these creatures via a special curse under instruction from an evil deity. In the adventure Reri the Traitor in 1992, Sons of Caius were said to be contained in the necropolis of Unarg, a cursed city of Sulm inhabited by undead. Sulm is an ancient Flan kingdom that occupied much of the Bright Desert in the world of Greyhawk, a campaign setting, in the days when it was more fertile. So there is an origin of Caius in Greyhawk, and the undead in Unarg who were moved or carried even a few yards from the buildings collapsed into inanimate heaps of bone, which is due to their animation being sustained by an ancient curse created long ago by a high priest named Caius. In Ios the Evil, published in 1993, the home of the infamous evil priest Caius was claimed to have been the Wormcrawl Fissure, a mile-long ravine away from the main body of the Rift Canyon. Still later, in The Scarlet Brotherhood by Sean K. Reynolds, the entry for Matreus Lake said undead such as Sons of Caius walk the nearby jungle. The evil demigod is said to have spent time there. So Caius gets around, and where he walks, undead are left to linger. In his divine form, Caius appears as a towering humanoid, shaped entirely of green Caius worms, with two blazing eyes peering from underneath the hood of his ragged cloak. According to the Caius sidebar in Dragon number 336, Ecology of the Spawn of Caius, the original divine form was a gaunt man with empty eye sockets filled with writhing worms and hands of bare bone. But he has evolved into his appearance of gargantuan worms that walk as his cult grew stronger. So he's also features on the cover of the Elder Evils, and is one of the great Elder Evils of the D&D universe. On Greyhawk, the Age of Worms is a series of prophecies about an age of darkness and despair. According to these prophecies, the herald of the Age of Worms is said to be the undead deity Caius, the worm god, who is somehow involved with the Ebon Triad. Age of Worms develops from a small town of Diamond Lake, leads to intrigue in the Free City, and then on to the mysterious cult that serves as a front to bring about the events leading up to the Age of Worms. As the player encounter the various architects of the plot, they uncover the nature of the coming age and the battle, the ultimate masterminds behind it. In the end, they face off against the two primary antagonists, Dragotha, the powerful Dracolich, and his master Caius. The entire campaign is divided up into these adventurers. Number one, the Whispering Cairn, or Khan. A band of would-be adventurers explore a long-lost tomb near Diamond Lake, and they uncover a necromancy's conspiracy with local merchants. Number two, the Three Faces of Evil. The heroes penetrate a tripartite cult operating in secret underneath Dowstone Mine, hoping to merge three unholy deities. The name of Caius and the rumours of his worm-eaten dead arise. This one was written by Mike Merles, by the way, in 2005. Well done, Mike. Encounter at Blackwall Keep. While seeking out a sage to shed light on their recent discoveries, the heroes come upon Blackwall Keep, an outpost beset by lizard folk, and a rescue mission ensues. In the Hall of Harsh Reflections, in the enormous Free City, doppelganger assassins lead heroes to an illithid dealing in unholy relics. This adventure brings us to the greater doppelganger and the octopin and mirror mazes. It's really good, packed full of original stuff. The Champion's Belt, in order to investigate Loris Raknian, the warlord who tried to have them killed, the heroes must enroll in the greatest gladiatorial tournament in the world, the Free City Games, where they end up, what they end up with is an apostle of Chaos who's come to claim the blood of a champion. In the Gathering of Winds, the heroes return to Diamond Lake to seek out their patron Alastin and present him with all they've learned of the Cult of Chaos and in their activity, where they find that the dragon Ilthane has levelled Alastin's home. They must defeat it and re-enter the Whispering Cairn to seek out the missing wizard. In the Spire of Long Shadows, Alastin's mentor Manzorian tells the heroes of his colleague Balakard, who explored the site of Chaos' divine apotheosis. When they follow in Balakard's footsteps, the heroes find a site with tales of their own to tell of Chaos and his blasphemous practices, as well as the alien architect of the Age of Worms. In the Prince of Red Hand, Manzorian tells the heroes to seek out Lashona, a sorcerer's advisors to tyrannical Prince Zeech of Red Hand, and possibly the last person to see Balakard alive. To meet her, however, the heroes must make their way through Prince Zeech's extravagant hall and be on ball and be on their best behaviour. This is there's plenty of danger and adventure in this though, including the first appearance of the Acid Wraith. In the Library of the Lost Resort, once the heroes meet Lashona, she sends them to the Isle of Last Resort to uncover the location of the phylactery of Chaos' general, Dracolich Dracotha. A power-hungry cleric of Vector and his minions have the same idea, however, and combat ensues. Kings of the Rift tells that now that the heroes know where to find Dracotha's phylactery, they must get it. This involves infiltrating a huge fortress currently occupied by giants and besieged by dragons. Into the Wormcrawl Fissure, the next adventure, with Dracotha's phylactery secured, the heroes must travel into the deadly Wormcrawl Fissure to reunite Balakard's broken spirit and either destroy or blackmail Chaos' general, Dracolich. Dawn of the New Age. The last adventure, the new spire is complete and Alhasta is under siege from legions of Chaos' undead minions. The heroes must battle their way through the city and fight back to the darkness before confronting the Worm God himself. So 12 adventures, a really good campaign where the players have to contend with all sorts of villains, challenges and mysteries before they confront the forces of evil and save the world. Chaos has a whole category of undead that trace their origin back to him. These include the most famous Avalakia aberrations who dine on undead flesh, and they're really good bad guy proponents. Brood fiends are an almost headless, grotesque mix of worm, lizard, bat, and ape. The Earth Cancer Centipede is Chaos' attempt to generate undead useful in sieges. The Eviscerator Beetle is one variety of undead vermin known as the Hounds of Chaos. Chaos' Knight is the former generals of Chaos' armies, and Chaos' Spawnling is designed to infiltrate lizard folk society. So when you encounter lizard folk, sometimes you can slip Chaos agents in there and lead the adventurers off into a subplot. The Mastiff of Chaos are plague-spreading hunters and harbingers of the demigod of worms. The Mind Killer Scorpions has a knack for seeking out and focusing its attacks on the most intelligent living foe in the area. Scions and mystics and people who can foretell the coming of things are a good target for that. The Overworm is a gargantuan Chaos worms. Spawn of Chaos, these are the foot soldiers of the Worm God's legions. They're the most common. They're basically slightly more resilient zombies. The Sword of Chaos are the elite shock troops of the Worm God's legions, and Olgerstasta is a massive pale yellow maggot. The Worm Nag is Chaos' most promising spellcasters, and they're fused with, the Worm Naga, not Nag, spellcasters fused with worms. The Worm That Walks is the evil arcane spellcasters who will and personally live on the worms that devoured the corpse. So the worms that feed on the corpse is actually the component of it that animates them and holds the evil entity which animates the corpse in the first place. So kill the worms, you stop the corpse. The Wormcaller are the lesser priests who helped Chaos ascend and are rewarded with undeath and a semblance of their former intelligence. The Wormdrake is a fusion of dragon and overworm, combining the worst and most ferocious features of both. And the worm swarm are thousands of Caius worms banded together. Truly nightmarish. No doubt there are many, many more. For instance, there are most likely lots of aquatic worm spawn that infest and pester the societies of the oceans. In the Forgotten Realms, on the world of Toril, Caius has a slightly different origin, but the same general theme. The worm that walks was originally a demigod called Caius, who lived in the ancient past as a mortal necromancer and created many aberrant undead creatures that plagued the Underdark particularly. Eventually, Caius' wickedness made his contemporaries exile him. During this exile, Caius discovered the ruins of a dead civilization on an island near Maztica, known as the Wormcrawl Island by the Owls of Evermeet, and claimed the site as his own, where he ruled as a god king. In the ruins, his followers discovered ancient metal plates which had held terrible secrets, but also confirmed every prophecy he had spoken. Through these inscriptions, Caius discovered how to transcend mortality at a terrible price: the lives of his congregation. On one bloody night, he had instructed his priests to slaughter them all, and after that, writhing with necromantic power, Caius murdered the priests as well. When he was finished, he attempted transcendence, but was instead fused with the foul ruins, gaining and losing his divinity in one moment. He was neither a god nor a mortal, and he was bound forever to the ruins. However, he was also transformed into something far worse. Some scholars believe that Caius had managed to infuse himself with the essence of the far realm-infested star Nihil. Perhaps the ascension was thwarted by Orcus, who tolerates no rivals, or the gods of Death's domain blocked it, or Ao simply refused to let it happen. None know for sure except you, the Dungeon Master, if you include this in your game. After the time of troubles, a coalition of Banites, Baalites and Merkelites uncovered ancient scrolls regarding Caius and tried to find Wormcrawl Island in hopes of Caius would resurrect their respective gods. A futile quest, as Caius is no friend to any other god, or indeed any living entity. In reality, the triad was created by Caius' high priest, the silver dragon vampire Lashona, who was utterly devoted to him to the point of love, and an Evolakia who is in its disguised form, serves as the Triad's own leader. So they were doomed from the start. There is a legend in the southern lands, particularly of import because we now have the Tomb of Annihilation, that Caius was an extremely powerful tabaxi and a charismatic prophet in Mesro, who led his cult out of the city in minus 653 Dale Reckoning after persecution from the mainstream followers of Ubtao, or Ubtao, as Chris Perkins himself says it. He wanted to become an obscure deity of the Chiltern Peninsula, so Caius and his followers founded the religious city of Kaluth Ma in Kaltinga. Again, it is said that cultists discovered ancient metal plates that foretold the future and confirmed every prophecy that Caius had ever made. Caius was personally visited by his god Jurgil, who gave him a gift of a single green worm and tutored the tabaxi in the ways of necromancy and the metamagic of the archmage Samasta. He began experimenting on the undead, creating such horrors as the Caius worm, the spawn of Caius and the Evolakia. At this time, he gained the services of the red dragon Dragotha, who he transformed into a Dracolet to serve as his general of his undead host. He created a cult around the dogma of life being only temporary and the afterlife a lie, and undeath being the one true path to immortality, a path that many who had lived evil and selfish lives flocked to as a means of escape from the fate the gods had in store for them. While his cultists grew ever more devoted to the apparent truth of his visions, Caius tried to fulfill the greatest of his prophecies. He sacrificed powerful magic items and built a magical citadel, the Spire of Long Shadows. At the top of the spire, he created a monolith through which he channeled the terror, adulation, and souls of his entire cult as they were sacrificed and transformed en masse, and Caius achieved apotheosis. However, an alliance of Coatls, Eladrin, wild dwarves, and druids trapped him in the Spire of Long Shadows, which prevented him from ascending to true godhood and relegated him to an historical footnote. Once again, it's much like Karsus. It's a tale of ultimate folly, where a mortal has tried to ascend to godhood and failed. You could use Caius as a rival to Orcus in all matters of undeath and the central legendary foe in plots and mysteries involving death cults in your game. One thing I like most about Caius is the sneaky, undercover, disguised nature of so many of his plots and agents. the use of illusions, doppelgangers, mind control, infiltration, and assassination, taking over groups under false pretense and using them to do something they had no intention of doing, essentially victimizing evil people for entirely selfish aims. It's pretty delicious fare for plots, twists, and mysteries in your games. Even if it's not the main storyline, it makes for an awesome recurring side quest, or the background drive for a character in the group, driven to hunt down and exterminate any minion of Chaos they find, and of course, Chaos's ultimate goal of killing and ruling over a multiverse of undead most certainly places him among the Lords of Destruction. You could also include Chaos not as a direct villain or threat, but as an origin and legacy element for magical items, and not necessarily always cursed items. There are weapons that may have necromancy infused in them, but it could be something where necromancers drain life from a foe to empower themselves, or something that destroys the mind of a target, leaving them as a useful thrall, minions to be controlled. Also, you can involve the Nine Hells, as devils are keen to get their hands on the souls of those who seek to subvert or avoid divine judgment for the purpose of, the supposed refuge of undead. It could even lead to a bizarre situation where the devil is working for the player characters in order to find and destroy a cult of Chaos. It's a devil though, so they will leave something very tempting in the mix for the player characters to be drawn to, with the end goal of the character breaking divine law and thus falling into the devil's hit list of souls they can legally entitled to claim for punishment and for fueling their own powers. Also, keep in mind that the mindset of people who live in the worlds of D&D is a bit different to ours, and the idea of a cult of undeath may mean something entirely different to them than it does to us. I mean, how many times have you had a character brought back from the dead in your game? Why was this not automatically seen as an evil abomination by the other characters and non-player characters? Can you see how legions of heroes and villains who thwart death itself would be seen differently by the average D&D person, just going about their daily lives, knowing that coming back from death was an actual thing? Now, if you don't know as much as we do about necromancy and divine power and arcane rituals, what distinctions would they make? If a young adventurer is offered death insurance by a group, organisation, church, guild, or, hey, a secret death cult, how would they know the difference really? Something to consider. When you ask yourself why there would be such a thing as death cults of folks who think undeath is a great idea, if no hero ever came back from the dead, perhaps it would be a lot easier to tell everyone, hey, undeath is always bad, avoid it at all costs. Otherwise, well, you can understand the confusion. Also, think about how incredibly helpful a well-controlled zombie oxen would be to a farmer, a beast of burden that needs no food, will work all day without rest and can be preserved against rot, and potentially plough field after field. The utility of such a thing will quickly offset any heebie-jeebies the farmer will feel about it being, a zombie ox. It is amazingly fast how such things can become normalised as long as nobody's getting eaten. Food for thought. Chaos undead typically feature specialised traits such as regeneration, resistance to being turned, swarm abilities, being able to create more undead fairly rapidly from other corpses, or they can be introduced to an area simply by transporting a single worm of Chaos into a place where other corpses are located. This is, it's like the theme of undeath and a plague, and the plague is carried around in the bodies, so much so. It's not undead spirits inhabiting these bodies, it's undead inhabiting worms, which then animate dead flesh. I would certainly include a bit of creativity, because Chaos certainly was very creative when he was experimenting on these things. I would certainly include a bit of Chaos lore when running a Tomb of Annihilation campaign, just to expand the background lore of necromancy a bit, but not so much that it becomes a complete distraction from the actual storyline, more like something that can be an optional quest if the campaign concludes successfully and the players want to carry on with the theme of ridding the world of undead threats. Also, on a personal note, I have to look into the dungeon magazines further, because they are just packed full of original monsters. I didn't really realise this before, but yeah, and all of those adventure paths that I was looking at, the writers quite often invent and include new monsters for us to sink our teeth into, or them to sink their teeth into play characters, as the case may be. Alright, that's it for this video, everyone. I'll be back again with more soon. It's a long weekend here. Stifling hot weather, so I'm just perched in front of a fan Not much better to do than watch Netflix and write stuff. So yeah, keep up the good questions and commentary in the comments down below. Stay tuned for some other projects that I've got coming up. Visit the community tab. There's always a pretty good conversation going on there. And yeah, nice to see you once again. I'll see you again soon. Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Gluestick channel. I make videos about Dungeons & Dragons lore full time and have a collection of hundreds of monster ecology and strategy videos on my channel. If you like what I do, please consider subscribing as I upload at least twice a week. Sahuagin were originally created by Steve Marsh and have been with us since before the game was even published. Actually, this deserves some explanation because we really owe quite a lot to Steve. After getting his hands on the original D&D rules, Steve sent his own vision of an elemental plane of water to Gary Gygax, who incorporated a number of the underwater creatures and magic items into Dave Arneson's Blackmore supplement published in 1975, which added a lot of the swamp and oceanic content to that supplement. Marsh's material introduced the Sahuagin, the Itchitl, and the aquatic elves. Steve also came up with the concept of the mystic, and while we're at it, the concept of the magic the gathering planeswalkers that could teleport to various planes of existence via mental powers. A lot of the mental abilities of the mystic concept were altered and then published in the Eldritch Wizardry supplement the following year as the first psionic powers for D&D. Steve Marsh has never been paid for his original creative contributions, but they certainly had a big impact on the game and continue to do so to this day. Originally, the Sahuagin were simply known as the Devil Men of the Deep when they appeared in Dave Arneson's 1974 Blackmore supplement. They went on to evolve into the Sea Devils, appearing in the first edition monster manual described as dwelling in warm, saltwater depths, predatory in the extreme, known to kill for sport and pleasure as well as food. Saltmarsh Reboot is based on a trio of the original adventures: The Sinister Secret of Saltmarsh, The Danger at Dunwater, and The Final Enemy, along with another 4 adventures which are crammed into that action-packed tome, all published between 1982 and 1983 originally. This was an actual underwater campaign for Dungeons & Dragons by design. Later on they reappeared as Sharkkin, and a version was included, I think, as a playable race in the campaign setting supplement called The Sea People's Book in 1990. I've just been reading through that and I don't think that's correct. I think they appeared as a playable character race later on. Although it is set in the Sea of Dread, it is and very dated. It includes information on sea elves, tritons, and merfolk, as well as other races, aquatic creatures, magic items, and underwater spellcasting. And I'll be referring to that tome quite a lot in the later part of this video. They appeared as the Sahuagin in the Monstrous Compendium in 1989 and really got a huge expansion on their lore between 1997 and 98 with the 2 Dragon magazine articles and a book called The Sea Devils. Dragon number 250 represents the Sahuagin as a player character race. There you go. And since then they have made an appearance in every core monster manual for every edition and get a listing in the monster manual for 5th edition, plus a mention in Volo's guide where he talks about the Triton race and of course the Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Lots of material to dig into, quite an important aquatic species, and this is a fairly comprehensive video, so let's get deeply nerdy, shall we? Settle back, grab yourself a beverage, I've got one. If you've not already watched my video on the aquatic races of Faerun, that is a good primer on them and helps as a sort of a glossary, because the Sahuagin, also known as the Sahuagin, they have a heavy impact on all aquatic creatures and are in conflict with just about all of them in one way or another. They dwell in the deep ocean environments that many other races find to be stark and inhospitable, but like the Underdark, the oceans of Toril are abundant with life even in the darkest, coldest depths, because they are portals. They have portals to the elemental planes of water. There are ancient edifices built by storm giants. There are lairs of powerful beings, great horrors such as Dagon and the formidable Krakens. Unlike Earth's oceans, the marine life is even more diverse, with a greater range of species which never became extinct, and quite a lot of them compete for the same ecological niches. So much like the land, the oceans and lakes, streams and rivers of these high fantasy worlds may have the same temperatures, may have the same terrain and weather, but can have quite different ecological mixes from one area to another, simply because different species are more dominant in that territory, while similar species might have staked their own claim nearby. Your character, well versed in the ecology of their own world, would understand this. They would know how important local knowledge is. One cannot just predict what's going on in the map based solely on climate and terrain. It's not Earth. It is familiar to them, but quite alien to you or I. Fishermen on the Sword Coast would know things about the local marine conditions that only first-hand experience could teach, and will share secrets of the waves with each other over taproom ales and slow games of chance in the early hours, trading information like it was as good as gold. We know that the Sea of Fallen Stars, known to the aquatic folk as Seros, has its own share of deep zones and populations of Sahuagin, but the seas surrounding the continent of Faerun, known as to the Serosians as the Outer Seas, are ancient and absolutely full of adventure. Picture giant kelp, foot thick, hundreds of feet long, grown and woven together to trap mystical bubbles of air, in which the shell and coral cities of aquatic races sit. High above undersea mountains, there are havens for all sorts of marine life, and just as many tombs, catacombs, dungeons and assorted ruins as the land sites. In the water, the elevation below the surface determines a lot of what sort of creatures dwell there. In the outside of the mountain ranges and submerged mountain chains, there are great rocks and reefs. There are large stretches of undulating ocean floor, like a silt and sand desert covered with all sorts of deep ocean scavengers and filtered features, from the tiny to the gigantic. And in these sparsely inhabited zones there are deep ocean trenches, quite often fuming with their own climate of deep volcanic vents and home to unique ecosystems, isolated for thousands and thousands of years. The most dangerous living creatures on the face of Twarrel dwell in these chasms and deeper, some of which extend for great distances and plunge miles below the ocean floor. Here we find the watchful fortresses of the noble Tritons, the enchanted laboratories and secure vaults of storm giants, and the lairs of ancient dragons, and the homelands of the Sahuagin. I have to say personally that these are one of the creatures I would really not like to be on the same world with. It's only thanks to the lizard folk and the nations of the sea elves and merfolk and tritons and other good and noble aquatic races we rarely hear about that the land is not constantly ravaged by these deep ocean killers. The Sahuagin they're such a threat to other races. We can also thank many of the evil species of the land and water for keeping them in check as well, such as the Morphquoth, the Koalinth and the Mero. Most other races of a more neutral philosophy tend to just steer well clear of the Sahuagin and will just leave when they show up. The devil rays called the Ixijachitl frequently clash with the Sahuagin, but they tend to dwell in shallower waters, and it's only been in the last 110 years that the Ixijachitl have become aggressively invasive outside of their warmer, shallower, watery vampiric imperiums. This increased tension has stirred up the Sahuagin even more and has only served to increase the more martial leadership in their society. But what are these Sahuagin? Where do they come from? How do they live, and what motivates them to be so relentlessly nasty? In a nutshell, the Sahuagin are fish-like, monstrous humanoid species that live in oceans, seas, underground lakes and underwater caves. They tend not to like fresh water though. The Sahuagin speak their own native tongue. With a higher intelligence score, they can also speak 2 bonuses languages, and are lawful evil and have a much more regimented and advanced society than one would suspect. If I was going to be clickbaity, I would have called this video The Secrets of the Sahuagin, because there's a lot here that you don't know about, as the typical encounter with them would give the strong impression that this is a savage and feral species. It's their predatory nature and demonically enhanced bloodlust that causes this murderous reaction to other races. Among their own kind, their culture is more akin to the tyrannical hierarchical structure of the 9 Hells, divided between the absolute rule of the high priestesses and the situational rulership of the 4-armed Sahuagin barons. They also have a nobility, which isn't really mentioned in the core monster manual. Their home dwellings are orderly, clean, and decorated with brilliantly coloured tiles. They don't build doors, but do put up nets and bars to restrict access whilst preserving the flow of water. The architecture is almost Roman, with large areas, enclosed villas, and orderly city planning, quite unlike the flowing, curved, and somewhat chaotic structures of the merfolk and sea elves. Sahuagin don't generally tend to build very complicated structures, just domes and bowls and depressions and things like that. The original myths of the Sahuagin tell of an evil surface high elf wizard who sought to become a god, and for some reason the sea elves stood in their way, so they took sharks and from them created the Sahuagin, instilling in them a pathological hatred of the sea elves. But as the souls of Sahuagin are still those of sharks, they were the children of the shark god Sekala and could never be controlled by any elf. Still, there seems to be some truth to this legend, as if a population of Sahuagin lived within several miles of a sea elf colony, some of the Sahuagin offspring will be born as the mutant Malenti, which look exactly like a sea elf. Perhaps some remnant of the magic that created them is the source for this bizarre occurrence, and most of the Malenti are murdered shortly after they're hatched. However, the Sahuagin are a very clever and resourceful race, and as we shall discover, they make use of those mutants to infiltrate sea elf communities, sabotaging them as best they can before the Sahuagin arrive in force to kill everyone. Skip Williams wrote a huge volume of lore on the Sahuagin. The Sea Devils is a 96-page solid information on their culture, technology and such. This was followed by the article in Dragon Magazine number 239 in September 1997 about the Sea Devils. So you can imagine this video could be several hours long. I have to narrow it down a lot just to fit it into a reasonable time frame, but still, this is pretty comprehensive. The Sea Devils have almost 20% more brain power than humans on average. They have overcome many of the difficulties of an aquatic existence and constantly discover new technologies that end up being emulated by other aquatic races. They also have a telepathic bond with and cohabitate with all the different types of sharks. Their homes are shared with sharks. Their priests, always female, are always accompanied by a couple of loyal shark guards. Sahuagin protect their sensitive eyes with crystal lenses set into woven and treated masks of seaweed. They fashion complicated articulated body armor, are capable of large-scale feats of engineering. They produce a pungent-smelling jelly called Sekala's Fire, which they develop to fight against the scrags or sea trolls. This ignites in contact with water, burning with a ruddy glow, creating a seething mass of dark flame and steam that will stick to just about anything and broil it. The Sahuagin carry the stuff in thin metal tubes about twice the size of a potion bottle, and when activated creates a 30-foot long, 20-foot high and 20-foot wide cloud of the stuff that functions much like alchemical fire underwater and is treated just the same outside of the water as well, except with lesser range. They are extremely clever in the use of this stuff, setting ships on fire for instance to distract the crew while they simultaneously coat the underside of the hull, which will sink that ship in minutes. Sahuagin can see about 3 times further underwater than any surface race. They make use of this with ranged attacks and are smart enough to keep their distance, as they know full well what happens to them when they get the scent of blood in the water. I'll quote from a section in The Ghosts of Saltmarsh about this aspect of their nature because it's spoiler free. The Sahuagin are cruel and vicious in equal measure. Although they are in humanoid form, they have a mindset closer to that of a predatory shark than the outlook of human or other land dwellers. Like sharks, Sahuagin are at their most aggressive when their prey spills blood in the water. Their blood frenzy trait represents this increased ferocity. Though it can prove a significant edge in a fight, it also saddles them with a critical tactical challenge. Sahuagin affected by blood frenzy are at best reluctant to disengage from combat. Rather than withdraw in the face of defeat and find reinforcements, they might instead press the attack to their doom. As an optional rule to reflect this ferocity, a Sahuagin that comes within 30 feet of a hostile creature that doesn't have all of its hit points must use an action to make a DC 13 intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the Sahuagin's blood frenzy takes over as normal, and the creature either stands its ground or advances to attack in melee. On a successful save, the Sahuagin retreats or escapes if possible, temporarily fighting off the influence of this trait. If the Sahuagin moves take it further than 30 feet from all hostile creatures, the situation resets, and another saving throw is called for whenever it again comes within 30 feet of an injured enemy. Of course, this represents blood in the water, so if you're a dungeon master, be aware that just being below below full hit points doesn't necessarily mean you're bleeding into the water. So some amount of reasoning with a situation is called for. So if you're suffering from a necrotic attack or something like that, it may not necessarily have spilled blood. And be reasonable. Despite dwelling in deep ocean areas, Sahuagin are a warm water species. They reside close to geothermically active sites in the deep ocean trenches and otherwise seek to always expand their reach and dominance into warm coastal waters. The only reason they do not completely occupy all of the warm waters of the world is because they're opposed by so many other species who also prefer temperate waters to live in. It's because the Sahuagin are so clever that they've learned to exploit the deep ocean warm currents at all. Thanks to the Sea Devil's tome, I can tell you that their voice sounds breathy and toneless, as they have little control over the pitch as the air is released from a bladder over primitive vocal cords in order for them to speak the surface tongues. They use this air to speak and they gulp it down because it's from an internal flotation bladder. They don't have lungs. The 4 gills on either side of their neck absorb oxygen from the air or water. They also secrete excess salt from those vents as well. In theory, a Sahuagin could inhale an exotic gas into its flotation bladder, such as methane or helium, with no ill effect to itself because it's not actually inhaling. An adult female Sahuagin lays a single egg every 6 weeks. The egg has a vaguely rectangular shape with a tough, leathery shell. It's about the same size and thickness as 2 human fists placed together. The eggs fertilise internally and hatch after incubating for only 3 months, and Sahuagin are about 10 inches long at birth, regardless of gender. They attain full adult size in 6 to 8 weeks and eat prodigiously the entire time. The voracious hatchlings consume anything they can sink their teeth and claws into, including other hatchlings and the unhatched eggs. Unwary females tending unmerged hatchlings often suffer nips, but the hatchlings soon learn to respect their elders, and the juveniles are tightly controlled, segregated into different groups. All hatchlings undergo rigorous training in the particulars of Sahuagin language, culture, and hunting techniques from year dot. Death awaits any hatchlings who lag behind the others, and their early life is extremely competitive, brutal, and really designed to instill rigid adherence to the social order, to cull the weak from the population, and to provide a constant bolstering of the fighting force. As troops may be young and relatively uneducated, but they're fully capable combatants within a couple of months of being hatched, and are trained to follow orders right from the very start. So a Sahuagin have a tremendous edge over other races in regard to replenishing their fighting forces as quickly as possible. Everything the Sahuagin do is oriented around continual improvement, climbing the social ranks, and so on. There's no separation of church and state, military or civilian. The entire population is a militant theocracy, ruled by female priests who delegate martial action to the 4-armed barons, who may be male or female, so this is the highest rank a male can achieve in their culture outside of their nobility. Eggs are gathered in groups to hatch at the same time, which means they mature in batches, known as bands. So these groups grow up in competition with each other and form the hidden strata of their own culture. And other groupings are sort of oriented around this similar sort of biological feel of bands of people working together. Their hatchling group and hatchmates are their core identity, as they don't know who their parents are. And from there, they have a slew of different orders and groups that they have rigorous and hard-won criteria for entry. They provide further goals, accomplishments, and drives for individuals, while also ensnaring them in obligations, expectations, rewards, and punishments. So your average Sahuagin would feel completely at home in the Nine Hells, no doubt thrive on the challenge and the prospect of near limitless paths of potential. They live a long time, potentially, climbing in social ranks as they grow in size. The average warrior is 6 months old to 30 years old, standing just 6 feet tall. If you see a Sahuagin over 6 feet tall, they'll be around 40 to 100 years old. Those in charge will be well over 6.5 feet tall and 80 to 150 years old, while the barons, senior priestesses, and royal guards will be hundreds of years old and growing past 7 feet tall. The royal high priestess will be from 350 to 440 years old and about 8 feet 8 inches tall, while the king will be over 9 feet tall and 600 years old. Growth slows down the older they get, but never fully stops, and their maximum size and age is unknown. The really big ones are rarely seen and closely guarded. The priestess females don't breed, as breeding females only live to a maximum of 200 years. As they grow older, their coloration darkens, which is why the barons are typically dark, because they're older than the young warriors they command. Females control Sahuagin religious life. All females in a Sahuagin community function as teachers and keepers of a religious law. Females who demonstrate outstanding intelligence can become priestesses. They are the ones who create deep song, which is a form of very long-range communication that Sahuagin can do. This, though the process is exhausting them and requires quite a bit of preparation, it also requires a priestess and one of the noble caste, or one of the barons. The Malenti mutants have greenish silver skin, green or deep blue hair, webbed hands and feet. Malenti do not possess scales, fins or tails, so they naturally swim slower than other Sahuagin, and their features are elven, including sparkling green eyes. Malenti have tough bodies, however resistant to blows, just as any Sahuagin, and their sensory capabilities are similar. In combat, Malenti's webbed hands and feet hide retractable claws that they can slash an opponent to ribbons with. Furthermore, Malenti possess powerful jaws that can deliver a vicious bite, which isn't apparent when you first look at them because they just look like elves. They grow at a different rate to other Sahuagin, reaching 4 feet in about 6 to 8 weeks, which is lightning fast compared to a sea elf. They grow to about 6 feet maximum and have a lifespan of only 170 years. They have an ambiguous social status, regarded as loathsome freaks by other Sahuagin, who have a contempt for mutants in general. However, the Malenti are considered the property of high-ranked barons, and they cannot be killed without severe consequences due to their usefulness as espionage agents. They spend most of their time isolated in comfortable surroundings away from the general population. The exact rate of Malenti births can be as high as 1 in every 100 hatched eggs if a permanent sea elf community exists within 100 miles. For some reason, the most Tritons believe that the origin of the Sahuagin comes from Drow elves, but the Sea Elves know that the Sahuagin race existed before the descent of the Drow over 11,000 years ago. This might be because the Sarosian Sahuagin are more matriarchal, but the Sahuagin of the Outer Oceans are actually patriarchal, with a noble class and a king, as mentioned. I should mention the related race called the Anguillians, which were, according to legend, the less successful experiment to create an intelligent and evil marine race. They look like large eels with limbs. The front pair are a bit like those of a crab, ending in wicked pincers. The rear are more like those of a frog. The mouth dominates the head and has rows of teeth like a lamprey. They have distorted nostrils and 2 red, malevolent eyes that are vaguely humanoid, disturbingly so, and some tendril feelers in the lower part of the jaw, much like a catfish. They don't interact with the Sahuagin much. They don't come up on land. They spend a lot of their time in the cold open waters of the deep sea, and the two races barter and trade together, with the Sahuagin getting items scavenged from the deep ocean sea wrecks, and the Aquilians trading for nets and exotic poisons. The Sahuagins hate the taste of Aquilian flesh and tolerate their cousins because they don't seek to inhabit the same environments. Aquilians are thoroughly nasty species. They know full well the horrors of the deep and serve their masters whenever they rouse from their slumbering cyclopean vaults. Encounters between the weresharks and Sahuagin occur fairly often, as the two races inhabit warm waters. If the Sahuagin succeed in capturing a wereshark, they will keep it as a prisoner. The wereshark becomes the centerpiece of entertainment in the Sahuagin community, as the Sea Devils stage frequent gladiatorial combats between the wereshark and any other captives. If the wereshark can survive 2 or 3 years of this, the Sahuagin adopt it in their community. By then, the Stockholm effect has taken place, and the weresharks believe they are a member of the community in good standing, treated as they would be any other intelligent shark, but always very wary of its potential for mayhem. A Sahuagin community with a group of weresharks often skirmish for months, with neither side gaining much advantage. In some situations, the wereshark community and the Sahuagin leadership will agree to a loose alliance. The weresharks receive free access to the Sahuagin's territory in return for wereshark services as guards and long-range scouts, while maintaining their independence. Sahuagin are not immune to aquatic lycanthropy, but they can never become any sort of land-based were-creature. There are cults of Sahuagin who believe the weresharks, particularly noble Sahuagin wereshark priestesses, are sacred to the shark god Sekala, and during the full moon they set prey loose for the priestess to hunt in shark form. A lesser-known terror of the deep is called the Norwidnir, or shark were, which is a huge shark that can take on nearly any humanoid form. They would be natural allies of the Sahuagin when you think about it. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, they are deeply chaotic and quite evil. The only interactions the Sahuagin have with them is when all of a sudden a normal-looking Sahuagin among them transforms into a massive frenzied shark, killing and eating as many of them as it can before escaping back into the open water. Understandably, the Sahuagin take a very dim view of this kind of activity and kill the shark wares every chance they can get. Of course, in the deep ocean, the Kraken and the Aboleth also dwell, though the Aboleth actually prefer to live underground. Don't forget, the Underdark extends well past the borders of continental land and is equally accessible to oceanic races. I won't give away any of the secrets of the Saltmarsh adventures, but you can find stats for a juvenile Kraken and marine hobgoblins called the Coalinth and the cousins of the Koator, the Lokatha, who appear far more fish-like, dare say even a bit cute compared to previous editions. I mean, it makes sense, they're good-hearted races of fish people, so why not? So, in the Ghosts of Saltmarsh, we have a variety of new Sahuagin, from the hulking coral smashers to the dark and somewhat lanternfish-like deep divers. We see the priestesses call to their shark god Sekala to provide them with the specialist mutations, and there are also some two-headed shark demons available, which raises the interesting question, what is Sekala? Well, he has been called a powerful devil, but he is rightfully a lesser deity and quite capable of summoning demons, even though he spends most of his time swimming in the infernal waters of the fifth layer of the Nine Hells, Stygia, where, under the ice floes, he swims in Shairushk, which is his own aquatic realm. I do not advise you to go there, as you will be eaten by the actual god of sharks, who exists solely to eat everything it can. Not much is known about Sekala's plans, but they obviously include spreading the Sahuagin throughout the multiverse, since they are found remarkably similar to each other on many different worlds. Most surface dwellers are quite shocked when they actually do manage to speak with a captive Sahuagin, because they are an intelligent and somewhat poetic race, who don't sound like savages. Most people assume that they would, though. They discover that the Sahuagin consider anywhere out of their environment, being from the surface waters down to a depth of about 2,000 feet, to be another world. When they take a trip to the outside of the water for a few hours, to them it's like being on another planet entirely, and the beings who live there are vile aliens to them. The surface is hellish, with bright light, wildly variant temperatures, dryness, constraining gravity. To them, the surface world is like a layer of the abyss or the elemental plane of fire, and they would much prefer the entire planet was once more covered in water. They firmly believe that they are a superior form of life, and it is their destiny to control everything, to bring everything into alignment with their perfect and natural order. They have a strict and stark set of axioms that they live by. Self-sufficiency and obedience are the greatest qualities. There is a place for everyone, and everyone should remain in their place, be it Sahuagin, enemy, or food, which is their three categories of living beings. The weak should perish, and the strong should lead, as only success is virtuous, and only the inadequate fail. They have no hesitation when it comes to food. Meat is meat. They eat whatever is available, including their own kind if need be. Only the living are Sahuagin, the dead are just meat. The word Sahuagin in merfolk terms means insatiable hunters or tireless ravengers. The Sahuagin call themselves we who eat, so it's not that different really. There are two correct ways to say the word. One is Sahuagin, the other is Sahuagin, both with the hard G at the end, both are correct. The word Malenti means changeling in Sea Elven. In their own language, the Sahuagin just call each other comrade. They call those above their station Honoured One, those who are above that station More Honoured One, all the way up to Most Honoured One. The titles we use, such as Baron and Noble, are meaningless to them. Their social structure is complicated, but makes perfect sense to them. They fight one-on-one or in small groups against each other in ritual blood challenges in order to settle disputes in their own culture, so that those who are correct are those who can back up their opinion with brute force. They have many rituals in day-to-day life, as is typical with very volatile creatures, that help them avoid conflict with each other. When two equals meet, it is customary for both to look away, as eye contact could signify that one sea devil is sizing up the other. When sea devils of unequal ranks meet, the subordinate looks at superior in the eye and then swims upward, allowing the superior to swim underneath. The subordinate then looks away while the superior watches. If this proves impractical, the subordinate stands still with its hands on its chest and eyes averted while the superior passes. If new to a place, a newcomer will announce itself and its band and where it came from, and the native of the area will then establish a proper social protocol. Before entering the structure, Sahuagin will stop and clean itself by rubbing sand on its fins, like we would wipe our feet. When they start a task, they always announce what they're going to do, and when they end the task, they announce what they have done. They do read and write, and they have a form of books, but they only ever read to record or commit something to memory. They never read aloud from a book. Also, they always announce if they are about to recite something they have read in a book, quoting its source to prove its veracity. In a society where disputes over facts can lead to getting killed and eaten, they quote their sources. If you see a massive shark jaw with treasure piled inside it, this is a sacred shrine to Secular, and to touch it means certain death. Right, let's have a look at the standard monster listing for the Sahuagin in the core monster manual for 5th edition. First thing to note, no information on nets whatsoever. Well, the Sahuagin use nets a lot. This is a huge alteration to their combat style, so give them nets. You have every right to according to the law for this race. Proficiency with a net allows you to add your proficiency bonus to the attack roll for any attack you make with it. A large or smaller creature hit by a net is restrained until it is freed. A net has no effect on creatures that are formless or creatures that are huge or larger. A creature can use its action to make a DC 10 strength check, freeing itself on another creature within its reach on a success. Dealing 5 slashing damage to the net, which is an armor class of 10, also frees the creature without harming it, ending the effect and destroying the net. When you use an action, bonus action or reaction to attack with a net, you can only make one attack action regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. The net weighs about 3 pounds and a good quality one and suitable for combat costs about 1 gold. There you go, that's nets for you, officially. Sahuagin also use poison. Just use something exactly like the poison darts that the drow use. They're identical. Okay, so medium humanoid fishy bastards. Natural armor class is 12. They can be armored up to 20 for some of the specialist variants that you find in the Ghost of Saltmarsh. Hit points are 48 plus 4, so between 8 and 36 with an average of 22 hit points. No particular vulnerabilities or resistances. They don't have traditional sunlight sensitivity or an aversion to magic use like they used to. They have 120-foot dark vision and sharp senses with a passive perception of 15 and a +5 to perception checks. They can survive out of water for up to 4 hours, but will start to suffocate beyond that point. In the previous editions, they would become poisoned by their own metabolism, but it works out about the same. They have 120-foot range shark telepathy, and sharks are reasonably friendly with them. If you're not familiar with the giant shark, the deep water hunter shark, and the shallower water reef shark, you'd better read up on them, as the Sahuagin will always have sharks with them in combat, unless they really are up on land away from the ocean. They are more likely to be with hunter sharks than the reef sharks, and a side note, they hate dolphins and will kill them for sport. I usually say that they use a bonus action to issue one command to one shark on their turn. It's up to you really how you work this. As mentioned, they have Blood Frenzy. The Sahuagin have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that doesn't have all of its hit points. This is pretty huge tactically, so it makes sense that they will attack from a distance to score those crucial opening hits before they engage with advantage in melee combat. The spear has an effective range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet as a thrown weapon. No reason why they wouldn't have an expendable throwing spear and a more sturdy hand-to-hand spear or trident that they can use. They also attack with claws and their bite. Attributes are in general slightly above humans across the board, but not excessively so. They are strong and intelligent. They move at 30 feet per round on land and 40 feet per round in water. They make a bite attack, which is +3 to hit and does 1d4 plus 1 piercing damage, plus they can either claw for 1d4 plus 1 slashing damage or strike with a spear with one hand, doing 1d6 plus 1 piercing damage, or using both hands, supplanting their claw attack, for 1d8 plus 1 piercing damage, also +3 to hit. And at 1/2 challenge rating, they are most certainly going to be attacking in groups, at least 3 or 4 with one shark. But they can attack in bands of 20 to 30 with 5 or 6 accompanying sharks, so formidable. As mentioned, check out Ghosts of Saltmarsh for Blade Masters, Coral Smashers, Hatchling Swarms and the like. Also found in the Monster Manual is the Baron, who is large and wears a breastplate for an armor class of 16, has 9d10 plus 27 hit points for an average of 76, a faster swim speed of 50 feet per round, way higher attributes, and a ferocious strength of 19, even sharper senses and 3 attacks per round, 1 bite and 2 claw or trident attacks. The trident has the same throwing range as the spear but does an extra dice of damage, and it's also versatile, so different damage if used by 1 or 2 hands, and there's no reason for the forearm Baron not to use it two-handed really. Last, there is the priestess. She doesn't carry a weapon. I mean, her pet sharks are her weapons, and anyway, she can cast spells as a 6th level spellcaster, cleric. Using her wisdom of 14, her spells are DC 12 and +4 to hit. The spells listed are pretty basic cleric loadout for boosting others in combat and healing the band of Sahuagin and the shark that she has with her, but feel free to pick and choose from the cleric spell list for suitable sharky spells as you see fit. She'll be looking for living sacrifices to Sekala and treasure to place in his shrine, and will have a holy symbol that looks like a shark fin cutting through the water. In the world of Greyhawk campaign setting, Sahuagin are known to inhabit the Azure Sea and once threatened the Kyoshi town of Saltmarsh in 570 of their reckoning. The Sahuagin laid siege to a lair of lizard folk, and that adventure arc concerns that conflict. The build-up of Sahuagin forces it's quite an interesting tale and a really good set of adventures. I'm quite looking forward to getting my teeth sunk into that one. In the Forgotten Realms campaign setting, one origin story explains that the Dark Elven wizard's desire to become a god resulted in them utilising experimentation to create the Sahuagin. Yes, I really do speak that fast. And that's the origin story of them on that world. It's probably not shared on Greyhawk. This was explained in The Secrets of Blood, Spirits of the Sea by Elaine Cunningham in her novel, contained in the Forgotten Realms novel The Realms of the Arcane. So if you want to read more about that, that's basically where it comes from. In Faerun, Sahuagin are known to live in the Sea of Fallen Stars in the eastern parts of the large inland sea, somewhere in the Alamba Sea. And before the Spell Plague changed the planet's geography, the Sahuagin ruled the underwater kingdom of Alexis and wreaked havoc on seafarers on the coastal towns of Unther. One final note, when speaking in Sahuagin, be sure to throw in lots of archaic language in there, with the thous and thys and these, as that is an interesting quirk of the Sahuagin, that their knowledge of the surface world is dated and reflected in the way that they speak. Please hit the like button if you made it this far, subscribe if you like what I do, check out my Patreon for some exclusive content and all the full scripts for these videos, buy some merchandise, support your hardworking, researching sage, wear your geek with pride, check out Patron Blades for a mighty smooth shave, and as always, thanks for listening, and I'll be back with more for you very soon.
Goblins flee the world of light, cursed and wretched in their plight. Dark, dank caves the goblins live in. Goblins pray to him who begat them. Help us take back what's lost today. Magubliet, guide us on the way. Make a race whose power can end the reign of elves and dwarves and men. Hobgoblin, hobgoblin. Gather now by standards, by swords, come unite the scattered hordes. By order, hobgoblins will reclaim the world that goblins fled in shame. Bring war, bring strife upon the land. One tribe in victory will stand. Guide to war the lesser kin, and lend them strength the day to win. Hobgoblin, hobgoblin. Don the armor of fallen foes and pick the flesh clean from their bones. Hobgoblin tribes grow strong through war. If they know peace, they grow no more. Shielded lands defended with might will never, never flee the light. Vengeful conquest now begin. All goblin kind come join your kin. Hobgoblin, hobgoblin.
Hello everybody, this is AJ, you're with the Mighty Glue Stick, and today, obviously, I'm going to be covering hobgoblins. Now, I've saved the best for last, I think, with hobgoblins. This is the main goblin race, if you ask me. They are quite a different kettle of fish to goblins and bugbears, and they also have a pivotal role in how those two races operate, because they are basically offshoots of the hobgoblin breed. In the world of Greyhawk, hobgoblins are known as high goblins, and that's kind of how you should see them, in the light that they are actually true goblinoids. They are quite a different foe to contend with than a goblin or a bugbear, who are essentially chaotic creatures, because hobgoblins are very lawful. They are lawful, they are evil. And they are a functional society of monster kind that you don't generally see anywhere else. And they are not like orcs or other such creatures. They do have a brutal existence, but it's not a savage existence. It's quite different from orcs and other types of creatures such as that. So we'll just basically cover your standard hobgoblin. They stand about, they're taller than a human being up to about 6'6". They have a reddish orangey skin, which they accentuate with tattoos and ritual scarring and deep body piercings and things. Their hair is typically black and worn long in a top knot or a braid, and they have more predatory bestial features, such as sort of canine hooked ears, pointed ears. They've got sharper features. They've got a very strong jaw that sort of is more projected out from their face. They've got tusks like teeth that are very predatory. Their eyes are a yellowish, cat-like yellow, almost a lion-like yellow, with dark rims. They've got beetle brows that hang heavy over and give them a scowling appearance. Their nose is sort of snubbed and upturned somewhat, and they have a continual sort of sneering expression on their face, and their lips are dark-lipped and dour, sort of pointed down. Their bodies are muscular but lean, given more to agility than brute strength, and they carry themselves very well. They have the typical black fingernails that are pointed like claws of most goblin kind, and they carry themselves reasonably upright, not sort of hunched over or sort of hunchbacked like other goblin kind. So yeah, they're very rigid and erect, and when you look at them, they look like a powerful and graceful fighter, like they've spent their entire life on their toes, ready to react, and that is essentially exactly what they do. So meeting a hobgoblin is if you're expecting a savage beast, you're going to be very surprised and mistaken in what you thought you were going to be meeting. So they're a medium humanoid, lawful evil. They typically wear chainmail and carry a shield, giving them armor class of 18. Your basic hobgoblin has got 11 hit points and a speed of 30 feet. Their statistics are relatively average across the board. They've got 1 point less in charisma, but otherwise they're fairly average with a constitution of 12, dexterity of 12, and a strength of 13. So they're a human equivalent. They have a dark vision out to 60 feet, passive perception with 10, they speak common and goblin, challenge rating of half. They've got a ability called martial advantage. Once per turn, the hobgoblin can deal an extra 7 or 2d6 damage to a creature it hits with a weapon attack, if that creature is within 5 feet of an ally of the hobgoblin that isn't incapacitated. So if its ally isn't incapacitated. And they typically use long swords and long bows, so +3 to hit, and do 5 points standard damage, slashing damage, or 6 slashing damage if used with both hands. And they're very adept with the longbow, +3 to hit, short range of 150, long range of 600 feet, doing 5 points piercing damage. And the tactics of the hobgoblin, if you meet them in combat, you'll be prepared for them using advanced military tactics on you. So they will take advantage of any high ground. They will keep reserves back if they suspect that there's ever any chance of a spellcaster coming up against them. They'll keep a couple in reserve back with their longbows, readying to take a shot as soon as the spellcaster casts a spell, in which case they will have to contend with a volley of arrows coming directly at them, because the hobgoblins realise that losing a few actions of these reserve troops is worth the effort, when it could mean the end of a battle when a wizard casts sleep or paralysis or something across the masses. They are strongly focused on fighters, so it would take a very determined adventuring group to take them on one-on-one, particularly if they're coming at them in a massed group, which they probably would be. So the the physiology of a hobgoblin is that they're essentially born predators, and this heritage is apparent in their physical shape as described. They are lithe and graceful, almost feline, really, in the way that they move, and they accentuate themselves with tattoos with their crimson orange skin, but they're not the typical sort of ink tattoos. They are deep gouging tattoos, more like the moko of Maori people, where they sort of carve it into the skin. And of course they use deep body piercings and things like that that look painful and are painful. Yeah, so while it may be run through with metal in several places, the hobgoblin always keeps the red, or in some cases blue, nose clear, so they never damage or scar or pierce their nose, because it has specific cultural significance to them. So their hair is coarse, usually grey or brown in colour, covers the hide of the hobgoblin. Basically, they're quite hairy, and they control it and keep it tied back, typically with bone jewellery crafted from the remains of slain foes, or adornments that the hobgoblin wears, which call attention to their battle prowess and their high tolerance for physical hardship. So yeah, they may wear spikes and things like that are physically uncomfortable. Psychology, well, that's really where the hobgoblin steps quite far away from the other goblin kind. They have a rigid, regimented society, which I'll cover in some depth, and it's quite a fascinating society compared to other humanoid races. They have a lot of animosity towards elves, who are really polar opposites to them in every way, and they quite often will use elves as a deriding insult amongst each other. Calling a hobgoblin an elf is a deep insult, because they see elves as worthless, weak, ineffectual fops, basically, completely different from themselves, and they represent everything that they scorn and deride. They find elves disgusting. They have a modicum of respect for dwarves and a little bit of respect for humans, because of the occasional prowess and the durability.
Peace be with you. Go in peace.
Greetings. May the stars guide you.
Elun Adore, Asha Fela. Good luck, friend.
Greetings. Can I assist you?
Time is money, friend. Hurry back. Keep it real. Have a good one. What can I do for you? Be good. How are you? See you soon. No. Keep your feet on the ground.
I need to get closer. too far away. Can't do that yet. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. I need to get closer. Hello. Ishnu Allah. It's too far away. Not enough rage. That ability.
What's on your mind? Safe travels. See you soon. Well met. Be good.
I need to get closer. That ability.
And stoicness and willpower and organisation that humans and dwarves can exhibit. They live by the adage of a personal perimeter, and this was described very well in Dragon Magazine in a fantastic article which I'm drawing heavily on by Terry Edwards, illustrated by Sam Wood from Dragon Magazine in July 2003. And it's a really good article. It's one of those monster ecology articles which I highly recommend that you read, as well as the additions in Volo's Guide to Monsters, which cover the hobgoblins and all the goblinoids in some depth. So there's not a lot I can add to these two sources really, because they really cover a lot. If you want to get a better grip on their religion, look up the deity Maglubiet, as well as Nomic Gaia, which is a deity of war and authority, who's kind of considered the patron deity of hobgoblins in the way that they suppress their emotions, and I'll cover that in a minute. Also the goblinoid god Bargriviek, who emphasises cooperation between the goblin races, but that's kind of been taken over by Maglubliet, who basically took over everything as a god of war and rulership. He pretty much forced his way into controlling all goblin society, and now he's tied in with Bane as well, so Bane also has a heavy influence on the modern hobgoblin. So yeah, the concept of a personal perimeter is one that's fascinating and really defines what a hobgoblin is. So each hobgoblin learns early in life to establish a perimeter of defense. So this is a perimeter of awareness, being ready for constant attack, betrayal. Essentially, they are abused. From a human's perspective, they go through wicked child abuse that essentially leaves them never trusting anyone and protecting their personal space as it relates to their role in creating a strong defense for their society. So personal responsibility adds to collective responsibility. So it's a highly lawful point of view, it's a lawful tribal point of view. So in the hobgoblin mindset, one hobgoblin controls their own immediate area, 2 control still more, and so forth. Thus, a whole tribe jointly controls a significant area that it claims for its own use. And this is manifest when they first enter an area or when you first encounter a hobgoblin. They are automatically suspicious of attack. Always. So if you meet a hobgoblin in a bar, he won't be sitting with his back to the door, he won't be sitting with a group of friends, he won't be drunk, he'll be sitting in a corner, watching everything very carefully. He'll have his weapons within easy reach. He may even have one ready under the table, held against it with his knee, ready to draw it in a split second. He'll be nursing one drink the entire night, and he will not get drunk. And when you approach him, he's automatically expecting a scam, an assassination attempt, or similar. If you offer him a deal, he will look at it as bait, not an opportunity. If it turns out to be an opportunity, he'll be looking at how he can get it away from you, so have nothing to do with you and take whatever you have for himself and his tribe. And this may actually manifest itself in him killing you. If you haven't safeguarded, or if you've given him too much information and he doesn't need you anymore, he will quickly dispose of you or just part company. Pretty unfriendly. They're generally regarded to be paranoid, aggressive, and cruel, and dour. Very, very unfeeling and unemotional. If you look at them like a combination of Vulcans and Klingons, so their language and their society is very similar to Klingons, except they don't really hold personal honor per se. It's not a personal responsibility, it's their standing in society. So when they've done something to not assist or acknowledge another hobgoblin, it can be very harsh on them, because that's an opening for the cruelty of hobgoblins to pour on them, because they're not doing their part. They're not holding up their personal perimeter. So yeah, they're always on the defensive, basically, is what I should say, and they're constantly evaluating their surroundings for tactical advantages. Always. They never let their guard down. This tendency is most notable when they're outside the protective confines of their own tribal lands, and they will never show their emotions publicly. They're stoic to the extreme, much more stoic and paranoid than a dwarf. So they take that somewhat uncomfortable, sticky aspect of dwarven culture to an extreme. Their morality is a narrow focus that leaves no room for moral questions. Mercy and compassion can only weaken the perimeter and their personal perimeter and cloud their thinking. So they do not form loving personal attachments with anyone. They assess and contribute to the tribe and everything that they do, including breeding. They don't form loving family relationships. Individual freedom is meaningless, and has no place in hobgoblin society, and their respect for freedom of others never enters a hobgoblin's thoughts. So it's humans' fault that their society is weak. They see no point in sugarcoating their attitude towards other races and their weaknesses, and they will point out very quickly if anybody questions them or judges them or looks down on them. They will very quickly point out everything that's wrong with their society from a hobgoblin's point of view, and nobody can tell them otherwise, because as far as they're concerned, they're the survivors. They're the ones who've got it right. They're the ones who have a healthy level of suspicion and aggression in a world full of monsters and competing intelligent races. They will survive, and they will conquer eventually. Unfortunately, this also extends to other hobgoblin tribes, so it's a difficult thing to get any significant amount of hobgoblins together to form a really threatening warband, but boy, when they do, it's extremely dangerous for any other intelligent race or civilization around, because they are predatory and they're not agrarian, which means they don't really grow any food for themselves, and they quickly hunt an area clean of any animal life, or any grains or resources or farmlets or villages that are in the area. They will pick them clean, and then they will move on, and they pick them clean of everything. So they will kill and eat other humanoids, they will kill all their livestock, they will steal all of their implements, they will repurpose everything that they get. If a farm implement or something like that is useless, they will smelt it down and they will reforge it into weapons and armor. They have no use for farming tools and things like that. Their society in that regard is broken up into a hierarchy and a caste system, a social hierarchy. So unlike the chaotic goblinoid cousins, they maintain a highly organized social order that has 3 castes, which is the military, the religious, and the worker castes. Now, a worker caste is no less important in their society and has no less esteem and honor than a warrior class. However, the warrior class is more common and is more likely to be the leader of their society. So a war leader is typically a cross-classed fighter, rogue, hobgoblin who's risen through the ranks through sheer experience. They don't have a goal of dying in combat, which is something that you might think they would be wanting to do. If you think of them as Vikings or Klingons, for instance, wanting to go to Valhall or Stovikor, that's not how they think. Death in battle means that they haven't maintained their personal perimeter, they've let down the defenses, and they've died. That's not what they want to do. They want to live and contribute to their society in another way through their experience and training others, and if need be, they will sacrifice themselves for an adept so that they can use magic and things to do deals and packs and things. I'll cover that in a minute. So they have the military class is divided up into command and warriors. The religious caste is broken up into priests and instructors, and also a select group that are outside of the norm who are raised from birth to be assassins or scouts or spies, or deal with other things like that. And the labor caste, which is crafters and workers, and also those that deal with beasts of war, trainers and things like that, so that's where you get your blacksmiths and your leather workers and your armor smiths and fletchers and things like that. So the caste assignment is based on both individual affinity for a given task and a tribe's current needs, and gender has no relation to anything in Hobgoblin society. It doesn't really matter a jot. Apart from their names, the religious caste names them at birth, but their names evolve over time as they're given assignments. Essentially, when they're an adolescent, they go through standardized training through a series of instructors. They don't have a parental relationship really, although their parents do know them and they do know who their parents are, and they are subject to even more social pressure from their parents to basically be the best hobgoblin they can be and do their part for society, because it will reflect badly on them otherwise. But they experience no love, no laughter, no happiness, no joy. Those sort of concepts are social faux pas in Hobgoblin society. If you show emotion, you're considered to be weak, and that's got a lot to do with the Nomeg Gaia, who is deity of war and authority, who is considered to be emotionless. So even in combat where he receives brutal wounds, he will show no facial expression, completely stoic. And hobgoblins see that as strength, so they show no emotion in public. They will only show emotion when they are jeering or cajoling or otherwise inciting a fight between a rival hobgoblin tribe, or when they're talking about things that they hate, such as elves. That's about the most emotion you'll ever see out of hobgoblin, is when they're deriding elves and gaining some satisfaction and telling you exactly how ridiculously useless elves are. So, names. The suffix ken is added to the name of a female, and the suffix con is added to that of a male. This construction is then followed by the mother's or father's name, the tribe's name, and the individual's position. For example, a male hobgoblin warrior might be named Maelgirm, Ulok of Ailton's Shield, guard of the first perimeter. In human lands, a hobgoblin separated from his tribe might use a name that contains references to his past, but still identifies himself based on his new role in homeland. For example, Hemilion of Elshim Merchant Prekos Caravan Guard. And in pronouncing hobgoblin, I find that having a passing familiarity with Klingon is useful. But it's also, they base it on the Dwarven script, and they have that same sort of rolling R's and things. So yeah, they'll have that similar sort of R sound in what they so grr no megaya marubliet. So you can throw a rolling R in whenever you want to. And they sort of split the word up into bitten off consonants. Maglubiat and t and th, and making hissing sounds when they speak as well, because they've got tusks, and their whole, if you picture their demeanor as rough, as dour and biting off their language, so they only speak when they have to, or when they do speak, it's either an order or a typical saying, or it'll be a chant or a war song, marching song or something like that, or an axiom like a Sun Tzu sort of axiom of war, a saying, you know, a snippet of wisdom, or they'll be casting derision or insults, and yeah, all of those things sort of lend to having a bit of harsh language. But of course they have poetry that talks about their honor and talks about the tribe's superiority and things. So although they're born for combat, as I mentioned, they don't intend to end their lives on the battlefield. Time to die is chosen by or for any individual who can no longer contribute anything to the tribe. Also, by a similar bent, they can change their rank or caste in society if they're no longer able to perform their function, but they're not completely useless. So a smith who loses one of his hands, for instance, may go into something else, like instructing in fencing with one sword, or some other sort of role. They may become a historian because you only really need one hand to write. That sort of thing. And their primary concern for the Hobgoblin tribe is survival, and that means that when they set up camp anywhere, because they're constantly moving, because of their non-agrarian nature, they need to move on and continually conquer new areas and take over resources that others have gained or gathered. So they don't do any mining for themselves typically, although they may set slave races to do it for them. They're big believers in slavery and keeping others around to do their dirty work, and that's kind of where bugbears and goblins come into it. Nobody really knows for sure whether the hobgoblins bred the goblinoid races for specific purposes, or whether they are natural offshoots that they've sort of incorporated into their society when need be. They are known to use Golvorg, or the War Warg in Goblin. It's a gigantic black wolf with scythe-like fangs and dragon-like spinal protuberances and a serpent-like tail, tipped with a mace-like bony knob. So that's definitely mage-bred and created and bred by hobgoblin spellcasters for combat, and they're kind of cunning and ravenous and reproduce slowly in the wild. So yeah, few hobgoblin tribes can afford to keep them because they basically eat a lot of resources. The Varag, or Blood Chaser, is a feral goblinoid, about 7 feet tall but primarily hunched over quadrupedal, and they're magically bred with direwolves to create a creature almost as lupine as goblins. The hobgoblins are very fond of Varags and treat them as pets, but they're again very rare. They'll also keep drakes and other creatures, and some hobgoblin tribes also keep barghasts. Barghasts are actually enemies of goblin kind. They're a curse put upon them when their god felt slighted. So, but if you do find a hobgoblin tribe which has got a barghast in them, be very wary, because the evil will be ramped up quite a bit, and you may encounter hobgoblin blackguards and very evil spellcasters and things like that, because the barghast will urge them to do dark and dirty things. And of course, as soon as a hobgoblin has distinguished itself enough, the barghast will seek to kill it and eat it as part of its tribute. Anyway, but so yeah, look up barghasts if you want to find out more about them. Yeah, so they're driven to war and conquest. That's part of their religious orientation and a strong factor of their society. Even if it wasn't, they would still be orientated to do so, because they don't understand farming and they have no interest in it. Although they are omnivorous and do eat bread and things like that, and they will strip any plant life out of the area. It's not their focus really, and they prefer to chew into an animal that they've killed. They see nothing wrong with hunting, and consider the worker class who goes out and kills and hunts to be just as important as a warrior. Their religious caste can overrule the leader on occasion, and they'll basically do so in a roundabout way that doesn't directly confront them by saying it's not the will of the god, and essentially they don't do it very often, but when they do it, the leader has enough wisdom to say it's the will of the god, therefore I decide that we will do this. So that the religious caste can sometimes put their foot down just sort of quietly and not cause the leader to lose face. Otherwise that would result in a weakening of the tribe through division in that way. So they don't generally do that. So it's kind of different from orcs and things like that, where the religious caste will actually work against the leader on occasion. So sometimes they just generally, they change their mind. It may be that the leader is making a mistaken decision because he hasn't consulted the religious caste, and their divinations and oracle magics have given additional information. So the military makes up the largest of the tribe's 3 social divisions, and all hobgoblins, when they reach an adolescent age and have finished their initial tutorial sort of stages, or brutal child abuse, if you want to put it that way, they go through mandatory military service for a while, and then they are assessed by the religious caste and then put into their roles in society. So whatever they are best at is what they're put into. They may be better archers or warriors or just grunts, or they may have the strength or fortitude or concentration to be scribes or adepts and blacksmiths and things like that. Adepts are a very important part of the Goblin Warband because they can wear armor, and even using a few spells such as Lightning Bolt or Flame Hands and things like that is very useful, particularly because the opponents may not be expecting it, and the adepts can sort of blend into the group protection of a warband, and be quite useful in that regard. But they'll also keep archers at all times, and be ready to split their forces or flank or move in quite complicated maneuvers where they split up the party into more manageable, smaller chunks, and they will, as I said, try and disrupt spellcasting whenever possible and gain high ground and get a tactical advantage. When they build their bases, because their tribe, their fortification is really like a fire base, where they have an outer perimeter with watchtowers and defensible outlying stations, so like watch posts. That'll have small squads of say 6 to 9 hobgoblins and possibly a warg with them, and they will constantly move around the perimeter. They will actually reshape the landscape to redirect rivers into moats. They'll build palisades of sharpened logs or more permanent sort of fixtures, and they build up earth embankments to create high ground and create natural obstacles which channel anybody who's approaching en masse into their base. So before you even get to the perimeter of their central compound, you will have already gone through a meat grinder of fast and mobile attack squads that are skirmishing and taking you out as you go, and of course a withering hail of arrows coming from watchtowers and things, and any high ground and at the top of their palisades and things around the place. And then on the inside you've got tents arranged around, and there's weapons dispersed everywhere. So pretty much every hobgoblin, even old workers and things like that, grunt labourers, will have ready access to a weapon and armour, and are ready to leap up and defend to the death their encampment against any aggressors and any incursion. Hobgoblins by nature are not want to have anybody ruling over them. They seek to rule over others, and they will be paranoid and realise that nobody's really going to want to work with them or to their best interest other than themselves. So they will go out of their way when they enter an area to suppress and put down any possible resistance, and then they'll go about taking everything that they need and stripping everyone's land and property of all possessions and possibly their lives, unless they see some reason why they may be coming back this way soon. So they'll leave a few straggling survivors to rebuild, even if they've killed or combat ready menfolk in the area and just left women and children to rebuild. So by the time they come back, they will have grown and re-established farmlands and things like that, and the hobgoblins will come back and take it all again. So it's kind of good that they their tribes are limited in number because they constantly rove around and take and take and take, and that's just the way it is. They see nothing wrong with taking everything from the environment. They have no concept of conservation. In fact, most people in the D&D world don't. So yeah, the labour class, the crafters and workers of the labour class, are respected as the heart of the hobgoblin tribe, composed primarily of experts and warriors. They produce food, arms and armour, housing, clothing, other needed items, and they all receive military training. So yeah, they're just as important as anyone else. And the religious tribe is the smallest of the three castes, but they also make up the most individual of the hobgoblins. So those with keen intellect and that follow the ideals of hobgoblin society quite they cleave close to their hearts. So it's not a faction of rebels, it's not a faction of people who are outside of hobgoblin society. They really are the heart of hobgoblin society that glues it together. And assassins and things like that. So they generally have a squad of scouts and assassins or rangers who are able to operate on their own, but instead of being those who don't fit well with hobgoblin society, they are the ideals of hobgoblin society, and they are very zealously coached or groomed and indoctrinated into the hobgoblin point of view. So assassins work for the hobgoblin society, they don't work outside of it. Rangers and things like that come back to hobgoblin society, and what they do, everything they do is completely focused on the good of the tribe, the good of the tribe, the good of the tribe. They don't walk around and sniff roses and examine herbs and learn about nature. They are only interested in tracking prints, tracking game, assessing the area for possible threats, establishing where the best site to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Dan Soder, Colorado, your representative, Lauren Boebert, getting frisky. Have you ever gotten a movie theater hand job or a Broadway theater hand job or a blow job?
I mean, it's going to get, the first time I ever touched a woman's pubic hair was during Batman and Robin when it was in theaters.
In Aurora, Colorado?
In Aurora at the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so making a quick video here. I was having a little bit of trouble. Ended up terminating the other video real fast. So I've been watching Jugs of Light's videos. He's been doing some stamina intellect paladin testing, and the stuff that he's putting out is actually really, really good. I would highly advise that you go watch it. There's some things that I think are a little bit off in his math. So he probably looked up online what the proc rate of judgment of wisdom is, as opposed to testing it empirically in the game. If I've learned anything over the years, it is that never, ever, 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 ever trust what other people or the internet tells you is going on mechanically with paladins and classic World of Warcraft without empirically testing yourself. Because I swear to God, it's like somewhere between 80% to 90% of the time, so we'll just cut it in half and say 85% of the time, the internet does not know what the hell he's talking about. But if you actually to watch over here, in between the combats and so forth and so on, our boy basically has like 60 mana regeneration per tick. Now, what's happening here is that his base spirit regen at this level is around about 30, and all of the spirit gear is basically doubling that. So he's going from like 30 to 60, give or take, right? And this was something that I was wondering while I was testing the spirit gear, because I tested it only at level 22. And at level 22, the base regeneration was something like 20, and the spirit gear was increasing that up to like 30, 31, something like that. So only like a 50% increase in my regeneration. But I was wondering about things like Well, if it scales with the more spirit gear that you put on, like if it's an exponential thing, as I gain more levels and I just gain more spirit, will the number like keep increasing? Or is my base paladin regeneration just super high at this low level, which it definitely, if you play paladin before, it definitely seems to be the case. And then subsequently, as I level up more and more, the spirit regeneration will start to outscale my base regeneration. So the number will go from 50% to 60 to 70 to so forth and so on. As you can see, that's pretty much what's happening from what I can see in this video. So it went from being a 50% at like level 22 to being like a 100% at level 46. Now, some things that I did not know, but I should have, is that when you sit down, your spirit regeneration increases by something like 50%. So that number would go from 60 to 90? Yeah, 90. Okay, cool. Here's my only theoretical issue with spirit gear. All right. Hopefully I've expressed this before, but if I haven't, I'll say it again. Now I am 100% on board with mixing and matching spirit gear with of the intellect gear. So if you want to have like 1/3 of your gear be of the intellect gear and 2/3 of your gear being spirit gear, by all means, I 100% approve of this. However, I find it difficult to approve of a build that never has to drink. To be honest, I play that build a lot, and I find it super fun because I hate spending silver on buying drinks. It's just how I like to play Paladin. But at the end of the day, I have discovered the power of actually having drinks and food to eat, which is nice. And I'm just going to showcase this real fast. So it's just an opportunity cost issue in my brain. So it's like, okay, the master plan here is to build a paladin that doesn't have to drink, but at the same time we're going to be limiting our DPS because we want to get all these spirit tick regenerations in. Is this just not going to load? Do I just have to? Oh my god! I'm just going to have to pause the video and wait for this thing to DC, aren't I? I know what the problem is. Welcome to China, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so what I do is I cancel this thing, and I open this up, and I retell Blizzard to do its thing again. I already CMD IP config DNS flush. It'll load up pretty quickly, yeah, like it does. And then I'm going to go load on to another character while my other character is still in game. But anyways, I'll keep talking. Oh, or we'll just, not. Oh, okay, come on, let's get on Test Pally. Watch it kick me out real fast, because it's like, you're on another character. What the hell are you doing? Okay, let's drink real quick, just so we can see what's going on here. Drink, thank you. 66 mana per second regeneration at level 35. Now, this is stacking the deck a little bit, because I'm using the most up-to-date mana. But if I go to a less up-to-date mana, you can see it's 49. If I am never drinking as a paladin, I am taking this massive mana regeneration per second and basically throwing it into the trash. I'm also theoretically throwing away the 50% bonus from sitting down if I build a character that never has to sit down and drink. So the question in my mind is, am I not sailing against the wind here in paladin design if I'm building a character that never drinks? Like, oh, I never need to drink, but then I never gain access to the power of drinking, right? So in my brain, theoretically, the best course of action would be to try to turn my mana into as much DPS as possible, and then kill a bunch of mobs, and then sit down and drink. And then I use in that case, I end up using the power of the drinking to substitute for the fact that I don't have spirit gear, if that makes sense. So my options are to either have spirit gear and to limit my DPS, but never really run out of mana because I'm just this uber mana regenerating monster. But I'll never be drinking and taking advantage of the drink mana regeneration. Or I can be a little bit of a Giga Chad, gather a bunch of mobs, do a bunch of AoE damage, burn them down, and eat and drink, which is a really boring life cycle. But I think statistically it is superior because at least you're putting the power of drinking in there. Now, if you really wanted to go like full insane levels of try hard speed running, like savant autism, basically. You'd just have spirit gear on top of that. So when you're fighting the pack of mobs, you'd have stamina intellect gear, and then when you were done fighting them, you'd swap over to your spirit gear and sit down and drink just to speed up the process with the plus 50% bonus, which some people have asked me about. Look how bad this lag is. I can't even log out. Isn't that insane? I really want to get on my character and try to figure out how much mana per second is actually going on. All right, we're going to do some like calming, breathing exercises. We're going to drink some orange juice here. That's one thing I wanted to talk about. So, yeah, the only issue I have with it is the opportunity cost.
I need to get closer.
Other than that, and I'm 100% on board with it for single target DPS, the spirit build is significantly better than the stamina intellect here. Holy hell is this better for single target, because you can just like go from target to target. Okay, so the other part of this is while you're eating and drinking, theoretically you're doing less damage, right, than going from mob to mob to mob to mob. But at the same time, you're never, taking advantage of this. I don't know which is better. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is. The only other thing I wanted to really talk about is I'm pretty sure that Judgment of Wisdom has a 50% proc rate. In fact, I made Minnow spend like an hour playtesting it practically, in one of his videos he does a Judgment of Wisdom has a 33% proc chance. Never trust anything about what you hear on the internet about paladin spells and abilities without actually testing them in real life. Yes, I am lagging. This is why we don't have to play hardcore, people. On the weekend, People's Republic of China's birthday, national holiday, everyone's off of work. You can imagine what the internet is like right now. And the internet is apparently, holy crap, bro. 45, okay. Am I gonna have to pull out a calculator? Is this what's about to happen? Notice my morning glory dew is level 45. 2934. 2934. Alright, should be about 97, 98 mana per second, if I'm understanding this correctly. Okay, so we'll just go with 98 mana per second, even though I think when I drink it says 99 or something. Would you please, for the love of God? Oh my God, why? But yeah, never trust anything you find on the internet without actually testing it empirically online as a paladin. So, in theory, I would like to jump on one of my paladins and prove in no uncertain terms, I swear to fucking God, in no uncertain terms that Judgment of Wisdom, go. Thank God. 97, okay, let's get the hell out of here. I don't want to be on you at all. Run away. Okay, I don't have Judgment of Wisdom. No! Okay, come on. You can do this. Where the hell are we going? We need to fly to the ogres. Yeah, just run. Don't think, just run. Run, boy! Run! I'll show you guys something real fast here. Go. Just a minute. We'll go here. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys floating combat text. Alright, so we go into options. We go into combat. And down here, it's not in combat. What, the interface, maybe? Where's floating combat text? No. Yeah, it should be around here somewhere. Wow, that's weird. I hate the new UI, by the way. I can't find anything. Options, macros, logout. I guess it would have to be in options? Jesus Christ. General, social combat, action bars, interface. Fudge. Where's my floating combat text? Like, what the hell, people? Okay, I have it enabled. Okay, here it is. Okay, enabled and unenabled. So this is floating combat text, and you can turn on all kinds of crazy stuff. And one of these is like dodge, misses, and parries, but you also have damage reduction, which is good. Show reactive spells and abilities. All right, whatever. Show energy gains right here. This is the thing that is super needed to help you see like just how much mana you're gaining back from blah 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 blah. And I think it also, I'm not sure, it can include spirit ticks, I think, but I don't really know how to activate that. Yeah, never test anything in game. Never trust anything you find on the internet without testing it in game. So one sec, let me pause the video and we'll get beat on some ogres here for a second. All right, let's give this a go. All right, so we want Judgment of Wisdom on the boss and then nothing else. We'll just see how many mana ticks we get back. I had Minnow test this rather thoroughly and pretty definitively. No matter what I hit the mob with, no matter what the speed, no matter what the hell, it was always a 50% proc rate. And the same thing happened basically for Judgment of Light as well. This is the wrong. There we go. Seal of Wisdom, Seal of Wisdom, Seal of Wisdom, Seal of Wisdom. Yeah, so the actual seal itself is PPM, but the Judgment I'm pretty sure is 50%. Okay, we'll let this guy die, and also the Judgment of Light is 50%. But just to test something real fast here. Come on, hurry up. Throw your axe, please. Come on. This should be identical. Which it is. Okay, good to go. But we want the skeleton pet as well. And just in case, I'm gonna want to bubble, just so he gets some nice heals in. Refresh that. He won't have lasting judgment. Is he healing 50% as well? Becomes the question. Alright. That's not gonna work. But at least he took some damage. Alright, stop hitting him. Come on, relax. Relax. Punch. What the fuck? I forgot they did that. Excuse me, sir. Let's see if we can get mana ticks. I'd be curious. Come on, do the thing. Yeah, 1, 2, yeah, it's 50%. It's totally 50%. Boop. Are we gonna get in a fight? Don't do it, bro. Don't commit suicide. You're too young to die. Lol. Alright. Alright, I'm in the video here, and Deus Volt Boys. Yeah, so my only issue with Stamina Spirit Gear in the grand scheme of things is it's just its opportunity cost when compared to like never drinking. So I have serious questions about like which is better. However, there are some really good points to Stamina Spirit Gear. One, it is different and it's unique, and it looks like a hell of a lot of fun. Number 2, it looks like it is cheap as dirt on the auction house, which is really good. Also, you don't have to pay for drinks, even if that includes not having to grab a mage and shake them down for water on the cheap. Food and water, ideally, on the cheap. All the gold you can save can probably go into other really good things, like an Uther Strength Trinket, for example. A Demon Forged Breastplate when you get there, even though I wouldn't really want a Demon Forged Breastplate. True Silver Breastplate comes to mind. They might be kind of expensive. I'm not entirely convinced what the hell you're going to spend all the gold you're saving with the Stamina Spirit Gear on exactly to help you level, if that makes any sense. I'm like, Anyways, maybe enchants, possibly? Anyways, I'm in the video here, and Deus Volt Boys, feel free to check it out, but it does look like it is very legit and very interesting as the gear gets better and better. Yeah, just kind of the video here, Deus Volt. Oh yeah, definitely go check out Jugs's videos. They are legitimately awesome in my personal opinion. What else do we got here? No, did I turn it off? So Paul Harrell, if I just go backwards, we're going to be with Jugs, aren't we? Nope. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so definitely go check it out. And Deus Volt Boys.
Let's play some video games, champ. Look at my cool-ass helm we got yesterday, baby. First things first for today, I think we do BRD. because in BRD, I'm going to be able to get that Banthog sash, right? Kind of want to go to, if I don't have a group right now for BRD, what I think might be the optimal play is to go to solo Uldaman, go in with enough enchanting mats to power level my enchanting up to 300. You guys think that's the move? It's got to be the move. So I've never done this before, but I'm pretty sure I can solo this, right? Imagine I die as a 60 in Uldaman. Guys, we're just hitting, we're going through the back door to get the enchant guy so I can learn how to become an enchanter, so I can help our guild progress through end game PvE content. Hope you have those Petries. Bro, I'm not in a group, so I can't even like leave a group in Petri. Wait, I was like almost certain. Maybe you have to kill the Scorps? Okay. Here we go. Master Enchanter. Have a good one. Hello.
Hi, watch your back.
Okay, so now we just 5 stamina to boots over and over and over, right? Bro, I can't wait to get some freaking loot today, man. My DPS is gonna go through the damn roof. I wonder if we just, what if we just YOLO sent a freaking Molten Core tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? How lit would that be? We're at 250 on the enchanting, boys. Oh, we got all of the stuff. So we got thorium, leather, haste, enchant bracer, greater stamina, enchant boots, normal stam. Oh wait, so I don't technically need to do any more, right? We have everything this guy can teach me, so I could bounce out right now. I wonder if that's better than 5 stamina to boots. 5 stamina is a lot of health, but minor speed could save my life. Get the chest first. Oh yeah, good call. We're gonna go org and grab this. We might as well do an earnest proposition. Cloak tar. They're summoning me out this second. Hold on, do we need anything? My bags are like full. Let me clear out the bags. So these give me Sorcerer's Bindings. I'll probably end up doing this quest because the Venom samples, I can literally get these Venom samples probably in like 15 minutes. These aren't like the best bracers and they cost 20 gold, but like I might as well get them, right? We're doing Strat Undead, I think. Yeah. I'm trying to think what I even need from Strat Undead. I mean, I'm going to do it regardless because they need it. Crimson Felt Hat is like a little like more stamina, but less DPS. Yeah, I actually need nothing from this place. I kind of want to do it anyway, though. What if we get the mount, dude? Shit, they're pulling. I'm a mage. I need at least 10 minutes before each pull to drink and make more water. For the good of the group. I don't think I need a single item from here. Oh, this wand isn't bad. Hey, I need a wand from the last boss. That's not a bad item. Oh, he almost blew it yesterday? Bro, I can't believe he almost died, man. So there's some mind control that happens here. Oops. Don't kill me. Do we have to hit him to 50%? I think we might. I think we have to hit him to 50. Right there. Yeah, there we go. It's like 40. It's very scary. But you can kill him. So it is no big crits. lightning. Oh my god, bro, I'm blocking. Fuck that. Oh my gosh. Bro, imagine that chain lightning just one taps one of us. Ellie mastery is just over. Oh my gosh. Ozzy goes, I think a 55 guild would have to be necessary. Plus, looking at G-Chat, can't have our raiding guild clutter with dumb conversations all the time. I didn't mean to show that. That's kind of funny.
Hey there everyone, this is AJ for the Mighty Glue Stick channel. Time for a patron requested video on the Red Wizards of Thay. So I thought I would explore Thay with you and let you know why this is such a great location on the continent of Faerun, one of my favourites. There is something very wrong in Thay. You can feel it in the air, the ground, and every living thing. Something evil taints this land. No matter how much finery you build and heap upon it, something evil lingers and taints everything. There are other places like this on the world of Toril. The ancient land of Narfell has similar feels, something that we of Earth would hardly have any time or words to describe, just a sense of wrongness. The land itself is an impressive series of rising plateaus. It is a warm climate, not as lush as the forests of Cormyr or as dry as the badlands of Anarok. The plants that grow here are hardy, tough, and tend to thrive in poor soil. Thayans grow vast fields of grain here, but it is the fragrant herbs and sun-loving berries, tomatoes, bitter fruits, citrus and stone fruits, date palms, sandalwood, tangled in old trees that have valuable gums, frankincense and myrrh, hardwoods that give Thay such an exotic feeling. This is truly a gateway to the Far East, the last bastion before the daunting grasslands vastness of the barbaric Hordelands. Thay has an impressive output of produce of all kinds, fueled of course by an abundance of slaves. This is a land of stark divides in social status, a rigid hierarchy, and a brutal place for those of low station. Every inch of this land that is not personally owned by a ranking red wizard is cultivated, maintained, and shaped in some way by the population. The huge plateau that rises above the surrounding countryside has a climate controlled by magical incantation. It is also so heavily protected against divination and scrying magic that the network of spell power rivals the ancient elven mythals. It is this impenetrable screen of magic that drives so many rival powers to send their agents into the lands of Thay to report back on what they discover there. Of course, you're about to go on a journey of discovery that nobody in the current environment of Faerun could even dream of. But to understand this place, we need to go back in time. The most ancient human empire was Imaskar. This empire was centered in what is now the Roran Desert. Its borders were vast, stretching from the endless wastes of the Golden Water from the Alambus Sea to the very frontiers of Karatur. It grew from the local tribes into a true empire, and Imaskar was the first overpowering human empire, predating even Netheril. It was responsible for the creation of the oldest empires still in existence, the ancient empires of Malharund, Unther, and Chesenta. At one point, a series of plagues devastated the population of Imaskar, and the wizards' rulers opened portals to distant realm called Earth. They opened one portal into the ancient Middle East and took a large number of slaves. This is the basis of the Malharandi culture. They opened a second portal and took a large number of slaves from ancient Mesopotamia. This became Unther culture. The blending of these human races, displaced in time and space, are what is now known as the Mulan race of humans on the world of Toril. Mulan are typically tall and thin, with a sallow skin tone and brown or hazel eyes. They don't have a lot of body hair, and those of high status have always kept their hair either short or shaved. In the past, they favoured simple, unadorned clothing, as ostentation was seen as an affront to the beauty of the gods. Their religion set them apart from the ancient godless Imaskari, and it was their gods that were largely responsible for their eventual liberation and the fall of the Imaskari Empire. And what an empire it was. The Imaskari were the first astronomers, the first to give names to planets. Their artificer kings had tremendous power and respect. Their knowledge was vast, their cities were marvels, and then, in minus 2,488 Dale Wrecking, the Mulan rose up. Their incarnate gods battled the artificer kings, and the empire was torn apart. Tens of millions died. The land became the Ruran Desert, and the surviving liberated people slowly founded their own civilizations. Now, we fast forward in time. Here we are, it's still 2,575 years in the past. These are the last days of what came to be known as the Old Empires, or sometimes the Old Kingdoms of Jacinta, Mulhorand, and Unther. In minus 1081 DR, the theurgist and adept Thade, last apprentice of the Imaskari wizards, prepared a site on the mountain peaks of the rising plateaus in the land which would one day bear his name. There he opened a fateful portal to a brutal world dominated by empires of fanatically religious orcs. He made the most of the situation. He had plans in mind, so he went down off the mountains and set about putting his events in motion. After inciting the wizards of Mulhorand and Unther into rebellion, however, he was executed, leaving no one in Faerun with knowledge of the existence of the Orc Gate portal he had created. For 5 years the portal remained dormant until suddenly the orcs began pouring through, eventually laying siege to both Mulhorand and Unther for 6 years. Sounds like a rip-off of World of Warcraft, but actually the story predates the invasion of the orcs of Athos by quite a bit. More fanatical than those of the north, these invading grey orcs and their clerics had developed amazingly powerful and deadly spells, the most potent of magics being their ability to directly call down avatars of their deities. Avatars of the gods of Mulhorand and Unther also dwelt on Faerun, but were weakened after the overthrow and destruction of the Imaskari Empire, and they were just not prepared to defend against this incredible orc horde, the likes of which Telril has never seen before, and probably will never see again. The Mulhorandi were forced to recruit mercenaries to help them quench the orc hordes and take the fight to the land that would be called Thay. Basically, this is like the great battle of the first armies of men and elves and dwarves against the orc hordes of Sauron, and Thay was Mordor, essentially. Mercenary warriors of the tribes of Gnar, Rashimi, and Sosrim swelled the ranks of the mighty human forces, and it was touch and go. But the war took a decisive turning point in the Battle of the Gods, when most of the gods of Mulhorand and Unther pantheons were killed, and in the process broke the back of the orc forces, leading them to eventually being routed by the remnants of the Mulhorandi and Untheric pantheons after a rallying in minus 1069 DR. After the end of this great war, the mercenary forces disbanded and went on to form the civilizations of Vasa, Damara, and Narfell, among others. It was a time of heroes, gods, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. There were no people on the continent of Faerun who were not touched in some way by these events, and when dealing with truly ancient beings like Karatur immortals, ancient dragons, devils, Fey lords, and the like, these events are still part of the very, very long memories of these beings. Few records of the specific events remain in the archives of most human nations, though, but these events are still remembered. On the mountain peaks of Thay, known today as Thaymount, the orcs built around an already existing ancient fortress, carved into the side of the highest peaks. This structure is said to have been built by a long-lost intelligent race of lizard folk, and is called the Citadel. In present-day Thay, Thaymount is home to Zastam, and is the seat of his power, with the Citadel being ostensibly his capital of Thay. But contrary to what many outsiders might think, Thay is not as organised and poised to invade its neighbours as rumours have it. The reality of Thay is that it is a land divided and largely concerned with its own internal politics. So let's take a look at modern Thay, its people, culture, geography, strengths and weaknesses. And this will differ from a lot of the lore that you find on the internet at the moment, because some of it is quite dated. Thay was founded by wizards, while not having exactly always been ruled by wizards. Since around 1030 DR, the Year of Warlords, the Zulkirs, or the leaders of each school of magic in Thay, have been the established rulers of Thay. So it is a true magocracy, similar in many ways to the ancient empires of Netheril. The mages of Thay are highly organised, but much about them has changed, and since 1479 DR, few individuals associate the name Red Wizards with Thay at all, but instead with a loose confederacy of merchant arcanists, and this is actually quite true. Many traditions of the old Red Wizards are now lost, thanks to a series of events where the Lich Zastam executed a coup, overthrew the old egalitarian governance of the 8 Zulkirs, and instigated a civil war of sorts. The rule of this Lich tainted the Red Wizards, and necromancy became far more prevalent, but this never sat well with the general middle class of the region, obviously. Those who served the Red Wizards ran merchant houses, ran guilds, and of course the slave trade, which could only see undead servants as a dire threat to their livelihood and traditions. The defeat of Zulkirs, to defeat them, Zastam used the spell plague to devastate the land, ending the civil war through an event of even greater disaster. The rebel Zulkirs were driven from Thay, became outlaws, exiles, as were their followers, but the Red Wizards' dark plots came back to haunt them, and many of the Order's enemies took the opportunity caused by the upheaval to assault the many enclaves the Red Wizards had spread throughout the world. These once more held far more sinister purposes than they do today. In fact, it was this great uprising against them and this common conception that Red Wizards were evil, which caused the populace to reconsider their ways. Despite the general distrust and dislike that most feel toward them, the mages are able to extend their power to almost every corner of the realms, running their enclaves, and from these they run an extremely lucrative trade in magical items, spells and artifacts, making them virtually indispensable to many of their clients. And as such, the wizards expand their sphere of influence ever further. Spending so much time engaged in business with foreign nations for so many years now has created a far more cosmopolitan social group. Modern Red Wizards don't maintain the same Milani traditions of shaved heads and tattoos that the old organisations did, for the most part. Most of the Red Wizards are actual wizards, but not all are, and the title of Red Wizard is generally inherited from parent to child, with exception in the case of adoption or marriage, whereas in the past the Red Wizards were recruited from talented wizards only. Red Wizards' enclaves are essentially self-run, and some by a single individual, others by a small council of wizards. Most of these enclaves are found within the lands bordering the Sea of the Fallen Stars. Those nations where Red Wizards are found almost certainly have an enclave within their capital city, basically an embassy, but it's a trade embassy, a warehouse, a staging point. As for Zastam, the last remaining Zulkirs united against him to prevent a ritual that would have transformed him into a being of godlike power, similar to the accursed Caius. Their efforts cost them their lives, but likely saved Faerun from one of the greatest threats it might ever have faced, and prevented Zastam from ever attempting the ritual again, at least so long as he's conducting it on Thayan soil, which he doesn't often leave Thay at all, so that put a kibosh on his plans. For the Red Wizards, however, the death of the Zulkirs ended what the Red Wizards once were, the death of their traditions. This is not to say that Thay is now all sunshine and happiness. Far from it. Given a chance, the wizards would unite to destroy the witches of Rashomon, the Seven Sisters and their allies, the Harpers, and even the Zentarum. They would most happily invade Agarond, Rashomon, Malharund, Unther, and many other nations. As far as the average Thayan is concerned, they have a right to rule. Their way of doing things is just the way things are. Anyone who thinks differently is just an ignorant foreigner. First of all, they are widely despised for having a thriving slave trade. However, you don't see Thayan forces out and about actively taking captives for this trade. The great majority of this flow of people comes from other groups and nations selling them to Thay. So, from the rather cool and cruel perspective of the Thayans, anyone who blames Thay for slavery is ignorant of how widespread it truly is, and had best look to their own lands to see the truth of the matter. Thayans don't display a lot of emotions. They are reserved and almost never get involved in fun and games. They do, however, love to watch such things. They will enjoy a fine meal with friends as slaves and artisans dance for them. They go to performances of farce and comedy, satire, and they read poetry, listen to music, love fine art, and the very best foods. The roaring trade in magic items, the spell magic trade, ancient Elmascari artifice, alchemy, their enormous production of grains and exotic spices, rare fruits, and the kind of mass production of fabrics and other labor-intensive industry that slavery really benefits, means that they are very wealthy as a culture. They live extravagantly. This also plays a huge part in their national politics, which is best described as fractious. When the Zolkirs lived, they basically controlled local politics, but by their influence over the Tharchians. They understood modern Thay, and to understand it, you have to have an understanding of the different Tharchas, or districts of the whole region, because each has a different culture to it. It has its own local governor, or Tharchian, who rules over the local civil structure. So let's go over the different Tharchas of Thay and their Tharchians. Thaymount doesn't currently have a Tharchian, and since it's been 109 years since the last Tharchian, Dimitra Flass, was assassinated by a servant of Zastan, this whole area is off limits to pretty much anyone who is not a red wizard anyway. Most of the day-to-day running of the place is performed by apprentice wizards and servant staff who live on the Thaymount full-time. This is a pretty amazing place. I mean, it puts Hogwarts to shame. Dominated by the landscape of high mountains, active volcanism, including ancient volcanic forges, soot-covered ice slopes and glaciers, wondrous and very old fortresses, towers and subterranean complexes, gold mines, academy castles, all sorts of magical wonders, monstrous armies, devils in servitude, dragons, who knows what else. The majority of the rivers of Thay mostly originate from the Thaymount and the alpine meltwater of the glaciers. So, pretty nice. Those who approach Thay from the Sea of Fallen Stars will dock in the Tharch of Priador. Again, this Tharch has no Tharchian since Anzar Thrall was murdered in 1375 DR, and thanks to his despotic rule of terror, the local population is none too keen to see a return to the bad old days. The metropolis of Benzatur, the largest city, is vital to the extremely prosperous sea trade here, shipping millions of tons of goods every year. It's also a centre of religious worship in Thay, with temples to every deity except traditionally Azuth and Mistra, because of the red wizards find them offensive. One of the largest, most well-organised thieves guilds on the continent of Faerun operates here. It would be safe to say that to some extent the Thieves Guild is kind of the proxy Tharchian for the region, as little gets done without some form of corruption that feeds into the underground economy. In case of emergency in Priador, do not call for the local guards, just hold up a full coin purse and wait a moment to catch the attention of the thieves operating that street, dock or plaza, and then when approached, ask how much it will cost for them to help you. Alaur is the island just off the coast of Priador, ruled by Tharchian Thessaloni Kanos, a very tall Mulan woman with aquatic-themed tattoos, scale armour, ornaments of coral, and a trident for her favoured weapon. Thessaloni is considered one of the most capable commanders in Thay, and the two islands of Alaur house the largest naval base. Most of the 30,000 people who live there are in some way connected to the base and its services, manufacturing ships and things, which actually makes it one of the most secure Tharchas in Thay. The facilities are fairly modern as well, since it was rebuilt after salamanders from the Plane of Fire immolated the islands after Pat with them went belly up, and they had to call on the power of Kasuth to put a stop to the destruction, which is why Kasuth is a very strong clergy in Thay to this day, particularly in one of the provinces. In the north and west, Thazalha, the smallest land-based Tharch, is nestled between the river Tazarim in Thay and the River of the Dawn, which marks the border of Malharant. It is also separated from the Endless Waste by the Sunrise Mountains. Formerly ruled by a Tharchian, Milsantos Daramos, until his death of old age, an impressive feat for one in his position, I can tell you, in 1382 DR. It's small and very sparsely populated, the only residents of note being the border patrol troops who are stationed there, demanding tribute from merchant caravans passing through. Very enterprising merchant caravans. It's much more common for trade to travel across the sea. Some bandits and some pirate families who live on the tiny stretch of Thazalha's coastline. The area was once rich farmland, but when Yorg Macdon summoned the abyssal lord Eltab in 922 DR, the area was turned into one giant graveyard, and not a soul has tilled this land for food since then. At night, this Tharch is populated more by the wandering dead than it is by living people, including many whites for whom the war with Malharand has never ended. Eltab is quite an important figure in Thay. So we shall skip over the various Thachians to El Tabar. Again, this is without a Thachian since the murder of Dimitra Flas in 1385 BR. El Tabar was formerly the capital of Thay, a metropolis of 124,000 people. Fairly huge slave population is really the driving force and now the centre of foreign commerce. There are numerous slave markets as well as a constant stream of caravans going to and from. And a lot of people's first sight of Thay, if they're travelling by land, is the Thach and the city of El Tabar. Also of note is the unusual design of the city, with special waterways that are constructed as part of a spell to keep Eltab imprisoned. The Abyssal Lord Eltab was a potent force in the Abyss, rivaling the powers of Grast, Orcus, and even Demogorgon himself. However, during the ancient days of Faerûn, the empires of Narfel and Ruamathar engaged in a bitter war, which ultimately destroyed both empires. During this war, Eltab was summoned to Faerûn by powerful mages of Narfel, so he could be used as a pawn against their hated enemy. Eltab led an abyssal horde on the behalf of Narfel and invaded Ruamathan, the city of Rashaman, which he quickly conquered and set himself up as the ruler. Eltab's rule was brief and horrible, as an alliance of spellcasters, including the witches of Rashaman, overthrew Eltab. Eltab was forced to flee, but the Rashimi witches caught up with him in the Shara Wood, imprisoning him beneath the ground and bound Dracolich, called the Everlasting Worm, to guard over him. 100 years or so later, followers of the dark god Merkel, intending to plunder the horde of the Everlasting Worm, discovered Eltab. They agreed to release him under the condition that he serve Merkel's church for 99 years. And Eltab agreed, and with his aid, the followers of Merkel took control of the city of Chandalar, and in its place established the theocratic city of Altabrana. Later, Eltab prompted an ill-fated invasion of the nations of Unther and Malharund. Eltab was once again imprisoned, this time by the god kings who led Malharund, in an extra-dimensional planar cyst beneath Thaymount. The infamous Red Wizards found Eltab more than 700 years later. The wizards used an ancient Narfel ritual to call Eltab forth to assist them in their war with the Malharundi god kings. The god kings' armies were routed, and the nation of Thay was established. When the Red Wizards found they could not dismiss Eltab, they imprisoned him again near the mouth of the river that is now named after the Demon Lord, and built Eltabar over the prison. More recently, Eltabar was part of the prison. The waterways formed part of the enchantment. More recently, the Thayan Lich Zastam realised that Eltab would soon break out of his prison, no matter what they did. He deliberately released Eltab with the intention of using a spell to permanently enslave him. But his plan was foiled by a group of adventurers, allowing Eltab to escape into the demon cyst below Thaymount. I could just imagine Zastam. I would have done it too if it wasn't for you pesky mortals. During a retaliation confrontation with Zastam, Eltab was seemingly destroyed, but thanks to the binding cast on him by the ancient Narfeli wizards, he was magically transported to the citadel of Condors in the nation of Impultur, where he is currently plotting new plans for conquest and revenge. Just can't get rid of the guy. Having been in prison in Thay for so long, the corruptive influence of the Abyss has seeped into the land, and to this day things come crawling out of the depths every now and then, so best to keep on your toes. Lapendrar, ruled by Thachian Iseldra Yeth after the War of the Zolkirs, Iseldra is also a red wizard and a vampire. She is a follower of Zastam that was appointed as Thachian of Lapendrar in 1387 DR, and was still Thachian at the time of the Tyranny of Dragons, a century later. She remembered well the War of the Zolkirs, and to avoid a return to that time, she actively hunted down and executed many exiled red wizards. Lapendrar is the most independent of Thach of Thay. The city of Amruthar is a thriving metropolis of 42,000 people. The presence of the Red Wizards is quite slim here, and there is usually a vocal group who want to sever all ties with Thay, become fully independent, and perhaps ally themselves with Aglarond. However, this is an unrealistic proposition, as Aglarond is simply too far away, and any move to sever ties with Thay would simply see the whole Thach annexed with a quite intimidating display of force, as the noble houses and enclaves of Thay would send in their private military units to secure the holdings and any facilities that Thay puts any value in. Nobody really wants a few thousand griffin-mounted war wizards, a horde of undead led by vampire commanders, or legions of veteran mercenaries pouring into the city and declaring martial law. For a long time, a simple reminder of Thayan dominance has been a garrison force of gnolls, who are often sent out on closely supervised patrols. Lependra produces a lot of the fine paper and silks of Thay, as well as marsh oysters, river fish, crab meat, bamboo, and long-grain rice, originally imported from Karatua. You can find quite a few of the more civilized lizard folk who work as slave overseers in the marshes, river flats, and rice paddies, fending off the occasional raid from the sneaky bullywugs. Surthai, ruled by Thachian Homin Odessiron, a dour-faced war mage who takes his role as of Thachian quite seriously. He's proud of his Thach, despite it being something of a dung heap. The capital, also called Sarthai, lies outside of the enchantments that manage the climate in central Thay, so the weather is colder and rainier than in the central regions. Basically gets the dumpings of rain over the Sunrise Mountains. It thus has an exaggerated reputation as being perpetually rainy, dirty, and unpleasant. The town is set in Lake Mulcinter and is a very crude place with rutted, dung-littered streets, simple wooden houses, and thatch-roofed shacks. The lack of interest by Thayan nobles in anything Sarthai has to offer it certainly has a crippling effect on its standard of living, which only reinforces the problem and leads to the Thayans of Sarthai being a pretty foul-tempered class of people within Thay, often blamed for thefts, petty crimes, and what have you. Basically, they're the Thayan hicks. So Thayans understandably flock to a lifestyle of travel and trade outside of Thay. The distrust of foreigners is no less troublesome for them than the lack of respect they get at home, and they're actually pretty hard-working people. Garos, ruled by Thachian Aesir Kren, another warlord, she wears a blue enamel plate over her lean frame. Garos is the front line in the constant tensions between Thay and Rashomon, with localized conflicts often erupting over the rights to mine the rich minerals in this area. Aesir she hates the Rashimi people, their entire country, and would love to go with war with them in earnest, but is strongly pressured to maintain a truce by Zastan, who is in favour of Thay achieving its goals by trade rather than conquest, at least for the time being. He's seeing how this plays out. Pyridos, ruled by Thachian Nimia Fukar, the name of the Thach and the city is Pyridos. There's 55,000 people who live there. The mountains of this area are rich in mineral mines. This is one of the more lawless Thachs. The ruling elite are only interested in mining and manufacturing trades. Anything that doesn't impact on that is left for street justice to sort out. As a result, the locals are quick to take matters into their own hands, and the streets are occasionally impassable due to a full-on skirmish going on between opposing groups, fully intent on murdering each other. The most adventurous Thayans come from Pyridos, where the lure of the Sunset Mountains calls to them every morning as the sun rises over their impressive peaks. Adventurers from distant lands are also fairly welcome here, with many places offering accommodation outside the city walls. Tyrantaros has no Thachian since Daimon was killed by devils sent in 1385 DR by Nevron, the Zulkir of Conjuration. The two main roads into Thay pass through this Thach, which is heavily patrolled and protected. The sprawling metropolis of Tyranturos has a population of 65,000 and boasts the largest, most profitable arenas for the slave trade. All manner of creatures can be bought here and sold here, including drow, lamia and centaurs, riding beasts such as griffins, pegasi and drakes. You never know what you'll find, including your own sorry self clapped in iron shackles and waking up on a slave barge if you're not too careful. Delhumide, ruled by Thachian Invari Metron, is another blighted and devastated region. 2,300 years ago, when the Thay had been a Mulhorandi colony, Delhumide was one of its greatest cities and bastions of power. When the Red Wizards rebelled, they destroyed this town, kind of like sent a huge message, using the darkest sort of sorcery to accomplish this task. Now the ground where the city's ruin still stands is accursed and unclean. Foul beasts of the lower plains linger and prowl here. The air is redolent with corruption, and a man could suffer from madness or leprosy just by venturing into the places the ancient defenders fortified against a terrible Thayan offensive. Shattered buildings, blasted and melted walls, twisted minarets and toppled towers can be seen through, though many of the buildings remain essentially intact, kind of disturbingly so. Delhumide has long been considered a land fit only for the housing of slaves. Nobody else other than fools and adventurers would go there willingly. The Thatchian has long sought to improve the Thatcher's prospects by manufacturing magic items and dangerous concoctions that are less beneficial to the environment. So the least environmentally friendly industry is here done in Delhumide. Pools of smog, toxic pools, mutated beasts and worse are part of the miserable conditions the unfortunate slaves have to deal with if they're unlucky enough to get housed here. So the Mulan people, for thousands of years, associated the length of their hair with the social status. The more noble and powerful, the more privileged you are, the less hair you have on display. The Red Wizards typically removed every trace of hair, even eyelashes, and adorned their skin with tattoos. These have their own magical potency, so it's not just a mark of rank or achievements and decorations. These tattoos could store spells for instantaneous use by wizards in an emergency, and often resulted in Red Wizards beating other foreign wizards hands down in a magical quick-draw duel. Red Wizards have always been extremely focused on arcane power. They are matched in this intensity only by the self-sacrificing hobgoblin battle mages who put themselves through extraordinary physical and mental duress to achieve more potent and destructive results. They and Red Wizards completely abandon a whole school of magic in order to focus more on their efforts in a single school that they gain total mastery over. This over-specialization gives them quite a martial advantage, but those who devote themselves to less combat-oriented schools are also punching well above their weight. But, like the ancient Netherese Empire, they don't believe there is any limit to the potential of the human Archmage, nor is any route to power a taboo that they need to kowtow to. The Red Wizards of old made pacts with foul beings, experimented with producing monstrous armies, tortured other mages to extract their secrets, murdered, assassinated, spied, and resorted to the worst rituals of necromancy to embrace an accursed existence of undeath. Nobody in Thay wears red unless they are a Red Wizard. This is both a sign of respect and a punishable offence in all of the Thatchers. Slaves are not permitted to cut their own hair. Their owners may have it cut for them though, particularly if the slave has been marked with a tattoo or brand of ownership, so even with short hair they're recognised as being slaves. The fear of the noble classes, and even the thriving populations of free Thayan merchants, artisans, civil servants, and the faculty of the Red Wizard enclaves, is that there must eventually be a mass uprising of the huge slave population. We've seen this before in other empires. So they ensure that their slaves are not gathered in groups of people from the same original location. They break up families, look for signs of friendship between slaves and put a stop to it. They do everything to ensure the slaves feel isolated. Rebellion begins with collusion. Loose lips sink ships, such is the motto of the Thayan slave overseer. The nobility barely has anything to do with the slaves though. They have other servants, freemen, to do all that unpleasant whipping and so on. They live in clean and elegant villas, built to take advantage of Thay's magically controlled, ever-pleasant environment. They always have a plentiful supply of superb breads and baked confections, fresh and dried fruits. They burn fragrant incense and enjoy sitting in divans or piles of gorgeous silk cushions, socially gathering. Commonly, they will sit around large platters of food that are laid out on low tables, and everyone sits and talks for hours, drinking superb wines made from local Thayan vineyards. Magic items, alchemical concoctions, artifacts, and wondrous items are almost commonplace in the enclaves, towers, and compounds and the villas of the Thayans. Even the middle-class free Thayans usually have a few choice items on their person used for day-to-day practical matters. Being a centre of continental-wide commerce, there is little you cannot find in the thriving markets of Thay. The streets of Altabar in the evening are warm and bustling. Vendors sell foods of 100 different nations. You can buy all manner of goods, indulge almost any form of vice. But of course, you may also be accosted in any number of small and narrow alleyways and clouted over the back of the head only to wake up to a new life as a slave. Best keep your wits about you when carousing in Thay. But all in all, Thay is actually far more open to foreign visitors than the gossips and propaganda would have you believe. The accents of the people of Thay are now more varied, thanks to many living for many years in other nations, but the traditional accent is closest to Egyptian and Syrian for the free Thayans, and Lebanese for the nobility. But remember that a Thayan is expressive with their hands, not their face. They rarely smile or outwardly display emotions. The manner of speech of Thayans is all the expression they need. They can load a lot of nuance into any sentence just with the way they choose the words. They can also sling some incredible insults without ever resorting to any sort of profanity. But if things do turn violent, the very least you can expect is a dagger suddenly coming at you. But beware of the vengeance of a furious Thayan, because they are a people with a long and rich tradition of murdering people in their sleep. Thayans are reserved, proud, confident. They occasionally complain bitterly about the terrible living conditions in foreign nations, and are pretty miserly with their compliments. However, they do have an ancient tradition of hospitality, and will occasionally prefer to discuss important business matters over a lavish banquet meal. They enjoy drinking fine red wines, tea and spicy stews served with mashed grains and fresh bread. The bread you can get in Thay actually is the best in Faerun. Even the halflings of Lurin cannot boast better loaves. Thayans are wealthy. They are ostentatiously wealthy. For them, spending hundreds and hundreds of gold on a lavish meal for their friends is nothing. It's commonplace. I have included below a link to a short video of a guy talking in stereotypical accents. If you want to have fun with the idea of different cultures in Faerun having distinct accents your players can come to recognise and associate with the game world, I find that voice acting is a powerful tool for creating memorable characters and deeply immersive narrative. You don't have to be good at it, just practice makes perfect. I hope you enjoyed this deep exploration of the lands of Thay. If you did, please click the like button, tell me what you liked the most so I can improve in my next exploration video, give me some suggestions of where to go next, feel free to add additional lore for others to learn, and please do subscribe, share, and tell your friends where you found this video. Subscribers, please check into the community tab. I frequently post polls asking for views on things and talk about the process behind the vids, my gaming life, and interesting or useful material I find online. Those of you so inclined, there is a link to my Patreon page where I post the full scripts for all the videos I produce. The minimum donation of $1 per month is all that's required to unlock that for you, for those who prefer to absorb information via text. But if you simply want to support me with a complimentary tip, I have included my PayPal link in the doobly-doo below. Thank you for listening, happy gaming, and I shall be back again soon with more easy listening lore for the world's most popular role-playing game. Hello everybody, it's AJ the Mighty Glue Stick. Welcome back to the Monster Ecology Specialist channel. And thank you very much for 2,500 subscribers, which I've now blasted past. That was a great birthday gift, thank you very much. And also thank you for the birthday messages from everybody on Facebook. I do have a page on Facebook for the Mighty Glue Stick, so if you want to head over and check that out. Sometimes I leave little sneak peeks of what I'm working on. But otherwise it's just another place where you can catch my updates. Right, today I'm going to be covering Tieflings, another playable race. Yay! I really like Tieflings. I think they're a great character to play as a player character because of their sort of more difficult existence that they live. It leaves a lot of room for you to develop a character that is slow to trust people and etc, etc. But I'll get into their personality later on. So, as per usual, I'm here to present you with a detailed outlook on the Tiefling race, and also some stuff that you didn't know about Tieflings, and some variants of Tieflings that you could discuss with your DM, or if you're running a game as a DM, introduce to your players as possible player character variants of Tieflings that are a lot of fun to play. So I'm going to cover some of those, and also a bit about the history of the Tiefling in Dungeons & Dragons. Right, let's get started. Okay, so if we go to Wikipedia, it'll give you some information on the basics of Tieflings and their history in Dungeons & Dragons, where they started, who the first person to depict one was, etc. So they describe them as a humanoid race originally introduced in the Planescape campaign setting in the second edition of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. They became one of the primary races available for player characters in the fourth edition of the game. So this would be a relatively new addition to people who have started playing 5th edition who haven't played 4th edition, and that's something which kind of blows my mind, because I am one of the people that played 4th edition, so tieflings to me are a part of the game. But I imagine for a lot of the people who have skipped from 3.5 or Pathfinder and are now playing 5th edition, tieflings would be like, whoa, where'd they come from? So let me just introduce you to this great race. They were originally introduced as humans with a demonic ancestry, whose lineage can be traced back to some degree or another to that of a fiend or a demon within the Dungeons & Dragons universe. That's actually not completely accurate. In 4th edition, they were very much a devilish, so a fiendish, as in devilish, not demonic ancestry. And in the 5th edition, if I flip to the book, it says that their infernal bloodline traces back to Asmodeus, overlord of the Nine Hells, and that they're basically a previous generation struck a deal, a pact, and Asmodeus's DNA was infused, or the essence of Asmodeus was infused into their bloodline, and that the tieflings that you play in the game are a result of that ancient sin. So they're the children's children's children who are still held accountable for that pact and cannot escape it. It's part of their fate. So the tiefling is not exactly a typical crossbreed bloodline. It is a curse. It's a magical curse. It's a magical template that they carry within them, that they pass on to their offspring. And it always breeds true. So this is one of the unsettling things that the Nine Hells has sort of taken upon itself to do, to extend its influence into the mortal realms. It sets up this basically a tiefling race that allows it to breed true. So eventually, if the tieflings were allowed to breed, they would outbreed any population that they're in, because their offspring would always be a tiefling. So it's never really you can't really be a half tiefling. And they don't really produce, if they breed with any other race, they always produce a tiefling. So this is a dangerous thing. And this infernal bloodline is derived from human bloodlines for the tiefling in the player's handbook. However, let me tell you about some of the variants of tieflings. So in Forgotten Realms, we have the Feyre, the Maeluth, the Tanaruk, and Wisplings, which are variants that you can play as another type of race with a fiendish background. Wisplings are descended from the breeding of halflings and demons. So they descended from demons and halflings, however, they lack the traditional fiendish traits, instead having light brown skin and bright red hair. And despite their great abilities for stealth, they chose to commonly wear bright colours in order to stand out from the crowd. And like most of the other plain touched ones, they have dark vision out to 60 feet. They also have the innate ability once a day to appear as any humanoid creature. And that's about all the information that you have on them. But it's an interesting variant where you could play a tiefling halfling, essentially. And of course, with that demonic background, they are chaotic in nature and probably evil. So that's an interesting variant to play on a halfling as well. Tanaruk are a crossbreed of orcs and demons, and so they are very dangerous. They appear as short, stocky orcs with bristly hair, horns, and ridges along the sides of their heads, and they have distinctive brimstone smell about them, and they have the ability to naturally manipulate fire, which is a common thread that you see through most artwork with tiefling or demon-touched races. They originated as orc-demon crossbreeds in the region around Hellsgate Keep, in the Outlands, I think that is. And however, years of dwelling in Faerun led them to be regarded as a separate species rather than as a subrace of orcs, much like the tieflings are regarded as kind of a separate species of humans. They're nasty, brutish, not terribly intelligent, but smarter than your average orc, and extremely dangerous fighters, unpredictable, chaotic, and very, very destructive, bloodthirsty. So they will go to extreme lengths to win and destroy the target of their aggression. Many become sorcerers, and most of them become muscle for other fiendish creatures such as cambions. Maeluth are essentially dwarven crossbreeds with dwarves and devils, so the dwarves don't have a crossbreed variant with demons. They're also regarded as outsiders, native outsiders as well. So they're extraplanar creatures which are now native to the material realm. And they're descended from fiends and dwarves that have red eyes and abnormally long fingers, almost hairless bodies, and they keep the natural dark vision of dwarves out to 60 feet. They have better innate social skills than pure blood kin and commonly use them to attain positions of power. So they're more charismatic and manipulative than your average dwarf. And due to their diabolic heritage, they are able to cause melee weapons to gain unholy power. So they can channel rage and evil through magical weapons that they can craft. So yeah. And they, apart from the red eyes and long fingers and kind of hairlessness, they don't have tails or horns or that sort of thing. Faerie are demon fae, so they're not a true elven subrace. They're tiefling elves, essentially. And they're the result of interbreeding between sun elves and Tanari in an attempt to strengthen the sun elf bloodline back in the day. They've got a more complex ecology. The generally rejected any elven resemblance as offensive. They've got barbed tails, fangs, forked tongues, horns, combinations of the two or three, and some of them have multiple sets of arms, or they can even have wings. So they are much more fiendish looking than tiefling humans crossbreeds are. So that's kind of unusual and unique to them. Those of them that are not visibly different to elves at all are raised amongst elves, never knowing their true nature. However, it may manifest itself in the proficiencies they have or their inclinations towards more rage and ruin. They have a talent for the use of magic, and some would practice blade song, magical bardic abilities, and they also the ability to shape themselves to society, so they're even more charismatic and manipulative than your average elf. And they can also produce flames, drain life from victims, and have a natural spell resistance to them. So they're good NPCs as sorcerers, rogues, or fighters within Elven or the outside of Elven society, kind of like the dirty secret of the Elven kind. And they seek to re-establish old Elven realms in Cormanther, if you're in that region in your games. They consider their bloodline to be very important, pride themselves on being able to trace back to the house of, Elven name, Dlagdrageth, or the Demon Fae. And this means that the typical, they really only breed amongst themselves, or exceptional elves. So they seek to actually strengthen their bloodline and position, or see themselves as dominant. It's that arrogance of the elves which is accentuated by their fiendish traits. And they generally look negatively upon outsiders, but are respectful towards intelligence, strength, flexible morals, basically getting the job done no matter what. And once they've made a friend, it's kind of like they will not abandon that person immediately if it helped them. Otherwise, they'll just see others as a mild annoyance, even as a friend. So they've got an interesting history, and there's more story about those guys because elves are very dramatic and lots of story related to them. So that's generally the tiefling hybrids offshoots. Now, if we go to the Forgotten Realms tieflings, these again are touched of the fiendish planes. They're usually descended from fiends, but they also can be descended from demons, Yugoloths, devils, evil deities, and other monstrous outsiders that bred with humans, such as succubi or incubi. Tieflings were known for their cunning and personal allure, which made them excellent deceivers as well as inspiring leaders, which when prejudices are laid aside. So if you accept them for them as an individual and not their origin, they can take a warming to you. Although their evil ancestors could be many generations removed, the taint lingered. Unlike half-fiends, who are a direct descendant, tieflings were not predisposed towards evil alignments and varied in alignment nearly as widely as full humans. However, their background as those who are raised within human society, because there's generally not enough tieflings to make a tiefling society, and if there were, the prejudice would just stack up against them to the point where they would be basically driven driven out of any area, as the prejudices just cause people to, well, hate crimes, basically. So in this, you can see that they have more than one origin. So in 4th edition, tieflings had a very, very stock look to them. So they had large brow ridge type horns on the top of their head, kind of like a water buffalo. They had long, fleshy, prehensile tails. Or were they prehensile? I think they were just sort of moving around, but they couldn't use them as fingers or toes or anything. And they had unusual skin tones, usually sort of reddish or purplish mauve color, and they usually had alien, unusual eyes. Now, in your game, because tieflings can actually have multiple outsider origins, they can look quite variant from that. And in 5th edition, I see no reason why you would stick to just the type of tiefling image that they have depicted here, of this mauve-skinned individual with kind of really quite unusual horns on the top of its head, kind of angular features, and that big fleshy tail. Yeah, no reason why they would always look that alien, for instance, because they are born of mortal parents. Sure, one of them's going to be a tiefling, but they may be born to a parent who didn't even realize that they carry a tiefling bloodline. They could have been orphaned. They could be one of those rare tieflings that looks almost completely human. And when they breed with somebody else, they could have effectively a monstrous child as far as they're concerned. And in the Dungeons and Dragons world, there is no reason why those parents would not go, monster, and kill the child. And that is the typical fate of most tieflings, that they actually killed at birth. Only the rare few who are either raised by, say, a solo parent, or essentially they're raised with the full knowledge that they are a tiefling, or the possibility that they will have this monstrous appearance. Those are the only ones who really make it. And so there's this whole aspect of the manipulation, or the prejudice towards them from birth, and they're raised with expectations or fears about their origin and their nature that they have to deal with their entire life. And it's kind of alluded to in the fluff text here. We're talking about two tieflings who are talking to each other and talking about the struggle, fighting against the predispositions people have, their prejudices towards them and their predispositions. So being greeted by stares and whispers, suffer violence and insults on the street, mistrust and fear in every eye. That's the lot of every tiefling. And they can either rage against it and go the opposite extreme and go out of their way to be like the Dris Duerden is to Drow. Some tieflings are paladins, beacons of light. They go out of their way to manipulate their appearance to look as good as possible, as least like devils as they can. So exotic, but not evil. And that generally works for quite a few of them, but still there's always that initial shock of, oh, those aren't ornamental horns on your head. You actually have horns growing on your head. Even if you've covered them if you've painted them ivory white and covered them in filigree silver with gems and things, there's still horns growing from your head. They don't have contact lenses to cover up blood red eyes or completely black eyes. They may file down their fangs, for instance, but still it's a horrible process that they've had to go to just to fit in with the rest of society, and that feeling constantly of being an outsider, not one of everyone else, and not having a culture of your own. However, I like to think of tieflings in my games. I usually have a kind of a unique culture to them, particularly in 4th edition, as they have some abilities which sets them apart from others, such as a resistance to fire. Having a resistance to fire damage in combat, that's great, but when you think about it as a day-to-day fact of life, imagine if you were resistant to fire. What would your house be like? Would you be that worried about open flames and things? Would you
They said lose weight. He says, okay. Like, he doesn't go on Twitter and, like, somebody tells him to lose weight. He talks about, like, you know, writes this thing out. Like, oh, I'm being fucking fat shamed. Like, I can't believe this is happening. Society's out to get me. Like, everything's trying to ruin my life, bro. Like, hoflation.
You are ugly. You are hopeless. And
This is always true, is the girlfriend is because, like, usually, man, it's like like that.
Him, he's really nice. And then we are going to more fashion style. Like, he keep asking people how he can dress better or he can dress fashionably to look nicer because he said, and he did. The reason why I want to post this story is because this guy got married yesterday.
What a surprise. There it is.
He was never in a relation before, but after 2 years,
Beginning with the achievements of figures such as Galileo and Isaac Newton, the discipline of natural philosophy came to morph into what we would now recognize as modern science. Science set itself out as an endeavor to ascertain the underlying universal principles which gave shape to nature, the constants which directed the flows of time and causality. As science came to crystallize as a distinct and institutional discipline, a certain conception of nature also came to solidify within the realm of scientific thought. This world picture was that of materialism, a conception of the natural world as being fundamentally
and I am the law.
Holy
Jesus Christ! Holy shit!
out of range. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
wish to speak? May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Ancestors watch over you.
I do for you?